Good morning, good morning, good morning. Or should I say, hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. We are on day 18. It's May 19th. We're always just off by one this trial, but it is day 18, May 19th. It's Monday. Remember, this week is a little bit of a different week because the court has some time off. So Thursday, Friday, the court will have a half day Thursday, full day Friday, but we should have full days Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, as we're getting, it seems, to the close of the Commonwealth's case. On Friday, the Commonwealth said that they think they will be bringing their accident reconstructionist right after the holiday, which of course is Memorial Day coming this weekend, which is why Friday is off, and then Monday is off of court, so there's a 4-day weekend there. And, well, maybe the accident reconstructionist on Tuesday, and then I think the Commonwealth is done. So the question is, this week, are we going to see their new medical experts? Are we going to see more scientific witnesses? Are we going to see any other troopers? Are we going to see the person who did the DNA on the arm swab from John O'Keefe's sweatshirt or not? What is left in the Commonwealth's case is the big question, because I don't think they're going to call anyone else that was at the waterfall or at 34 Fairview at this point, because it would be really out of sync with where they're at in the evidence. Does that mean they're not going to? No, it doesn't. Absolutely no, it doesn't. Absolutely no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But could they? Sure. It would just be weird. It would just, then again, the Commonwealth's case has been incredibly different. So it's hard to wonder, because I don't know, because I watched the first trial and all the motions between that trial and this trial. If this trial is resonating differently with the clips from Karen Read, I think that's a big change. And with how pared down the evidence is. We can't even really call it the butt dial trial, because the extent of the butt dials hasn't come in before this jury. A few, yes, but the extent of it, no. There's a lot they don't know yet. So will they? I don't know. Can the Commonwealth choose to do that? Yes, they can. The Commonwealth can choose to not call witnesses all day long. The defense can choose to call them, but the Commonwealth can choose to not call witnesses all day long. So I don't know what we're going to do this week, but I imagine there's more scientific evidence ahead of us, because I know from the last trial that we are not done by half. So everybody buckle up. It's probably going to be that kind of a day. And if I disappear suddenly, it's just the weather. Hopefully all of you stayed safe yesterday. I saw so many of you in the chat watching the internet's go-to weatherman, Ryan Hall, y'all. It's cranky here, but not as cranky as it will be tomorrow. So don't worry. If I disappear, it is not Fred. Likely. It is not the FBI. It is, in fact, just the weather, because it's going to be spicy. But I got to go to my concert this weekend with Dr. B without getting soaked walking in. So we'll take it. We'll just take it. We'll just take it. We're going to roll the intro. I've got my Joan Jett shirt on. You know what the rest of it's going to say. It was really fun. Joan Jett kicked ass. Steve Stevens, the lead guitarist for Billy Idol, is so incredibly talented that I think I just stood there and went, oh my God. Like at one point, Dr. B and I are just hitting each other on the arm going, can you believe this? Incredible, absolutely incredible. Billy Idol was great. Joan Jett was great. No filler. There are some concerts you go to and there's a lot, especially as the artists we love are maturing. It was just song, 30-second story about the Rolling Stones, song. It was a jam-packed set, and it was a lot of fun to see. And let's hope today's is high energy, but it's a Monday in court. So yeah, I kind of doubt it, but a girl can hope. Let's go to court, law nerds. Shall we? Is it time?
Bring the jury.
Let's roll the intro. Let's go to court.
Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court.
Are you guys ready? Are we ready? Are we ready for the hear ye's and the hear ye's of it all? I'm ready. Also, chat, let me know where you're coming in from, what you've got this morning or this evening, depending on where you're tomorrow, depending on when you're watching. We've got another cappuccino. We got breakfast sitting over here. Today, there's a croissant. So if you see me trying to keep croissant flake off of me, it's because these croissants from Emily, Butcher Box? Seriously? No. Wild grain, my wild grain box are so flaky. They're so good and they're so flaky. Also, replay crew, love you. Everything's timestamped down below. Hi, welcome. Let's go to court. Let's see what's happening today. What fresh evidence will pop up today? Where did my banner go? It just disappeared. We had live court up and then just yeeted itself.
The Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall.
How does closed captioning know that that word is Norfolk? Like, it just knows. The closed captioning knows at this point.
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Draw near.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
And ye shall be heard.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117.
Oh, different
the
clerk
parties
today.
Are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you.
A different
Good morning,
clerk today.
counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Jurors are present. Court is present. No sidebar.
We appreciate you here, ready, willing, and able.
It is bright morning sun in that courtroom today.
About that, thank you.
They're just ready to
I do have
rock.
to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes.
Everyone said yes.
Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please. Oh, and Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Nicholas Bradford to stand.
Scientific evidence from Mr. Lally this morning. I like the tie, Mr. Lally. I like the tie. So we're there for that. But is it going to be more scientific evidence? Yep. Did everyone work a ton this weekend for the lawyers? Yep. Are the lawyers probably more exhausted Monday than they were Friday? Yep.
Do you solemnly swear that the
Yep.
testimony you shall give
Yep.
to the court and the jury and
I saw some of you like the tie, some of you hate the tie. Fair enough.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Lally's back. Back again with the scientific witnesses. Emily, it's too early in stream to be fighting with your chair. Never. Never.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
This witness looks thrilled to be
Well,
here.
Please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name.
Yep, my name is Nick Bradford, Bradford.
Hello, Mr.
do you do
Bradford.
for work?
Do you work for the crime
I'm
lab?
a DNA expert for BODE Technology
BODE Technology
And
or BODE.
where is BODE Technology located?
Virginia.
in Lorton, Virginia.
Why do I know that? Because
And
they've
where
said
did
it
you
like
go to school,
10
sir?
times.
I went to school at Mercier's College in Erie, Pennsylvania for a bachelor in forensic biology and a master's in forensic molecular biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
I like George
And
Washington.
following your education, where did
I
you
did
go
a
to
summers
work?
there with one
I
of their
started
master's
at BODE
programs.
in about 2009.
And so did you work at BODE
We're on
prior
to
to your
witness-
graduation?
Yes.
We're on to witness number 33.
How long have you worked there?
DNA.
Since then,
More
I
DNA.
spent 2 years at the Pennsylvania State Police at about 2021.
And when you joined BODE Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially a DNA technician
And when did you become an analyst?
in 2014.
And what is the difference between a technician and
recent.
an analyst?
The technicians
What did you test?
operate the robotic equipment in the labs and assist with paperwork and various reagent duties and things like that.
That sounds boring.
What does an analyst do?
An analyst analyzes the DNA evidence that's submitted from various
Step
police
2.
agencies from around the country.
I thought he said
We come to
2024.
court to testify
Did he say
and
2014?
do statistical analysis
I thought he
of
said
any
2024.
comparisons that we might
It's
do.
already Monday.
Now, if you could, sir, please
already
describe
Monday.
for the jury
The
the
Monday is
training
Monday.
that you underwent initially as a technician.
As a technician,
I swear
it
he said
was
2024.
probably
Chad.
a few, maybe
He
2
probably
or
said
3 months
2014.
training process that involved various reading of the manuals for the robotics and various written and verbal exams.
My brain is tired.
Now, is there a continuing educational component at BODE?
Yes, for DNA analysts, we have proficiency testing twice a year. We have to do a certain number of hours of continuing education, so that would be things like conferences, things like that. and we have to do.
The hard thing for scientific
literature
evidence
reviews.
is they have to go through all the background training and experience. Like they have to do all of it to get to, did you test this thing? What was the result? So we're just here.
What exactly
We're
does
just
that
here.
continuing educational component consist of, as far as the conferences and scientific
Maddie
literature
said,
review?
EDB,
What
it sounds like
specific
somebody has a
areas
case of the
are you
Mondays.
reviewing and going to
1,000%.
conferences on?
Yes, so that would be
1,000%.
areas specific to forensic DNA testing.
And it's me.
How many analysts work at BODE?
Somewhere between 60 and 75, maybe.
If you could, please describe for the jury what kind of lab BODE is.
So BODE is a private DNA lab, and we take
That's
casework
actually
from
interesting.
various police agencies across the country, and we also have groups that work on international cases and things like that.
Now, you mentioned some of your work, bless you, is submitted from law enforcement
I don't know who
agencies
sneezed,
around
but
the country.
Lally was on
Is that
it.
the entirety of the work, or where does some of the other pieces come from?
Yeah, so like I said, some of it is international, and then we also do some research work as well.
Now, what?
I had a coworker. It's going to be a long day. Mary Smith, EDB is still Joan Jett, Billy Idol. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. We'll work for concerts. Look, I had a coworker who was this is going to end up sticking straight up at the end of the day. It's just, this is where we're at today. I had a coworker who would say bless you to the jurors all the time. Anyone in court sneezed. It was very much like Judge K. Like the second she heard it, she was just like, bless you. In one trial, there was a juror who just kept like a full fit of the sneezes. And she was like, bless you. And then grabbed like a Kleenex box to hand to the juror. And the juror was like, oh my God, thank you. The judge yelled at the attorney, yelled at the juror, and was just like, you can't talk to the lawyers. And the lawyer was like, I'm so sorry. It's just, it's just such a human thing. It was so funny. I was like, you cannot say bless you to the jurors while looking at them. And so then it became a joke with that judge of whether or not you're saying bless you, not looking at the jurors, just kind of under your breath. It was it became a whole situation, but she was just trying to like hand up a hand Kleenex to the jurors because it's such an awkward thing to pretend like there's 16 people that don't exist, but that do exist, but that don't exist. So the second Lally said bless you, I'm like, oh, who are you saying bless you to? It's very hard to put aside like good morning manners. It's very difficult.
What type of analysis do you currently perform at BODE?
So I am part of the customized casework group. So we take generally one-off cases or smaller, more complex cases, and then we work through those.
Now, specifically with
Natalie
reference
said, is it
to
just a Southern
DNA
thing? I
analysis, can you
mean, if
explain
by
to the
Southern you mean
jury
Southern
first
California,
in
because that's where I did all my
general
trial
terms,
work.
How is that analysis performed?
And I did go to a couple
for
Garth Brooks
DNA
concerts.
analysis,
I don't know if
what
that
we're
counts.
trying to do is obtain a DNA profile from a piece of evidence and then potentially compare that with a reference sample from a known individual.
DNA
Now,
and
is the
reference
BODE lab
samples.
accredited?
Yes,
And by whom is it accredited?
through the National Institute of Standards.
Now, within the BODE lab, are there certain steps that are taken to prevent against contamination?
Yes. So at every step of the testing process, we have positive and negative controls.
As I imagine this poor witness probably
evidence room
traveled
is
on
a secure room,
the
so only a
least
handful of people have
favorable
access
flight
to that
time
room.
ever.
And then
to get there to
everything that
testify.
we would need to test, we would sign out, and
that's
that would
okay,
be
it's time for
recorded on the
breakfast.
chain of custody. The building
Sounds like
itself is secure, so you need to swipe your badge to sign in. We wear protective equipment through all parts of the process, so we have gloves, goggles, lab coat, hair nets, masks.
Beard nets. We learned
And
about the beard
during,
nets. We want to know more about the beard
after
nets.
we write the reports, all of our results are reviewed prior to being reported.
Now, to that point, sir, is
Lone
there
Wolf,
a
this is
review
it's a
process
dragon
that your
mug.
work and any analyst
Let's
work
say-
undergoes at the BODE lab?
It's a dragon.
Yes, so the final step would be a technical and
Dragon.
an administrative review.
Now, can you describe that process as far as the technical review and review
Today
in
is gonna
general
be-
at BODE?
Today's
Yes,
gonna be
so
a day.
we submit the case file with the report and all of our conclusions. And then another analyst goes through everything and makes sure that they agree with everything that we submitted.
Look at that.
I think you made
Everything.
reference to this a little earlier in your
is
testimony,
peer
but
reviewed.
as part of the accreditation process,
Oh,
do
the
you undergo
accreditation peer
proficiency
review.
testing?
Yeah.
Yes, twice a year.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process?
We love peer review.
So twice a year we get what's essentially a mock case submitted from an outside vendor that we treat as if it were an actual case. We go through and do all the testing that we would normally do, and then submit that back to the vendor, and they compare the results to the known results of what they should be.
Now, what areas have you specifically
I
undergone
don't think I've asked
proficiency
anyone
testing yet?
how
So everything that I am
the
trained
accreditation
inside
process
of.
happens. It's like, is your lab accredited?
And DNA specifically, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And have you successfully completed each
The
of
jury
those
wants to know at
proficiency
this
tests
point.
that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, you made reference to this a little earlier, but can you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls?
Right.
I
So
forgot I
positive
moved
controls
this
we use to make sure that
during the
the
podcast
various
recording.
testing steps that we're performing are working as we
Shrink
expect.
back down.
So if we have a positive control, we would expect to see the DNA profile that we intend to see in that positive sample. Negative samples we use to make sure that there aren't any sources of contamination along the way. The chemicals that we're using aren't potentially contaminated, or that maybe samples were switched or something along the way.
I don't want that.
Now, when you were assigned work within the DNA unit at BODE Technologies, where do you retrieve that item, or where do you retrieve those items physically from?
Yes, so those would be delivered
need
to
to know?
our secure evidence room, and then any testing performed, we would need to sign that out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody.
Wow, look at that.
Now, the secure evidence room, is that temperature controlled at all?
Yes, we have just basic climate control as well as freezers and refrigerators.
And
It's a lot.
something
of
freezers
background.
and refrigerators are commonly referred to as cold storage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now,
Yup.
why is items of evidence stored in cold storage?
Why have we asked this
Certain
of seven
items
witnesses?
of evidence are stored cold because things like heat, UV light,
They've actually
and
only asked for,
moisture
like, 3
can
witnesses, but still.
cause microbial activity or degrade the DNA, so we would not get
No, microbes.
the highest quality results that we would want.
Now,
Sorry,
when you
Fred.
retrieve items from the cold
the
storage
water.
or from the secured evidence room, how are those items packaged when you receive them for DNA testing?
So they're usually, however, they're packed from, like, for example, the police agency that sends it to us, they'll pack them according to their guidelines and standards, and then they're sent to us, and we store them in the freezer. And then when they're signed out on our end, we just have a basic container that we put them in to keep the case together.
Now, sir, what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the manual for a living organism. Most of the DNA is contained within the nucleus of every cell.
We asked
or
this of
pretty
the
much
other
every cell.
DNA witness.
And
We
it
don't need to do
contains all
this
the information
again.
that is needed
Lally,
to make
we had so much
an
hope.
individual.
Now, is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Can we move
Yes.
on?
And how many steps are included in DNA testing?
So forensic DNA testing, the testing that we did, there are basically 4 steps. So there's DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and
He's like, if
profile
nothing else,
detection.
this jury's going to know what the
Now,
fuck
can you describe
DNA
to the
is
jury what each of
and
those
how to
steps
test it.
are and sort of what they entail?
Step by step.
So DNA extraction is we are basically trying to separate out the DNA from everything else. So all the other parts of the cell or any other material that might be part of the evidence.
They were all
So we're left
running
with
for
just the
you.
DNA. Next is quantification.
And now we're back
we're
to
trying to figure out how much DNA we have to
how
work
does
with.
DNA get tested?
The steps further down the line are calibrated to a certain amount of DNA input. If we add too much DNA, it can cause problems. So we need to know how much we have to work with.
If we have too much DNA,
And
it's
then
an
the next
issue. It's
step
like,
is amplification.
shit's everywhere.
So this is when we take 20 to 25 different locations within the genome that we're interested in looking at, and we make millions and millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a
Sometimes
fluorescent tag
really
that's
optimistic.
embedded into each one. So then that leads to the final step of profile detection, where we separate those fragments out by size, and that fluorescent tag
know,
allows
when it
us
comes to
to
how to
identify
DNA
those
testing,
particular
no.
locations.
Now, sir, in January of 2024, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number, your BODE
here we
lab
go.
case number, CCA
That was- okay.
2416-0023,
It was somewhat repetitive, but it was pretty
pertaining
quick.
to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, you received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State
What
Police
items?
Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you also, when you receive items from an outside agency, do you also receive a corresponding submitting agency case number from that agency?
Yes.
And in this case, that was Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So in this case, I was assigned to look at an extract that was submitted from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, as well as a hair and then 2 reference samples that were
That's
also
right.
submitted.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze, in general terms, evidence in this case?
I had
Yes,
forgotten
so
that the
generally
hair
we follow that same
testing
process,
hadn't been discussed
with the exception
yet.
of the extract that was submitted. Since the extraction process was already completed, we did not need to do that, and we could move straight to quantification. And then we did the entire process for the hair as well as the reference samples.
Now, you made brief reference to it a moment before, but was there a known standard that was done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard of John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And how was that done?
Yes. So the entirety of the
If
testing
the
was
hair is
performed
John
at the
O'Keefe's,
state lab,
it
and they
kind of
submitted the
doesn't
final profile to us
matter.
for comparison.
Is the thing?
Now, what is a DNA profile?
So the DNA profile is basically just a list
no
of all
one's
the variants
surprised that
at
John
those
O'Keefe interacts with the
24
car.
or 25 different locations that we're interested in. And the entirety of those different variations are what makes a DNA profile individual or unique.
Now, as far as when you're looking or analyzing
Fair
or
stuff.
examining a DNA profile, can
You're
you
one of
describe
three
for the
that's
jury
like,
what does
yes,
it
let's
look
do
like?
this
What are you
again.
looking at?
So when we're looking at a DNA profile, it's essentially a graph with a series of peaks across the horizontal axis. And those correspond to the length of the DNA fragments that we amplified.
Thanks, sir.
And those are assigned a number based on the length of that fragment. And those numbers are what we refer to as the alleles. And those numbers are assembled into essentially a chart, and that's the DNA profile.
Now, could you please describe to the jury the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
Yes, so when we have an evidence sample, we need to compare it to a reference sample. And then, so what we do is we take
I'm
those
with
2
you, Chad.
tables that I mentioned, one
Here's
from the
why we're
evidence sample
here.
and one from the reference.
Here's why we're here. Because if they tested it and they don't present it, it's what are they hiding? If they don't test it, it's like, why the hell are they not testing it? And if they do test it and it comes back to John O'Keefe, they have to present it. So it's one of those things where it's like, we did it. See, that's why we're here. That's why we're here, because otherwise does it shock me to see John O'Keefe interacting with Karen Reed's SUV? No. There's much larger questions. Is anyone shocked? No, not at all. None.
Sample, and we put
It's
them next to
expected.
each other and do a comparison to see if the reference profile is potentially part of the evidence profile. And then if the 2 are consistent, then we would need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of the match. For example, if 1 in every 3 people would be a potential match, then that's not very strong. So we have to have some sort of mathematical weight to describe the potential match.
Now, if you could again, sir, explain to the jury, what was your role in the testing in this case?
They did not
Yes, so my
swab or
role
take anything
was
from
to
the car
analyze
until after the
DNA
snow melted a few
profiles,
days later.
and then do the comparisons.
So nothing the 29th.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair, we received the 2 reference samples, we received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, starting with what your lab has labeled as EO2, that has a corresponding
I'm glad that
Police Crime Lab
Lally's
item
doing all the
number
scientific witnesses, though.
3-1.1.
His questioning is much better
Correct.
than last time.
And what was the
Which is
description
helpful.
of that item, EO2 3-1.1?
So that was the extract of the sample from the passenger side taillight of a vehicle.
And was there any further description or of that vehicle as far as the plate number? Make,
Yes, there was a
model?
plate number associated with it.
Okay, and do you recall what the plate number was?
So that would be
Best Friends Ride.
3GC684.
Just kidding.
And did you receive two buckle samples identified as RO3 and RO4?
Yes.
And what was RO3 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Yuri Bagetic.
And what was RO4 identified as?
Again,
So that was a buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And then that extract?
yes, they did reference testing with Buchanan, and Proctor. So they tested the hair with John O'Keefe, Buchanan, and Proctor.
Portion, that was the part that was labeled as EO2, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the jury what an extract is?
So like I mentioned, an extract is essentially, it's a tube with a small amount of liquid in it, and inside that liquid is the DNA that was extracted from the evidence sample.
Now, the known standard of Mr. John O'Keefe, that had an item number as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that item number, first from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
So that was 8-1.1.1.
And did your lab, BODE Technologies, have a corresponding item number associated with that?
I'm sure
known
they
standard?
did.
No, we just used the Massachusetts lab number for that.
Oh, they didn't.
And that known standard from
Look
John
at that.
O'Keefe,
They're
did
like,
that
"No,
appear
we
to
just
be
used
a
theirs."
standard single source profile?
Yes.
Then why would you ask
And
if they
what
had a
is a
separate
single
lab
source
number if you know that?
So a single source profile is essentially a DNA profile from one individual as opposed to a DNA profile that could be a mixture of multiple individuals.
Now, what does STR stand for?
Stands for short tandem repeat.
Oh, dear.
And can you please describe
Lally, I
that
thought we had
short
moved
tandem repeat
past.
process for the jury?
Yes, so like I mentioned, what we're doing with STR, short tandem repeat testing, is we're amplifying a number of locations in the genome, and then we're separating them out by size. Now, the reason we do that is because at the at the DNA level, those regions of the genome have a series of genetic base pairs that repeats over and over again in sequence. So they're short tandem repeated DNA sequences. And the number of times that sequence repeats at that location is what we call the allele. So if the sequence repeated 5 times, we would call that allele 5. And that the summation of all those alleles is what makes the DNA profile.
Okay.
And what is an STR mix?
So are you
Queens,
referring
Curls,
to the computer
Creative.
program, StarMix?
How's long till the
Yes,
next
sorry,
witness?
excuse me.
Yes, okay. Yes, so
I know.
when we're
I
dealing
don't know.
with
This
mixture
one should be pretty quick. They're getting almost
profiles,
to-
so that would be DNA
What, if
evidence
anything?
profiles where more
So-
than one person's DNA is all mixed together. We need to be
Hopefully
able to
soon.
try to separate that
I'll let
out
you
as
know
best
the
we
app,
can. We use a computer program called STRMix or StarMix, and that uses various mathematical calculations that allow us to make the best use of that mixture data that we can. And it allows us to run those statistical calculations to reference profiles as well.
We can zoom
Now, item
A little
EO2
bit, actually.
from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle.
of your best friend's ride.
What did you conclude
Brittany, good for you
as to
getting your
that
work done.
profile?
Yeah, so that was a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
Now, if you could,
What? What do you mean we have a mixture of 3 individuals? This is why I did not zoom as we were getting to.
Uses various mathematical
core issue.
calculations that allow
Hold
us
on.
to
I want to hear about the mixture of the 3.
make the best use of that mixture data that we can. And it allows us to run those statistical calculations to reference profiles as well.
now, item EO2 from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. What did you conclude as to that profile?
Yeah, so that was a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
Now, if you could, please sort of walk the jury through that process in making a profile comparison from the profile from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle and your other submitted samples.
Yes. So when we're using StarMix and we're doing a comparison, we have the StarMix output. And essentially what that's doing is we input
StarMix
based
sounds like
on the
something
DNA
you make
profile
up
that
for
we
a
observe,
sci-fi
the
video.
number of contributors that we would expect to be
Game,
there. So in this
movie.
case, we would say there were 3 individuals. So the StarMix software will break out those 3 different components and give probabilities to each different allele combination. So we would take the reference profile and then compare that.
So this is not to the hair yet. This is their technology. And Emily, is the jury? I don't know. It's early on a Monday. And the thing is, the jury wants the answer. And we've got so much that we have to do first. But he is trying to break out and break down the samples from the taillight swab. Remember, there was 1 swab from the whole exterior of the taillight. And so he did the swab from the whole exterior of the taillight, and it came back with 3 in the mix, at least 1 male. Does that mean the others are not male? No. Could be, could not be, at least 1. And then their software is able to break that apart further, which is what he's talking about before we get to the hair testing. But the outside of the taillight was only swabbed with 1 swab.
To the output from the StarMix program to see if there's a potential inclusion.
And then they have the profiles for
You mentioned a little bit about statistical
John O'Keefe,
calculations.
Buchanan, and Proctor.
Are those
That's what they
statistical
have.
calculations done?
Yes, so once we determine that there's a potential inclusion in the mixture, we will run what's called a likelihood ratio. So essentially what we're doing there is we're doing a likelihood ratio is we're comparing 2 different explanations for the evidence profile that we obtained. So one of those explanations would be that, in this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of one of those reference samples that we're comparing and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. The other explanation would be that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals. So we compare those 2 and we determine the ratio of which one is more likely.
So we're now into probabilities.
Where do those statistical numbers or calculations, where do they come from?
So they're all based in the fact that we know how common
StarMix system.
The different alleles at each location are within the population. So we can do a lot of mathematics and figure out how rare or
we can do a lot of mathematics.
Common different alleles might be.
Great.
Now, sir, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from John O'Keefe,
I think the
what
blue jay
conclusions
outside
did
is
you make
just
from your analysis,
teasing
comparative
Fred at this
analysis
point.
between those 2?
I'm sorry, buddy. I
Between
know.
John O'Keefe and the mixture profile, John O'Keefe could not be excluded as a potential contributor to that mixture profile.
And as far as the statistical
Emily, what does that
analysis,
mean?
what, if any,
That means it's more likely that it's John O'Keefe plus 2 others than not John O'Keefe. Lyndon said, oh, STR mix, star mix. Yep. I think you're exactly right. But I like it star mix like Star-Lord because it's very sci-fi. But yes, STR mix makes so much more sense given what they're doing. But also, no one is shocked that John O'Keefe's DNA is on the taillight.
anything did you find with reference to that?
Yes. So we did, like I mentioned, that likelihood ratio. And in the case of it being a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals, it would be 740 nonillion times more likely that it was a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unrelated individuals versus 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, that number that you just referenced,
So
as far
John
as
O'Keefe is generally
740
included with 2
times
unknowns.
More likely, how many zeros are in a non-nil?
If you're like, Emily, we knew this. I know.
Zeros.
Now, this
They're trying to figure out who
analysis
the other 2 are.
supported
That's where we're at.
a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury what that means as far as a strong support for inclusion?
Yes. So we have a chart that based on the likelihood ratio, so that 749 million number, based on the different numbers that we might get, we assign a verbal qualifier to that just to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So in this case, it would technically be very strong support for inclusion.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Yuri Buchanan, what conclusions did you make from your analysis of those?
So he could not
This is
be
new
visually
information.
excluded based on just comparing the profile to the StarMix output. So we do the likelihood ratio to determine.
Chat, you have all infected closed captioning that when Lally now says your analysis, even closed captioning hears your analysis, not your analysis. And now we're getting into testing the taillight for Buchanan and Proctor. For those of you watching this trial for the first time, there's on any given day, roughly 20% of you. Welcome. This testing, I don't think they asked the date of the testing. It might come up on cross, was done after the defense started asking whether or not Buchanan and Proctor had access to the taillight, whether this could be planted. That came up late in prepping. Again, the defense doesn't have to do that early. That's not a judgment. It's just timing. It came up closer in time to the last trial. So this was sent out and done closer in time to the last trial. We'll see if they get to that on cross. I'm sure they will, but it's then testing, okay, John O'Keefe and Buchanan, John O'Keefe and Proctor, Buchanan alone, Proctor alone, they're doing all of that.
That, like I said, that likelihood ratio. So in this case, it was 46 million times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Yuri Buchanan and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be very strong support
Exclusion.
for exclusion.
Right.
And again, sir, if you could just expound a little. When you say very strong support for exclusion, what does that mean?
Again,
means he's
we're
excluded.
just referring back to the verbal scale that we have as part of our reporting guidelines.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Michael Proctor, what conclusions did you make from your analysis there?
Yes, so he could not be visually excluded, again, based on that initial comparison. So we run the statistic, and it was 76,000 times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And that would be strong support for exclusion.
Okay.
So with reference to the comparative analysis between Trooper Proctor's DNA sample and the taillight sample, that was a strong support for exclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention to what your lab has labeled as EO1, that has a corresponding Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory item number of 3-6.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description that was provided by the external?
I think that
submitting
every
agency
time
as far as that item.
attorneys are
So
talking
that
about
was the
specific
shaft
items.
end of a hair
They should show
on
the
the
pictures.
exterior passenger side rear panel
This
of
is
that
the
same
hair.
plate number.
Yes, the shaft end of the hair, not the root.
Now, as far as that, and I understand that your lab didn't do it, but you're familiar with the process as far as extracting a DNA profile from a hair, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that process to the jury?
Yes. So during the extraction process, we dissolve the hair, and then we attempt to do our normal DNA
Collection.
processing.
Now, what is different, if anything, in DNA testing when it comes to hair?
So hair, generally, if it's the hair shaft only, we would not expect to get great
So are you
STR
saying
results.
just the shaft?
However, it is possible, so we usually attempt that first.
I won't apologize.
Now,
It's
are you
Monday.
familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what that is?
Yes, so that would be
Emily, it's
the
science.
hair follicle, and in the hair follicle, we would expect to find a lot of nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA from the nucleus of cells.
Yep.
You mentioned there any sort of piece of hair. There's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And can you, probably pretty well understood, but could you please explain to the jury the difference between the two?
We'll
Yes,
talk
so
root to
the,
tip later,
root
Lally.
end would
Stop
be
it.
The end that we would expect to find the root or the follicle, and then the shaft end would be just the shaft of the hair itself.
Now, what is
Yes,
autosomal
chat. We're all
DNA
12.
testing?
It's fine.
Yes, so
fine, just
autosomal
don't
DNA
spit
testing.
out your coffee
autosomal
on your
DNA
work computer.
Is the DNA that from mother and father that's combined in the child. So that would be opposed to DNA that's inherited directly from a single parent. So that would be something like Y chromosome DNA that would be inherited directly from the father. So all the sons of a father would have the same Y profile. Also, there's mitochondrial DNA. So the mitochondria exists outside the nucleus of the cell, and that is inherited directly from the mother. So all of a mother's
text
children
said
would have the same mitochondrial
The
profile.
mods. Oh, we got to the mitochondria.
Now, sir,
Right,
from your
powerhouse of the cells, we got
analysis,
it.
What were your conclusions for the hair?
Yes, for all those of you asking, Americans, why are you all talking about the mitochondria being the powerhouse of the cells? Because it's the only thing all of us remember from school. Did we learn how to do taxes? No. Do we all remember that the mitochondria are the powerhouse of the cells? Yes. I don't know. We all remember the same. It is yes. We have some collective memories. Those are one of them. The mods started it. The mods are a great representation of me. They know where this is going. The mods can do no wrong. We're here. We're here. All just being 12 together. Why? Well, this is the third witness we've heard about how to be accredited as a crime lab. I don't know if we need to know how to be accredited as a crime lab. We do need to know some of this process when they're getting to the follicular DNA because it's a different process. So we'll just let them get to the end of, did you test the hair? Because all of us just went loudly to say, did you test the hair? What was the result? But there's a lot of foundation that needs to be laid for it. So here we are.
EO1 in your autosomal or STR test?
Here we are.
Yes. So we performed the extraction and then the quantification, and the quantification results were below the limit of detection. So we would not expect to get an STR profile from that hair.
And if you could expound just a bit as far as that term below the limit of detection, what exactly does that mean?
It's too small.
So, during the quantification process, our
The shaft
instruments
was too
are
small, Lally.
calibrated,
That's what it means.
As part of our internal validations.
That's not what it actually means, chat. I'm just making a joke. It means that the DNA profile that they got was too small to test.
To detect a certain amount of DNA, and once we get below that amount of DNA, it's determined. We call that undetermined. So that would be below the instrument's limit of detection, and based on those validations, we would not expect to get a profile from that.
And so what happened with the hair extraction sample in your lab at BODE from there once you had completed the STR testing?
Yes. So like I said, it's not unexpected that the shaft of a hair would not give us STR results. So we often transfer those to the mitochondrial group that does the mitochondrial DNA testing.
And why is that transferred from you to another analyst within the lab?
I'm not personally signed off in mitochondria. We don't do quite enough testing to have everyone signed off in all the different technologies.
Right, it's expensive.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
Great.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Emily, what did we learn? That they were sent the shaft at the hair. Let's just summarize. They were sent the shaft at the hair. It did not produce an STR DNA sample, so it is unknown because it is too small to test. And it would need to be set off to the mitochondrial unit to be tested from that unit, because not everyone is proficient at the mitochondrial testing. I don't know if they would bother doing that in this case or not. I don't think that they did. So what they didn't ask about on direct was proctor inclusion exclusion. They asked about Buchanan, but I don't think they asked about proctor. If I missed it while I was snarking, I apologize. But we'll see what happens on cross with Alan Jackson. So let's move to cross. I'm going to continue eating breakfast.
Thanks for joining us. A couple of quick questions. You mentioned, Mr. Bradford, a quantification related to both Yuri Buchanan and a known sample from.
Also, I'm just going to say I appreciate that Jackson is still like, nah, I don't care what digital whatever y'all are using. I want a yellow legal notepad. 10 out of 10. They're really easy to flip back and forth on.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor. Can we go over? I'm going to.
There we go.
Sample related to Michael Proctor.
Yep.
I think I heard
100%
you say
is where we're getting to on
one
that.
in 76,000.
Yes.
Describe
talk
that
about
one more
it.
time for the jurors. When you quantify
I missed it.
that profile as it compares to the population of the Earth, for instance, what does that mean? What's the significance of 1 in 76,000?
Yes. So you need to be very careful when we're talking about statistics, because if we start to introduce different analogies to try to describe them, they start to go off the rails, and we're describing things that are not actually described in the statistic. So it makes a lot of sense to compare that to the population of the Earth, for example. However, what we're talking about here are the relative likelihoods of those two different explanations of the evidence profile. So, like I said, in this case, it's 76,000 times more likely that we would observe that evidence profile if it were 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, as opposed to Michael Proctor and then 2 unknown, unrelated individuals.
So,
And sometimes-
again, they're going to argue it, which is fair. Exclusion of Proctor, exclusion of Buchanan, by saying that the DNA profile is more likely 3 unknowns than Proctor and 2 unknowns. So that's where we're at. Also, with O'Keefe, it was more likely O'Keefe and 2 unknowns than O'Keefe and 3 unknowns. I wonder if they'll ask on cross how likely it is if all 3 of them were together. I don't know if they ran those statistics.
Mr. Bradford, we get numbers that are just sort of mind-boggling. Like you said 30 zeros. What is that number again?
Non-alien.
Non-million.
Non-alien, yes.
Y'all literally in your job, like, almost have to make up new numbers. Non-alien, none of us have ever heard of that. That's 1 followed by...
We've been sitting in this courtroom for now 5 weeks. I think all week last week. I was like, oh, week 3. And then I went back and counted the weeks. I was like, shit, I missed one. We've heard non-alien just because of this. And I know Jackson has tried DNA cases before. He's like, none of us have ever heard of this. Sir, you have. You know you have.
by 30 zeros.
You know you have.
Correct?
Correct.
As opposed to 76,000, which is 76, followed by 3 zeros.
Yes.
Much smaller number by factors.
That's a
of
good point.
a non-million, nearly. Correct?
Correct.
That's a good point.
So when you say that there is strong support for the exclusion of Michael Proctor in that DNA sample, you're not suggesting that he's completely excluded as a potential contributor.
Well, no. What I'm suggesting is what the numbers state, so
Right.
that it's 76,000 times more likely that it were 3 unknown, unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals.
Can we just go back to Jackson
Understood.
talking, or the
So
witness?
you're
Thank
not
you.
excluding him. You're simply saying statistically there's strong support for exclusion, but he's not excluded as a contributor. Is that right?
I am saying that there's strong support for exclusion, yes.
Understood. With regard to that taillight sample, you were asked to compare known samples to that taillight sample, the known samples being State Trooper Yuri Buchanan and former Trooper Michael Proctor, those 2 known samples, correct?
Correct.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Higgins?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person named Kevin Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of former Chief Kenneth Berkowitz?
No.
Thanks.
It's a good cross.
All I have.
Okay, thank you. There's Mr. Wiley, any follow-up? All right, you are all set.
All right, we're done with this witness. Why do I say it's a good cross? Because instead of fighting over the exclusion or inclusion, the defense is focused on who was not tested and raising those questions. So I appreciate that the defense has kept their crosses of the scientific witnesses simple and focused back on, but you didn't test this. No? Great. Because then when they get to argue, their argument in this case has been refined from the first trial. And focusing on the defense they're focusing on is essentially the Commonwealth or the law enforcement did not follow leads, logical and necessary leads. And so they are pointing out, so you didn't test this. Right, because that's going to be their argument. All right, they are up at sidebar. We're going to zoom past the sidebar and away from the audience. All right, the lawyers are getting back to their tables. We have zoomed. All right, Mr. Lally calling his next witness. Emily, can we zoom while the witness walks in? Yes, we can.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
We're getting into witness number 33.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Carl Miyasako, Miyasako.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a senior DNA analyst at a forensic laboratory called BODE.
How's long until Chat is obsessed with Carl? Like immediately?
Technology,
And where
Like
is
immediately,
BODE
right?
Technologies located?
Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school?
Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what degrees did you receive there?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
BODE Technology.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed at that laboratory for over 11 years.
And when you joined BODE Technologies, what was your position and
I like
title
his
that you were
tattoo.
initially hired for?
Initially, I started off as a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
After a few years at the laboratory, I became a DNA analyst.
What is the
As one
difference
does.
at BODE Lab between a technician and an analyst?
Technician mainly does laboratory work, and an analyst is allowed to analyze data and write reports.
We heard,
Now,
but we
could you
want
please
to
describe
know.
for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a
I
technician?
love the subtle beard. I'm here for the
So
fit. I love all of it.
Observe people perform all the tasks that I was training in, and then I'm a supervised performing tasks by a qualified individual, and then I do competency tests where I'm performing things independently.
Now, is there a continuing educational component of BODE?
Yes.
Yes.
And could you please describe for the jury what that is?
At this point, I think I can describe
So
for the jury
continuing
what that
education
is.
just allows analysts or technicians to keep up to date with current topics within the community and future advancements in technologies.
Now, could you please describe for the jury what type of lab BODE is?
BODE is a private accredited forensic laboratory.
And where do your cases come from?
Our cases come
Anywhere.
from different agencies throughout the country, so law enforcement
Everywhere.
agencies, medical examiners, other laboratories as well.
And is that purely on a statewide basis, national basis, or something else?
National basis.
And what is the difference at BODE Lab or BODE Technologies between a DNA Analyst 1 and a DNA Analyst 2?
Oh, he didn't ask the last witness
The
that. I
type
can't
of
get mad.
caseload and different cases being assigned to these individuals.
Now, what is your current role at BODE Labs?
My current role is a senior DNA analyst.
Y'all, he didn't ask for the entire accreditation process, so that's a win.
What is a senior DNA analyst, and what do you do in that role?
So senior analyst provides expertise or leadership in at least one discipline within the company. Senior analysts report challenging cases, are independent of other analysts, and also train other analysts as well.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please.
Also, I
Sir, that
said
microphone
witness
in front of you is
33.
adjustable. You can put it as
Miguelina
close to
reminded me
yourself
this is witness
as you
34.
feel comfortable with.
It's Monday. I've already lost
you.
track. It's week
Now,
5. I don't know what's
specifically
happening
with
at this
reference
point.
to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury first in general terms how that analysis is performed at your lab?
Yeah, so it starts with receipt of evidence, and then it goes through the laboratory through different procedures up until we develop that DNA profile and it gets interpreted and analyzed.
Now, is the BODE lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
We are accredited by ANSI National Accreditation Board.
Please don't
Now,
ask
are
what it
there
stands
steps
for
taken
again.
within your lab at BODE to prevent against
ANSI was the
contamination?
like.
Yeah, we have
Acronym
protocols
inside an
to
acronym.
monitor contamination and to also prevent contamination.
Now, also at the lab, is there a review process, and can you sort of describe your role as it applies as a senior DNA analyst to that review process?
Yeah, so all cases go through a review process. So after, let's say, the reporting analyst completes a case, it goes into submission for a technical review. During that review process, the entire case file is looked over.
If all of you are asking,
looked over to see if everything was done
to know what he
per
tested and what the
protocol,
result was?
if it's
Yes.
something that I or anyone else in the lab would have done.
Yes, they do.
If any necessary
100%.
processing steps were taken. Data is reviewed. If there was comparisons, that's something that a reviewing analyst would also do and see if they come to the same conclusions as the other analysts.
Now, just again, in general terms, can you explain to the jury just a little bit more in detail as far as the protocols that a technical review is concerned with, and sort of how a technical review is able to establish that the testing was done in comportment with that?
Yeah, so as me, if I were doing a technical review or look over the entire case file, did what processing steps happen were they per protocol? Is it's also something that I would have done in this case. If data is ultimately generated, I also do that comparison. Based on that comparison, what did I come to the conclusion to? Was that the same as the other analysts? Did we agree? Were stats done? Were they done the same way I would have done it? Essentially,
review.
all conclusions would have to be in alignment between both analysts.
Like a
And
review.
so when you're doing a technical review, you're looking at or doing your own sort of comparisons, coming to your own conclusions, and running your own statistics. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm doing the comparisons myself and seeing if I also agree and come to the same conclusions.
Now, as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process at BODE Technologies?
So an outside organization sends tests to our laboratory. Everyone participating in these proficiency testing completes
Emily, would you ask all the foundational
It gets
questions?
submitted
No,
to,
I would
back to the
truncate this.
Organization. And
How would I do that? I would say, did you just see your colleague walk out of the courtroom? Do you work at the same lab? Yes? Okay. And then I would not ask all of these procedures again, because I would ask what's new to this witness, because their colleague just did this.
review the results to see
100%.
if it matches up with the expected results on their end.
And how often do analysts at your lab undergo proficiency testing?
Twice a year.
Now, turning to you specifically, what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I do testing within
This I would ask.
short chain and repeats, STRs,
What is your job?
YSTRs, mitochondrial DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, could you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls, and sort of what is the difference between the two of those?
So throughout processing, we introduce controls such as a positive and negative control. Positive control is just a known template that we introduce during processing. It measures the efficacy of the testing and to see if we develop the known profile that we are expecting, just to make sure that testing went as it should have. Negative control, on the other hand, monitors for any type of contamination and cleanliness of reagents. And there's no DNA template introduced in this, so we don't expect data. So once that aligns with it, then we know that reagents used were good.
Now, sir, are you familiar with some mitochondrial DNA testing that was performed at BODE?
There we go.
On lab case number CCA 2416-0023 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed.
Yes.
And the lab received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And did you also, or do you also receive a corresponding agency case number from that around submitting agency?
Yes.
So this
And
is the
in this case
mitochondrial
was the
testing from the
Massachusetts
hair
State Police Crime
shaft.
Laboratory lab number 22-02184.
We
Yes.
thought we were going to
And what type of work did BODE Labs do on CCA 2416-0023 with respect to mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we received 2 evidence items, a hair sample and a reference sample, and we were asked to type these for mitochondrial DNA.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process in general terms used to analyze that type of evidence?
So it's a similar process.
Okay. I would like to withdraw my scream from the record because we didn't really talk about the process for mitochondrial DNA testing last time. We just talked about the process for extracting the DNA sample. We did not go into the testing of it. So it is a different process than the STR testing. So if any of you are deeply interested in how mitochondrial DNA testing happens, now is a good time. It is different than the last time.
Process that you may have heard already for nuclear DNA or STRs. So after DNA extraction, that's where we isolate and release DNA from the sample. It goes through amplification processing. This is where we employ the polymerase chain reaction or PCR technique. So we create numerous copies of targeted section within the DNA. This is just so we have enough DNA to generate a DNA profile. Following that, we do what's called quantification. So we determine a generated estimate of how much DNA is present within the sample. Following that, we do what's called sequencing. So we used a technique called Sanger sequencing. So bases within the sample, the order bases are determined, and bases are generally are essentially building blocks of the DNA. So everyone has 4 bases in their DNA, and we refer to these bases to the letters A, G, T, and C. After sequencing, we go through what's called capillary electrophoresis, and so these bases are sequenced individually, and the data is interpreted.
Now, was there a known standard done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from Mr. John O'Keefe?
What was that? Sorry.
Sure. Did another analyst test and report the results
Who's
from the
the
known
known
blood
standard?
From a Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And again, with reference to mitochondrial DNA testing, what items did the BODE lab test?
EOS Rose, I'm with you. AGCT. Why though? Why those letters? What do they stand for? What do they correlate to?
DNA
I know.
standard.
Now our brains are just looking for more information.
Please describe to the jury
the known standard was
again,
John
in general
O'Keefe.
terms, the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample.
No, Lally, we just no.
So we generate data from typically the evidence sample first, and then just to see that we get comparable data, and then we process the known reference standard. Then we look at the 2 DNA profiles of these different samples, and we compare them. Based on the data, are we seeing that we can or cannot exclude the reference donor as being a source of the evidence sample?
What is autosomal DNA?
Oh, chat. You
Autosomal
answered.
DNA is,
Thanks, chat. I was reading what Miguelino was saying to me as the producer, and all of the chat. Look, I love how many nerds we have in the chat of all different varieties of nerds. Thank you, all of you who have answered what the A, C, G, and T stand for. Y'all are the best. Chat is bae, and I love it. Thank you, research science nerds. You're fantastic. We just want to know what was tested and what was determined. Yes, there is foundation. Yes, this foundation could be truncated. Why? Because if you know that the results are not going to be hugely fought over, like the defense's fight over this is, did you test these people? No? Great. But alas, here we are. We just need to get to that.
DNA, it's something that you maybe more, when thought of forensics, traditional STR shorthanded repeats.
And what is mitochondrial DNA?
Mitochondrial DNA is a different type of DNA from nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA, you get half of your DNA from your parents, so mom and dad, whereas mitochondrial DNA, it gets entirely inherited from mother to child.
What is the difference between the two as far as where it's located in reference to the nucleus of the cell?
So with STRs, there's basically 2 copies per cell, whereas with mitochondrial DNA, there are several
Emily,
copies.
did you do a ton of DNA
per
cases as
cell,
a
so there's more
prosecutor?
abundance in mitochondrial
No.
DNA.
Tech cases.
Now, how does that apply to
There
an
was a-
extract from a hair
There
sample?
was digital involved.
So
Generally, it was
for
me.
hair samples, we typically categorize these with like hairs with roots
At my
and rootless
courthouse.
hair samples.
Not overall.
So with hair samples, typically in the shaft end, there's more abundance of the mitochondrial DNA versus nuclear DNA, where nuclear DNA tends to be degraded or not present
Sir,
in
I'm out of coffee.
high enough amounts.
This is a huge issue
What
for
does
me.
PCR stand for?
Oh, God.
PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction.
We've done this.
Can you please describe the PCR method to the jury?
Yes, so that's the process where we create specific targeted sections of
Chad,
the
don't
DNA
worry.
over and over. So
We'll
we're
message when we get on to next witnesses,
DNA
and I'll
using the
summarize
source
the results
material as a template.
when we get to them.
This is because we want enough copies of that DNA to generate the end result of a DNA profile. So it'd be similar
Great.
to
You took it from the
say,
shaft
like a
and then
copy
replicated
machine.
it.
You start with a single piece of paper, and you make many, many copies from that piece of paper.
Now, sir, you
It's a
alluded
great
to
analogy.
it, I believe,
The
earlier in
analo-
your testimony, but
I wonder if they're going to have to change that analogy as juries get younger and younger and are like, what's a copier that you put paper in? I'm just wondering when you have to start shifting analogies to be like, hey, remember in the office when they used that big machine that they were always fighting with? That was a copier. And then, like, when do we get to the time that the analogies for jurors have to change? My husband was making an analogy where he teaches here in Tennessee to stucco, and everybody was like, what are you talking about? And he was like, what? And they're like, he's like houses. They're like, what? And I'm like, babe, California, they don't stucco houses in Middle Tennessee. So anyway, but at some point, the analogies have to change as jurors get younger because they're just not going to know what a copier is. And I wonder if this generation isn't even asked to fix them, because that's what the new attorneys did almost everywhere I worked. It was like the first thing, do you know how to fix the copier? Because, well, it's always an issue, isn't it?
just specifically as to this topic, what is DNA sequencing?
DNA sequencing is where we determine the order of bases within that sample.
And how is DNA sequencing used?
I mean, the
specifically
questions
in
are direct.
mitochondrial DNA testing?
There's some that's repetitive that's not needed.
We use that to generate the sequence specific to that sample, so that when we get the end result data, we compare it to a known standard or a common reference standard, and any differences from that common standard gets reported as that individual's mitochondrial profile.
Now, how is the testing different between autosomal versus mitochondrial DNA testing?
A lot of it does have some similarities, but the difference comes with STRs being more of a length fragment testing, and mitochondrial DNA is more of a base nucleotide DNA testing.
Now, as far as the running of the DNA,
Not
how
like
is
the
that
running of the bulls,
sort
y'all.
of,
Not
physically
the same.
done, or what kind of tools are you using specific to mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so we use different instrumentation, such as like a thermocycler to do the PCR step. And then we also use what's called like a genetic analyzer at the end step of
I just want Lily to be like,
electrophoresis.
thermocycler, that sounds cool. What does
Is
that
there
do?
a certain type of gel that's used as far as visualization of that profile?
Yeah, so during the quantification step, we use what's called a yield gel, and we get a visual presentation of how much DNA is present within that sample.
This is more detailed
When
than
you
is
say a
needed.
visual presentation, like what type of instruments are you using to get that visualization?
So we use a gel and a UV light and a camera to capture essentially what we refer to as a band.
And what does that band look like?
It's generally if
Like
there is
Dave Matthews
presence
Band
of
or like
mitochondrial DNA within that sample, it emits a
Are we
bright
jam band?
band on this gel. If there isn't anything, then we don't observe.
like Limp Bizkit
that
with a
band.
DJ in the band? Like
And
where are we
what
at?
kind of instrumentation does your lab utilize
Guitars.
in mitochondrial DNA testing?
We use a thermocycler or 3130 genetic analyzer as well.
Could you spell that, please?
The thermocycler
part?
or THERMAL CYCLER.
And then what were the digits after it?
Thermocycler.
And then the genetic analyzer is a 3130 3130.
I know for all of you saying that Dave is in Boston this weekend, I know I
And
was
if
very
you
tempted
could,
to fly
you
out
Please describe
to Boston Calling.
what those instruments do or what
Emily,
they're
you wanted
used
to ship
for
up to Boston?
specifically,
Yes.
within the process of the mitochondrial DNA.
Okay, I tried. Y'all, my ADHD is not going to allow me to continue listening to background training and experience. Like, what did you test from this case and what was the result? And until we get to what did you test in this case, we're at 1.25.
Yeah, so instruments is
I
common
can't.
within laboratories for automation purposes.
I just
so
can't.
that thermocycler helps with
I just
the
can't.
PCR stages, and then the genetic analyzer helps with the separation of
How the testing was done is
individual
not
bases, and then generating that
issue.
end result data where the analyst will interpret the data.
You're welcome, chat.
What is a D loop?
The D loop is the control region.
And how does that D loop factor into this type of analysis?
So with mitochondrial DNA analysis, we analyze certain regions within the D loop or the control region, and we refer to these as hypervariable regions. So HV1, HV2.
And what does the D loop have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
So this region is a non-coding region within the mitochondria, so it can allow for mutations because it wouldn't affect the mitochondria functions. Because of this highly variable difference within this region, it's
can
useful
be
for
specific.
determining different maternal populations.
Now, did the BODE lab also perform mitochondrial DNA testing on the known standard from John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And is that mitochondrial DNA?
All right. We finally went to 1.25. And now, did you test to John O'Keefe to make a mitochondrial known reference sample? And then what did you test it against?
Testing the same for the known standard of John O'Keefe as it is, as you've been describing with reference to the evidence sample?
Yes.
And what is then done generally in the comparison of those two profiles?
So once we develop the profiles from these two separate sources, a comparison is done to
And did you do that
each
comparison?
other, and we look at it to see if the profiles consistent, essentially matching with each other, and seeing if an exclusion or inclusion can be made.
And did you do that here?
And did you then perform your own comparative analysis of those two mitochondrial DNA profiles from the hair extracts from the rear panel of the defendant's vehicle and that of the known standard of Mr. O'Keefe?
I did.
And
what is your opinion or conclusions that you arrived at from
Results.
that comparative analysis?
Sustained.
If
Hold on. Ask it differently, Mr. Nolan.
why?
What conclusions did you come to from that comparative analysis between those two standards?
that John O'Keefe could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Shocking.
Now, can you expound a little as far as your conclusion is concerned? What does that mean?
Yeah, if I may refer to my report.
Yes.
He's going to get into numbers. Otherwise, I would speed this back up. So, what was your testing? John O'Keefe
so
could not be
whenever
excluded.
we have a conclusion of a probable inclusion, like in this case where I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a source of the hair sample, we do a statistical analysis to give weight to that probable inclusion. So in this case, using a database and with 95% confidence, at least 90% can be excluded as being a source of that.
That's the feed. It's not your computer. It's not you. That is the feed. He said 95%.
Hair sample.
And let me ask you just in general terms, that database used is referred to as MPOP, EMPOP, is that correct?
Correct.
And what's an MPOP?
I am going to 1.25 it to try to get past whatever the feed is doing. John O'Keefe cannot be excluded as a contributor to the hair. He said 95% as he's running the statistical analysis. They will get into more of that. Or 95% was his confidence level. We will get into more of that. Does it matter if John O'Keefe is likely the person whose hair that is? For me, not really. Why? Because this car is parked in his garage. So, yeah, I'm more interested in how the hair stayed on through the fantastic voyage of the vehicle after it left One Meadows Ave at 5 a.m. than I am about the rest of it, but we're going to go to 1.25 because the feed is glitching and I don't want to zoom past it.
Database where we
That's miserable though.
Files in the database.
That's miserable.
Up in our laboratory.
All right, that looks like the feed is back. I zoomed. We probably missed about 3 sentences.
And so the general goal is just to see how rare would that profile be within these populations.
So how rare is the profile?
So what conclusions did you come to with reference to this?
I try to hold on to every piece of evidence that comes into this case in these feeds so people can go back and watch them. But with the feed glitching, we know what the result is. We will get to cross. I'm going to zoom until it's not glitchy. I literally can't.
As being a source of the hair sample.
There we go.
Now, you made reference in your testimony a moment before about
He is going to get to it's more likely that John O'Keefe is the source of the hair sample. Again, is this case a case that turns on DNA? No.
a confidence interval. What is that?
Yeah, so whenever we attain statistical data, we use a confidence interval or upper limit frequency. This is just like a range where
we're at
the true
1.25
value of said profile is, but we generally want to report like a conservative end to avoid any false inclusions. So it's at least 99.895% that the majority of the population can be excluded, but it could be higher, but at the lower end, it would be at least 99.895%.
99.95%, I think is what he said, of the population can be excluded from that sample.
And what confidence interval in your conclusion does this consistency between the hair sample profile from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle have to Mr. O'Keefe's mitochondrial DNA profile?
So it's the 95% confidence, 99.985% of the population. So the majority of the population could be excluded.
99.985% of the population could be excluded. It's more likely it's John O'Keefe. Okay.
However, with John O'Keefe and his maternal relatives, they could not.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
I mean, I suppose John O'Keefe or his sibling, because it is anyone with John O'Keefe's maternal mitochondrial DNA. So there, I mean, that.
Jackson?
All right, cross with Attorney Jackson. I slid it back down to normal speed. So if you all are not the children of Peggy O'Keefe,
Good morning,
you are
Mr.
excluded.
Miyasako.
Good morning.
Couple of quick questions.
Sure.
Mitochondrial DNA, as you've explained, is different than autosomal DNA in pretty significant ways, correct?
Correct.
What we think of as traditional nuclear DNA, that's autosomal DNA. That's the DNA that we derive from mom and dad, comes down to the child, correct?
Correct.
Mitochondrial DNA, by contrast, is simply the maternal line, excluding the dads, correct?
Correct.
So my mitochondrial DNA has nothing to do with my father, everything to do with my mother. Is that right?
Yeah, mitochondrial DNA gets inherited from
It's about your
the mom
ma.
to child.
Okay, so
Sorry, I can't even.
a
It's
male
Monday.
like John O'Keefe, for instance, the known sample that you were working with.
I mean, his mother's
shares
sitting in the courtroom.
Exact same mitochondrial DNA as, for instance, his mother. Correct?
Correct. His mom and any other maternally related individuals.
This is
You
a
just
good
took more
point
dri-
because at one point, before the car was collected by law enforcement, Peggy O'Keefe was at the house where Karen Reed's vehicle was. So, it's a really good question. I don't think the DNA is the thing that is going to sway this jury at all, but he makes an excellent point. If that hair came from Peggy O'Keefe somehow, because they were around and something happened, Peggy O'Keefe was at the house. John O'Keefe's brother was at the house. Though brother, I don't know if his brother's hair is getting onto the car. Brother's also sitting in the courtroom. Hair is more scarce, I don't. But you never know. It's a fair point.
Right out of my mouth, that's my next question. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough task.
Sir Jackson, sometimes, dude, I know it's a Monday. Stop being smarter than me. It's gonna be a tough task. Cool your jets a little bit. Nobody needs the humble brag this early on a Monday. It's gonna be a hard task. We love this witness. Stop it. Yes, he did just say that. Oh my God, sir, stop it. Jackson hasn't gotten to talk to the jury in 3 days, and he just wants to remind them. I had to back it up, though.
Shares the exact same mitochondrial DNA as, for instance, his mother. Correct?
Correct. His mom and any other maternally related individuals.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, and that's my next question. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough task.
This is why we listen to it again. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough task. Oh my God. Did he say it's not? He said it's going to be a tough task. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough task, which I think is his way of complimenting this witness, but saying it's going to be a tough task to stop being smarter than me because you're the science guy. So it's going to be a tough task, meaning you are smarter than me and you're going to be smarter than me. It came across to me the first time a little differently, but it's like a yuck. It was a compliment with him also taking a shot at himself, which is, again, him being like, it's not hard. The first time I was like, wait, what? It's not hard to be smarter than me when you're you, is what he's saying. I think. This witness, you're scientifically smarter than I am, I think is what he meant. All right, let's continue on. So Lemon Turtle asked, what about John O'Keefe's daughter? John O'Keefe did not have kids biologically. They were his sister's children. However, that's my calendar, not yours. However, it is a fair point about the niece and nephew, because the niece and nephew are the children of John O'Keefe's sister. And John O'Keefe's sister would have passed down that maternal mitochondria. So from the mother, John O'Keefe's mother, to John O'Keefe's sister, to the niece and nephew, is a very fair question about whether that maternal mitochondria you would expect to look the same from mother to daughter and then daughter to children. We'll see if he asks, but I don't know.
So the exact same mitochondrial DNA for his grandmother, right?
Correct.
Right.
And
so it would.
Let's move the lineage off the trunk,
is where he's going
tree
with that.
trunk, and move it onto branches. For instance, if his mother had 2 children, John and a sister, his sister would also have the exact same mitochondrial DNA, correct?
Correct.
And now staying
Her
on that
children.
branch of the tree, going out to a leaf, if his sister had children,
Exactly what you're saying, chat.
those children would have the exact same mitochondrial DNA.
Correct.
So another way of saying that.
So who was near the SUV regularly? John O'Keefe, niece and nephew. Who was near the SUV before it was collected by law enforcement? John O'Keefe, possibly niece and nephew, and at least their belongings in the garage. John O'Keefe's mother, John O'Keefe's brother. So potentially 5. And yes, chat, we have gotten all the way back to the Rattling Bog with a tree in the bog and, a leaf on a branch and a branch on a tree and or branch on a limb and a limb on the tree and a tree in the bog and the way down in the valley. We've gotten all the way back there. But it's good line of questioning.
His maternal niece, his maternal nephew would have the identical mitochondrial DNA as John O'Keefe, correct?
Identical.
Correct.
Okay.
Anyone.
When you
Right.
indicated that
If
John
they
O'Keefe
find the
is
hair
included in
compelling,
the population
it
of
could
those
be
who match that
any of those
profile,
around the car.
that does not mean that you're determining that the hair that you analyzed came from John O'Keefe, does it?
No, with mitochondrial DNA analysis, it's not unique to individual.
It's
compared
unique to familial
traditional
lines.
STRs or short chain repeat, that could be unique to individual. But with mitochondrial DNA, it's not unique to individual, but more so a maternal lineage.
All right, so, Mr. Miyasako, very importantly, you're not sitting here saying that that hair belonged to John O'Keefe.
Someone in
I'm
that
saying
maternal
that
line.
the hair sample on John O'Keefe cannot be excluded, as well as his maternal
So
relatives.
we're speaking in negatives. I want to speak in a positive. You are not saying that John O'Keefe, that hair belonged to John O'Keefe, are you? Yes or no?
Sustained.
Are you suggesting to these jurors that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
Sustained.
Are you telling the jurors to a reasonable degree of
Why is it sustained? Because he needs the complete answer. So you're saying this hair is likely from John O'Keefe or someone in his maternal line. It needs both parts. And if you hear the thunder, yes, it's me. Today is stormy.
scientific certainty that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
I'll see you at sidebar.
Sure.
It leaves out part of the answer, which is the issue. We're going to zoom past sidebar. Welcome to all the new law nerds today as we're getting into, well, week 5 of trial on day 18. And just a reminder for everyone, when the title of the video says live trial analysis,
May I
talk
inquire?
about the trial.
Thank you. Mr.
As we
Miyasako,
trial.
going back to my question, you're not saying that the hair belonged to John O'Keefe, correct? That's not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, based on the genetic data obtained from the hair sample and the genetic data obtained from the known reference sample of John O'Keefe, I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a possible source of the hair sample. In addition, all maternally related individuals could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Another way of saying that, Mr. Miyasako, is to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you cannot say that hair belonged to John O'Keefe specifically, can you? Yes or no?
No, with mitochondrial DNA, you can't
Okay.
say that it is per se an individual person, so it's more so the maternal line.
Because the hair could have come from his mom, it could have come from his
Niece.
maternal nephew, or anybody in his maternal line, correct?
Correct. If
Okay.
they also had access to that stuff, then yeah.
For instance, access to that stuff, meaning if his maternal
Access to the
nephew
vehicle.
lived in the home
Can we not zoom in on the victim's mother and just watch the people that are talking?
with him, where the SUV was stored,
Right.
it's just as reasonable if the hair came from him, correct?
Sustained.
Peggy O'Keefe clearly disagrees,
Your analysis does not tell us
but scientifically, Alan Jackson is correct. This witness cannot say that the hair on the SUV came from John O'Keefe versus his niece, his nephew, or even his mother, who was around. The hair could have come from any of them, and that's fair. All of you know how hair can get all over the place, and this SUV was parked at the home all the time. This isn't an unknown SUV to these individuals.
when the hair
They interact with
got
it
to
all
where
the
it was
time.
found, correct?
Correct.
Your analysis does not tell us how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
And mitochondrial DNA does not reveal anything about the hair's color or age or texture, nothing like that.
Not on the analysis that we performed.
Okay.
Correct.
So for all you know, that hair could have been placed where it was found by somebody else.
Sustained.
It's the word placed.
you're not telling this jury how the hair got where it was ultimately found and recovered, correct?
Correct. Our testing is just based on the evidence provided to us and the comparisons done between the two different evidence.
And in short, you can't say that the hair specifically came from John O'Keefe either, can you?
With mitochondrial DNA, I can't say that it is specific to an individual.
Okay, including John O'Keefe.
In this instance, John O'Keefe's profile was consistent with the hair sample.
That's not what my question was, Mr. Miyasako. We can go round and round.
Well, yeah, you're going to
realize
go
what you're
round and
saying.
round with him because the answer is never going to be anything other than this hair came from someone in John O'Keefe's maternal line. That is going to be the answer. That is going to remain the answer. It is a scientific witness. They are not going to rephrase the answer. There is a specific way that DNA experts answer, and that is based on probabilities and statistics. And he's not going to change the way that he answers. So go round and round all day.
Correct. I can't exclude maternal relatives because mitochondrial DNA is not specific to individual, but just the maternal line.
Right. So you're not
And that was can't exclude the niece and nephew. Correct.
saying it was John O'Keefe's hair.
I can't say whether it is, but the profile obtained from John O'Keefe is consistent with that hair sample.
You're not
But
saying it's John O'Keefe.
Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson.
Let him finish. That was a rude pause. This witness has said repeatedly, John O'Keefe or someone in his maternal line. I think when Jackson wants the jury to understand thoroughly is it could be John O'Keefe's mom, niece, nephew. That's it. But again, okay, the point has been made.
The reason you can't say that it's John O'Keefe's hair is because it also matches everybody in his maternal line. That's what we're getting down to, correct?
Correct.
yeah, with mitochondrial DNA, again, it's not unique to an individual, but their maternal lineage.
And if his maternal nephew lived in the same residence and had access to the same SUV, couldn't exclude him either, right?
Sustained.
That's been asked and answered.
So in short,
Oh, George, I know
Mr.
you don't love the
Miyasako,
booms either.
you cannot tell this jury when the hair got to where it was, correct?
It's all right, buddy.
Sustained.
You can't tell this jury how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Sustained.
And you certainly cannot tell the
These
jury
are all asked and
that
answered.
the hair belonged to John, right?
Sustained.
I think we've got it. Thanks, Your Honor.
I think we've got it too. They were all asked and answered. That's why they were sustained. Lally's going to redirect. He said very briefly. The point remains,
So, Mr. Miyasako,
I think the point was made well for the jury that the hair could be from John O'Keefe's niece or nephew, mother, brother, himself. Is the hair what this case turns on? 100% no. And it would not shock me if the jury completely discounted the hair and the DNA on the taillight either way. And we're just like, okay, yeah, he interacts with that car all the time. Sure. It's just not the most probative evidence in this case.
including the MPOP, the statistics, and the confidence interval, what is your conclusion in reference to the comparative analysis from mitochondrial profiles?
It's from John O'Keefe or
the
someone in his
hair sample
maternal
from the
line.
rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle and the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Based on the genetic data obtained for the two different samples, I could not exclude John O'Keefe's known standards profile being consistent with the hair samples profile, and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as a source of the evidence.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
One final question, Your Honor. Do you also maintain that 95% confidence that the defendant's nephew?
Yeah, so again, with
Yes.
maternal
You can
populations.
finish your answer. Go.
With maternal populations, I can't exclude anybody maternally related to John O'Keefe as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. You are.
Okay. And we are moving on. Thank you, Mr. Miyasako. We enjoyed you thoroughly. Appreciate the lesson in mitochondrial DNA. Next witness.
Almost next witness is Shanon Burgess.
Burgess. Chat. Where have we heard the name Burgess before? Well, in all of those motions about Aperture. Now, the jury probably hasn't heard all of those motions, and in fact, they wouldn't because those motions were not what the jury was privy to, but we were. I'm very curious to see how this goes. This is a new witness. Ding, ding, ding. New witness alert. New witness alert. New witness alert. Aperture is the firm that did the crash reconstruction for the Commonwealth. And I said at the beginning of the day, not that long ago today, though it feels like it's been 174 years, that I thought we would be getting to the Aperture witnesses next week because that's what he said Friday. And alas, here we go. Oh boy. New witness, witness number 35 for the Commonwealth. The first witness from Aperture. I don't know if, I think there's more than one from Aperture, but I'm not 100%, we'll see. But I think there are. We've heard a lot about your report.
Testimony you shall give to the court and the jury, and the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Well, I'm riveted.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, Rainbow, we'll alert the app. Don't worry. We'll let the app know.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce
Yes,
yourself?
don't worry. We're alerting the app, chat. We will let the app know. Also, yes, Miguelina, thank you. Miguelina reminded me Welcher is also from Aperture. So, yes, I think we do have two.
To the jurors, spell your last name for the court reporter.
Yeah,
Fascinated.
absolutely. So my name is
Let's
Shanon
go.
Burgess. Last name Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, what do you do for a profession?
The mix of the Boston accent plus the Southern is going to break my brain. If there are any conversations about instant grits, I'm going to lose my mind.
Sure. So I'm a digital forensics examiner. So I investigate digital devices to see what evidence they may record or hold.
Do you specialize in any type of forensic analysis?
Sure. So digital forensics is kind of a broad field, but I do specialize in vehicle forensics and cell phone forensics.
How long have you been a digital forensic analyst for?
Sure. So I've been a digital forensic analyst for approximately 10 years.
Before you were a digital forensic analyst, what type of work did you do?
Sure. So
Also, as we get into this testimony that I'm not going to be pausing nearly as much, I do have to say that our HOA has been having stuff. This is new for me. No HOAs where I was in Southern California, where I live. But anyway, thingy thing. Somebody actually said "bless your heart" in the true meaning of it in the email thread, and I was like, oh, it is popped off full Southern up in here. But we'll talk about that too later. All right, let's continue on.
before I was a digital forensics analyst, I was working in the automotive manufacturing field, specifically related to automotive presses and industrial robotics.
I want to talk to you about some of your experience in digital forensic. Did you receive any certifications?
Michelle, around here, there is not
forensics?
a lot of options,
I
unfortunately.
did. I've received several certifications, one being what's called GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics, another from Celebrite, a company named Celebrite, and Certified Mobile Examiner, and then certifications from Magnet Forensics as well.
I love the way he says
Is
celebrate.
Magnet a company that also includes Axiom?
Yes, Magnet is a company that produces the software known as Axiom.
In addition to your certifications, how many hours of specialized training approximately have you had in digital forensics?
Sure. So approximately, over the last 10 years, I've had around 700 hours of training, including courses and conference attendance in digital forensics.
What's
In addition
interesting,
to your,
for those of you that are watching this trial for the first time, this is a new witness that the Commonwealth employed between trials. There was a lot that they tried to do with digital forensics with Karen Reed's SUV that they were not able to accomplish due to, well, as my 13-year-old would say, it was a skill issue. And so I'm very interested to see what types of extractions they did, how they did them, anything that they did with the vehicle's motherboard. We will get to chip on, chip off, I'm sure. And I'm real interested to see the cross-examination about how they were able to get to that data after what I thought was perhaps destructive testing last time.
training in your study, do you have experience over the 10 years? Have you involved yourself in many cases regarding forensics
Involved
found
yourself
from
is
a
not the
motor
way you
vehicle?
want to ask that,
Yes, I have.
Brennan.
Can you give a general estimate of how many cases you've worked on?
Parachuting.
Not off the top of my head, I couldn't. But it's been numerous.
You said that you specialize in mobile phones and digital forensics in motor vehicles.
That is correct.
Do you teach seminars on those issues?
I do. I teach seminars and presentations specifically in those disciplines.
Who are some of the audiences that you teach to?
Sure. So it ranges from attorneys to engineers that specialize in accident reconstruction to police agencies such as Interpol, which is a global police organization.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding digital forensics in state courts?
Yes, I have.
Which
Could you
states?
share with us those state courts?
Sure. So those state courts would be Oregon, Texas, Arkansas, New Mexico, and those would be the ones in the last 4 years that I can recall off the top of my head.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in federal courts before?
No, just in state courts.
Have you testified in state courts in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified for plaintiffs in civil cases?
I have testified for plaintiffs and defense in civil cases.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
I have testified in criminal cases as well.
Have you testified for the prosecution before?
I have testified for the prosecution as well as the defense.
Does the data change regardless of who you testify for?
No, it does not.
Data
Where are you
is
presently
data.
employed, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So I'm presently employed with a company known as Aperture, and I'm located in
know.
their Dallas office.
Is Aperture
Sir,
a
none of us
company
would've
that
guessed
has
Texas.
offices outside of Texas?
Sure. So Aperture is a company across the country. So they've got a number of locations and offices, and they offer a number of service lines specifically related to forensics.
Do you ever work on different cases or scenarios with people in the Texas office?
Yes, I do.
All of you are saying the cake is a lie.
Sure. Go ahead.
Do you ever work with other employees of Aperture outside of the Texas office?
Yes. So I do occasionally corroborate with other experts in the Texas offices as well as the other offices across the country.
In this case, was there another professional who worked with Aperture that was related to this case that you talked to?
There was.
And who was that?
That would be Dr. Judson Welcher.
Is Dr. Welcher's profession and job the same as yours?
No, it is not.
What's the difference between what you do and what Dr. Judd Welcher does?
Sure. So what I do is investigate digital devices that can range from cell phones to vehicle modules to computer systems. What Dr. Welcher does is specifically related to accident reconstruction and biomechanics.
So you are not an accident reconstruction engineer?
I am not.
You are focused on the data?
I am focused on the data.
Did you ever publish any writings or papers regarding the area of your
Snarktastic
expertise?
Sam asked, did I hear
Sure.
thunder?
So I
Yeah,
have
we've got
published
a lot
two
of
papers.
We got a lot of
specifically one related to
weather.
Damaged devices, and that is referencing event data recorders, which is your black box or your airbag control module, and specifically related to developing proof of concepts
But
because
yes,
a
Chad,
lot of
I
times
am
these
not-
modules will store.
I am not the purveyor of all accents, but he sounds more like he's from my neck of the woods where I am now than Texas to me too. Alabama, Tennessee, maybe Arkansas. But I'm loving the, SEC meets the East in all of this. So I'm here for it. But he did the tech for Aperture. Welcher did the accident reconstruction. This is a new witness. For all of you, like, I'm just coming in. Did I miss anything? DNA will catch up at the summary at lunch. This is one of the witnesses I've been waiting for.
Data in different places on the module. Proof of
A lot of you are
concepts
saying
are ways
Alabama.
to verify and validate
That would make
where that
sense.
data is stored, so you're not missing data.
So that first article that you wrote about damaged modules, was that peer reviewed?
It was.
And was it accepted?
It was accepted.
Could you tell us briefly what peer
We'll talk
reviewed
about this at a
means?
break. Monette, this is a
Sure.
great
So
question.
peer review is a process of your peers or colleagues reviewing your work and determining that it's valid.
Is peer reviewed articles often relied upon by other experts in the field?
Yes, they are.
You said that the first article you mentioned had to do with damaged modules. Is that one of the areas specifically that you're going to talk to us about in this case?
Sure. So it is specifically one of the areas I'm going to talk about in this case. And to kind of go back a little bit, the idea of proof of concept applies not only to damaged modules, but also, other vehicle modules such as infotainment and telematics modules.
I don't think we're at infotainment and telematics yet, so if we can just understand a little better, very basically, what is proof of concept in action? What does that mean?
Sure. So
Sir, I
proof
just
of
wanna know if I can
concept
upgrade
is taking
my
a
infotainment system in my
a
older
vehicle
car
module, for example.
to the
This is
new
typically an
CarPlay.
unidentified vehicle module that other individuals have not looked at or verified what is recorded and where it is stored. So a proof of concept is taking exemplar modules and doing tests on those modules. So creating events that are recorded within the modules.
So testing.
A lot of times when those modules are damaged in vehicle crashes or if they're just unsupported by your forensic tools, you will have to go to what's called chip off or chip swap forensics. That is specifically taking the chips off of the circuit board. So think of the hard drives from your computer, moving those hard drives to another module, a working module, to recover the data and validating that you've recovered all the data that you would expect to see.
You know what we need?
Are there
We
times
need
and
you to
cases
tell
or
us.
studies where you need to recover data because it's not?
The only way to really know is if he says, you've got a baby in a bar. You brought a baby to a bar? And then we can go full Sweet Home Alabama, and then we will know for sure. That's all I'm saying.
Available to you through the traditional methods?
Emily,
Yes,
through
many
movies?
times.
Let me ask you, you said there was a second article. What was that second peer review article
So
about?
damaged
Sure.
models.
So that second peer review
modules.
article was specifically related to mobile forensics, specifically iPhones, and how they track your device interactions as well as speed and location data and validating how accurate that data was.
What kind of phone do you use, sir?
In addition to
That's what I
talking
wanna
to
know.
us about damaged modules, as you're going to do, and
Have you gone back to a flip phone? Like, I want to know what phone you use.
this case, are you also going to talk to us about the timing information from mobile
Yes.
phones?
Yes, I am.
When did you first become involved in the study of this case?
So I first became involved in this case around October of 2024.
That makes sense.
When you became involved in October of 2024, were you in receipt of any information or reports or documents to look at?
Yes. So I did receive some raw data as well as some photographs from the vehicle in this case.
I'm
When
delighted.
you say raw data from the vehicle, what does that mean specifically?
Sure. So again,
The juxtaposition of the accents is going to continue sending me all day while they are going through background training and experience.
when you take these chips or hard drives off of these modules, you can read those chips individually and recover any type of data that is recorded on those chips. So when I reference raw data, that is looking at that data in hexadecimal format, which is as close to binary data, which is what computers use to store data in, as you would want to get when reviewing this type of data.
When you receive data, does that presume it's already been downloaded by somebody?
Yes, that is correct.
in addition to looking at the data, you received photographs. Do you know where those photographs came from?
Look at this.
I do not know specifically who those photographs came from, but I do know those photographs came from an initial download attempt on those modules.
You said there was an initial download attempt. When you looked at the information you received,
Who sent you
did
the
you learn
info?
whether or not there was an attempt prior to your involvement in October 2024 to obtain data from the modules or the so-called black?
Oh, I remember. I think I spent an entire day screaming at the screen as they were like, we didn't even know what kind of telematics system Alexis used, and we just thought we would do our best to just... I want to know if any of the data could have been damaged in all of them trying to download it with tools that didn't fit.
Black box in the Lexus vehicle.
Yes, so there was an attempt to download data from the modules in the vehicle.
Did you understand whether or not there was a chip-off process whether anybody attempted to take the
Told you
computer
we'd get
chips
there.
off the computer boards and learn or download the data?
Yes, there was an attempt to remove various chips off of the boards and read those chips individually.
Did you have an opportunity to read any reports submitted regarding that earlier process that occurred before you even got involved?
Not before I got involved. Well, sorry. Yes, I was able to read a report from a individual known as AG Speak about that process, that initial process.
Did you learn who conducted, the name of the person that actually conducted the original process before you were involved in this case?
Yes, I understand that person to be Miss Maggie Gaffney.
Do you know generally when Miss Gaffney...
Miss Maggie just rolled right off the
engaged in
tongue.
trying to download information from the computer boards of the defendant's car?
Yeah, if I can recall correctly, that was around December of 2023.
And in your review of materials and study of materials, did
And
you
yes,
receive
Chad, do I think that the jury is sitting there going, they didn't even try to do that till December 2023? Yeah, I do think they're sitting there going, what do you mean you didn't even try to get data from Karen Reed's car until December 2023? This happened in January 2022. And no one thought to get the data out of her vehicle for almost 2 years? What? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I do. The initial process to get data out of Karen Reed's car wasn't done till December 2023. Now, I don't know if they'll bring in a witness to explain that they didn't have the technology to do it, but we might understand from this witness a little bit more.
additional materials?
Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
When you say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
Is a crash report just a written report, or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did you receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time, receive any more additional information during your studies?
Yes, I believe so. And let me reference my report just so I don't
Did you get a report from Ian Whiffin?
misspeak.
Let me ask for the court's permission before
Yes.
you do that.
Sure, sorry.
Yes.
So I did, again, I reviewed a vehicle forensics report by AG Speak. I reviewed documentation that was identified to me as evidence review. A prior testimony of Trooper Garino. And I reviewed some surveillance videos as well as a report by Mr. Whiffin.
Ding,
When
ding,
did
ding,
you
ding, ding.
receive any study or reports from Mr. Garino? Do you remember?
I do not remember exactly.
Okay. Was it recently, some time ago?
It would have been some time ago, probably late 2024 after we got involved.
Last year?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Whiffin's reports?
Mr. Whiffin's report, I believe I received in January of this year.
In the video, do you know when you received any video?
I'm not surprised that he had Whiffin's report. What I'm very interested in is the cross-examination about whether this witness, because I think this is the witness that we're having some timing issues with. It was the Burgess report they were arguing about. For all of you that are asking in the chat, who is Whiffin? I'm going to be pausing. This is going to be very important testimony. Whiffin is the digital forensics from Celebrite who went through the life events on John O'Keefe's phone. I'm not surprised that he got Whiffin's information in January 2025, because that's when Whiffin did an updated report. The defense asked whether this witness had violated the sequestration order. The judge said last week, and the jury doesn't know any of this because they weren't present, that they would be allowed to cross-examine on this. This might be the last witness for the day with that they would be allowed to cross-examine on that thoroughly. I said at the time I wasn't 100% convinced that this witness would have violated the sequestration order because they would have been given Whiffin's report, including Whiffin's very clear PowerPoint. What I am concerned with and curious about is if they got that report in January, why are they sending this individual? Why is this individual sending an updated report to the prosecution on May 8th? On May 8th. Why? This is that report. This is the dude with the May 8th report. So Brennan is laying the foundation of everything he reviewed as an expert. Experts are allowed to review other experts' reports. Often, experts are allowed to review the testimony of other experts. There is a sequestration order here. So you would have to either have an exception to it, and the parties had talked about that at sidebar, they've alluded to. But if you had it since January, why a new May report, and what else did you look at? So a lot of the information came from Burgess because he is the tech guy. So when they were arguing about Burgess's information, they were arguing about some of the timing that Burgess provided as the tech expert vis-a-vis what Welcher thought the vehicle did.
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
I'm going to back up to that last report he was talking about, reviewing video.
In the video, do you know when you received any video?
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
Was it last month, months ago?
No, probably around January or February as well. Well, I take that back. It would have been early January, maybe late December.
I want to ask you just generally so we have a general perspective on this. When you began your study, was there something specifically that you were looking for?
There was. So specifically what we're looking for when we do a chip off on these vehicle modules, we're expecting to see one of two things: user data in a raw hexadecimal format, or a file system where user.
This is the person who did the new tech data on Karen Reed's car. This information will also go to Welcher, the accident reconstructionist. So that is going to be collaborative. There's nothing wrong with that. When things got updated is very interesting.
User data is stored.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition-on events or power-on events.
Oh, boy.
As well as other data.
The key cycles.
Have any information or understanding that there were Techstream events that you were to focus on?
Yes, I did have an understanding that there were Techstream events located in a airbag control module.
How many Techstream events were you focused on?
2 Techstream events.
Could you just generally characterize
Techstream,
those 2 events?
Not
Sure.
hamstring.
So one event has been identified as a 3-point turn maneuver, and the other has been identified as a backing maneuver.
Who identified them?
Now, the studies of those events, is that the role of the accident reconstructionist?
Yes, it is.
So then what was your role related to, your specific role related to those 2 characterized events, the 3-point turn event and the backing maneuver event?
Sure. So within that Techstream data,
Those events are documented with what's called a time count. So that's going to be a running timer from the time the vehicle powers on or the ignition comes on. So that counter will count seconds incrementally. And specifically, the focus was looking for any time-stamped data that would offer when that power on event occurred.
Did you put together a PowerPoint presentation regarding your assessment of some of this case?
And why was
Yes, I
it
did.
400 slides long?
Yes.
Sorry, the jury's not going to know it was originally 400 slides long. All right, let's get to the PowerPoint. Lynn Britton in the chat said, y'all, I'm from Alabama. He has no accent. Lynn's like, I don't know what y'all are
Yes, I
talking
do.
about.
And what is that?
That is my PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Just turn a few
I got to be
pages
honest, I am
and
just
see if that
delighted by
accurately reflects
regional
the presentation put together.
differences in accent, and it's nice to have
Yes,
a
it appears
shift
so.
And does
in
this
this
reflect
case.
some of your study of this
The
case?
It does reflect some of the study in this
Boston
case.
versus
Is it
the
a
South.
higher comprehensive study of everything that you learned, or is it an overview?
No, it is an overview.
For the course permission, I would mark this for identification. I intend to use this, the course permission, as a chalk.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification.
He's he's
He's
mocking it as a chalk. Emily, are we going to just do this all day? We're going to try not to. He's marking it as a chalk because he is using it as a demonstrative. The PowerPoint is not evidence. The testimony is evidence. The PowerPoint is to help the jury follow along. I think that the more we go through trials in the tech age, things need to be put up on the screen for the jury to follow along with. If you're talking about testing a hair at the lab, show them a picture of the hair. I just think it keeps everyone engaged. Everyone learns differently. Some people need the visuals. Some people need the audio, the verbals. Some people need to take notes. Some people need all of the above. Anyway, I'm done ranting for all new lawyers.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I want you to teach us a little bit about the computers in a motor vehicle. Is there one computer, like a black box in an airplane?
No, so there's actually many. Depending on the vehicle, there could be hundreds with very specific functions to what they're what they're meant to do.
Tell us a little bit about why there's a need or why many computers are used in a single vehicle.
Sure. So there's so many functions within your modern vehicle nowadays. So for instance, your infotainment module, that is a computer that operates your radio, your head unit. So that's going to be your obviously your radio, any type of built-in navigations, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay. There's what's called a telematics module. That's going to be what actually allows the vehicle to communicate with the internet services. So when you look at, if you've got an app that can track your vehicle or unlock your
a dumb
doors,
car
that's
in
being
addition to the smart
allowed
car.
through that telematics module.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Ms. Gilman show page 3 of the
The more I know
PowerPoint.
about how many things could go wrong, the more I'm just like,
Any objection, Mr. Alessi?
can I just get one we just have to worry about putting gas and oil in? I need
Sir,
to
on
do
your
that.
PowerPoint page 3, you have a chalk or diagram of a car. You may have a pointer in front of you if it helps.
That's helpful.
You could direct your attention to the TV to your right. Could you explain to
The thing at the top says modern vehicles contain hundreds of embedded computers referred to as modules, each responsible for managing a specific function. And then I'm going to put the closed captioning back up over that because we're going to get into all the different modules.
us what this diagram shows us?
Sure. So this is a diagram that
There's
just
a
shows
classic car that I want.
a small number of modules that you can find in specifically
And
the
what, do you want a
Lexus
big-ass
in this
truck?
case. Again, what we're focused on
truck.
and looking at is the infotainment module and the telematics module in orange. For example, there are other modules known as the body control module and the airbag control module, the engine control module, which runs your vehicle. In addition to that, there are other modules that operate your door locks and unlocks, your windows, and various other functions.
Chat,
When you use
sometimes
the word module, is
we
that the same
indulge
thing
a
as
off
separate
topic
computer, or is it different
diatribe.
somehow?
Yeah, so that
We're going to get into all the different computers. He's going to give them an overview of cars, probably more than a lot of you ever want to know about cars. If y'all want to talk about what your first car you ever drove was in the chat, feel free. I'm not going to tell you it's off topic. Also, my very first car was a 1978 Volvo. it was yellow, but not like, ooh, yellow, more like, ugh, yellow. Just so we have a proper visual.
Using parlance, module would be referring to a separate computer within the vehicle.
Do all of these separate computers in the vehicle connect with each other?
They do. So all of these modules are connected to one another, and they do communicate with each other.
The information that would be commonly referred to as black box or information that captures some of an event, where would that be in this diagram?
Sure. So the black box would be in the airbag control module.
And then as far as the radio system, you shared with us that's the infotainment module?
Yes. So the radio system is going to be, that data is going to be stored within the infotainment module.
In the telematics module, specifically, what are we looking for there?
Sure. So the telematics module, again, is a module that allows communication with internet services. So if you've got an app on your phone that you can unlock or lock your doors, that's the telematics module is allowing that function to occur.
Do all make and model cars have the same setup as this diagram?
No, they do not. It will vary.
Does it vary from car maker to car maker?
It does. It varies from car maker to car maker. It varies from trim level as well.
Could two different cars from the same manufacturer, same style, could they have different components in those cars?
They could, yes.
Why is that?
Sure. So during the manufacturing phase, depending on cost and other things, manufacturers will source these modules from different third-party manufacturers. So one vehicle may have a module from, for instance, LG Electronics. One may have a module from Denso. And depending on how those individual manufacturers implement that software and hardware, they may record and store different types of data.
Right.
So from your experience, you've reviewed or you've studied a 2022 Lexus, and then you see another Lexus, whether it's 2022, 2023. Would you be able to say you've seen it, you've already done it, or do you have to individually look at each car?
Sure. So you would typically look at, and to correct, it's a 2020
Chad, I'm here.
Lexus.
Give me 1 second.
But
I've
if
got
you want
kiddos home
to
today. So give me 1
understand
minute.
what may be stored in a subject module, you would take an exemplar vehicle and conduct some testing to determine what is being recorded and how that data is being recorded.
You mentioned that you were looking for time information or power on information regarding two events.
Correct.
Can we characterize those events as Techstream events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are they often or sometimes referred to as something else other than a Techstream event?
They can be referred to as other things besides Techstream events.
Can you give us an example of what else they may be referred to as?
Sure. So that would be triggering events.
Why is it called a triggering event?
Sure. So the event is actually created when there is a trigger, and those trigger thresholds will vary and could be for a number of different reasons.
When a Techstream event happens, or a so-called triggering event, what happens in the data?
Sure. So when a Techstream event happens, when that trigger is met, there is certain data parameters or data types that are recorded for a specific time frame.
In this case, how many of those were you looking at?
Just one.
When you mentioned time, I want to have you explain to us a little bit about time. You said there's a running
He had
clock.
questions.
Can you explain
Thank you,
that in a
Chad.
little more detail and simply what that means?
I want to know all about the running
so
clock.
in what's recorded within the Techstream events, I'll refer to as a running clock. Essentially what it is when the vehicle is powered on, this clock starts to run and it counts seconds from power on. So when you press the ignition on, this clock starts, and when there is a Techstream event that occurs within that cycle or within that ignition on, that is recorded as the time that trigger occurred.
Does that give an actual time, like when you look at your watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time, yeah.
Your Honor, pardon the interruption, the chalk remains on the screen.
Okay, are you still reviewing the chalk?
We can take it down if it pleases Attorney Alessi.
Thank you.
Brennan, do not start. Do not start. We can take it down if it Please, this attorney Alessi. It's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a long day. Buckle up. It's gonna be a long day.
So you were getting back to the clock. You said it's like a running clock. Is that like a stopwatch?
Yeah, that could be referred to as a stopwatch.
Where is that running clock kept in the data?
Sure. So that running clock is kept within the airbag control module.
What?
Is that the so-called black box part of the data?
That is correct.
Okay.
With the running clock, how do you determine the actual time as it relates to, say, for example, your digital watch or your iPhone or another clock?
Sure. So in that instance, you would need to have an event that occurs, such as a power on event with a timestamp to reference back that running clock.
When you got involved in this case and you looked at the information that was previously
We're gonna
downloaded
get
by
into
Ms.
times,
Gaffney,
aren't we?
was there any data regarding power on, power off to mark that time?
From the initial download, there was not.
When you involved yourself in your study, what was your primary focus as far as information you wanted to get and why?
Oh, I'm curious.
Sure. So primary focus when I initially got brought on was to look at the modules and see if there's any data that was not recovered. And then specifically, again, looking at any time-stamped data that may have been recorded within the modules.
You talked about the differences in modules. In your PowerPoint, did you provide a couple of photographs of the modules so we can see what you were talking about?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission,
Okay.
I'd like to put on page 4 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yep.
All right. I think we're going to be here for
Could
quite
you
a while
explain
with
to
this
us
witness
the photograph
today.
on the left and then the photograph on the right?
Sure. So the photograph on the left
I do
is
like the
kind of a
pictures, though. It's
top-down view
helpful.
of the infotainment module from the Lexus. Photograph on the right is a top-down view of the telematics module from the Lexus.
Are these modules from this specific car, or is this a general
birthday, winged hedgehog.
photograph of a car and how it works?
These modules are from this specific vehicle.
From the car you studied?
Correct.
On the left infotainment module, you have different manufacturers. Why is that?
Sure. So again, these modules are not manufactured by Lexus or Toyota themselves. They are manufactured by third parties that are providing these modules to the car manufacturer. And these are just some examples of what we have seen within these
What's in this
specific
car?
vehicles.
If it's not in this
and
car, I
what
don't
type
care.
of manufacturers provide modules for these vehicles.
If we could.
I don't
turn
give a
to
shit
page
unless it was
5,
in
please.
this vehicle. What one is in this vehicle?
When
Miss me with other
you
Lexuses.
looked
I
at the
don't
data that was
care.
provided in this case,
Though I will say the new body style on the new G series, like going back to like the boxier styles, I love them. The big ass trucks. I'm here for it. Same with like the new Land Cruisers. I love the boxy 90s trucks. Love it.
did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
Your initial impressions.
Emily, do you
can
need a
share
new
with
car?
us what your initial
No.
impressions were?
Sure.
Do you want a new
so
car?
initial
Always.
impressions were that data was missed from the initial download.
Shock me.
What type of data do you think was missed, or did you conclude was missed from the initial download?
Sure. So that would be, essentially all of the user data was missed during that initial download.
How did you conclude or come to the opinion that data was missed on the initial download?
Sure. So reviewing the raw data, you can see that what we would expect to find, which would be things like contacts or from devices or device connections or time-stamped data, was not there in those initial downloads.
When you first looked at the data and you came to the conclusion that there was missing data, did you have a working theory on what you thought or how you thought the information was missing?
Sure. So I did have a working theory initially of why the data was missing.
And what was your initial theory?
Sure. So if, I'll reference kind of to the slide a little bit.
We can take that down if you'd like, Mr. Alessi.
Sure. So
I know, y'all. Everybody has their own verbal things. Some witnesses, some witnesses do other things. I just let it go. Every witness has their own thing. It is not always easy talking in front of people. So do I let it go? Yep. because it's not always easy talking in front of people. We just let it roll. I know.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
When you had your initial theory of data missing, what was it based on?
Sure. So the initial theory was based on two things. Either one of two things initially I thought could have happened.
Was
and that
incompetence
was
one of them?
Bad or
trained,
partial read of the chips, or it could be that the data-bearing chip that we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
When your first thoughts were that this was a partial read of chips.
Or the data-bearing chip was overlooked and not downloaded. What do you want to bet?
Was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see what, how much storage is on each chip.
That's cool.
And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at is we're looking at data stored as either bits or bytes. That is represented as a capital B or a small lowercase b. So initially, upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data bearing chip on the board, I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes.
That's not what he's asking you about at all. But yes, Chad clocked this very early on. We knew it was going to come up. I'm going to back up to his answer because this is not what he's answering about, but he's including it in here about his report. The initial question was about how did you know what data was on things? He started to talk about, or I thought he was going to start to talk about the amount of remaining free space, not the report with the bits and bytes and which was which, because it definitely got clocked in pretrial hearings. Again, the jury won't know about it. It's always better when these things come out on direct, but I'm going to back that up because it's actually I thought this answer was going a different direction, but it's not. It was, how did you know there was a partial download?
That we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
So I wanted to hear the whole question again.
Your first thoughts were that this was a partial read of chips. Was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see what, how much storage is on each chip.
Right.
And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at is we're looking at data stored as either bits or bytes. That is represented as a capital B or a small lowercase b. So initially, upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data bearing chip on the board.
Sorry, you said competent.
I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
Now, as a forensic analyst, do you rest on your initial impressions or do you go through a continued process?
No, so I do not. So just like the scientific method, if you have a working theory, you then review and research to either prove or disprove that theory.
And did you engage in that scientific process in working theory?
Did you fix it?
And how soon after you wrote the report did you realize there may be another source of the material?
Sure. So, I'll clarify a little bit. That initial was not a report; it was just a protocol that was proposed. But I believe that there was a supplemental protocol written within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
Sure. So upon further review and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or...
I think the thing that's a problem is when you're brought in as the secondary examiner, you can't assume that people did things right before you. And he was saying, I assume people did things right before me. And then it seemed like misinterpreted the remaining amount of storage, but he didn't quite answer it because he moved on to answering his report. He said each chip has a certain amount of storage, and I assumed a competent examiner wouldn't just overlook an entire chipset. If you are brought in to evaluate somebody else's work, you cannot assume that they did their work correctly. You have to assume that they fucked everything up all the time, and you start from the beginning. You can't trust someone else's assumptions. You're being brought in to review.
Micro SD card that was on the
so
that there was a supplemental protocol.
Supplemental protocol is where we're at.
Within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
Sure. So upon further review and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or a micro SD card that was on the circuit boards of one of the modules that was never looked at.
Now,
Does
you
that
weren't
shock
present
me?
at the
No.
original process?
Someone missed a micro SD card on the motherboard when they did the chip off, which is literally ripping the chips off of the motherboard, and didn't even check it. The state's witnesses, and I don't know how much they'll get into this on cross, but the state's witnesses had no business, in my opinion, starting to pull chips off the motherboard because they didn't well understand the telematics and infotainment system of the Lexus. They just didn't know. They didn't have the proper software to evaluate it. They didn't understand the hardware. And the problem is, if you start ripping things apart, then if you do find the right examiner, it makes it much harder for them to do their work. So I am more in favor of, we don't know this technology, so we can't test it, and leaving it alone, because it's not going to, if you store it properly, it shouldn't degrade. So if there becomes, proper technology or someone who knows how to do it, you can still do it. Don't damage it first.
That is correct.
Ugh, I hate it.
When you looked at the modules, those computer boards, did you notice anything about them that happened during the original process?
That they missed a whole fucking
Sure.
SD
So I did
card?
notice during the chip off process, what you do to take these chips off is you apply heat to them. So that essentially liquefies the solder, which is a
Delicate process, because what could go wrong with applying heat to technology?
low temperature metal that connects the chips to the board and makes those connections so the board can communicate. And there was some damage caused from that initial chip off.
And again, why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an
I can
earlier
rant about
chip
this
off
for an
process
hour. I'm not
before
going
you got
to. I
involved?
don't like it.
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Could we have
At
page
least there were
14,
those.
please, Ms. Gilman?
Any objections to this?
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
If you don't get the data, I do not like moving on to destructive testing. When you already get the data and you've already been able to test things, if you need to test further and get into destructive testing and you have preserved initial data, I might feel differently. But when you have not been able to preserve initial data, when you don't know the technology well and you aren't sure with the hardware, the correct response is to say no and stop. Say no, we can't do this and stop, and then get another
If you turn
expert.
to page 15.
Ah,
Tell us what this
fucking
is,
hate it
please.
so much.
Sure. So this
Sure,
is
we'll
the
just give it a try.
infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just two photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module
At
apart.
least they did that.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Ms. Gilman?
This is from Karen Reed's car. So as we get into the motherboards and everything else, we'll get to see the pictures. I'm here for that. Tech nerds, start rejoicing now.
That's
You're going
the
to
best
get to
we can
see
do. That's
it.
fine right there. Could you share with us
This
a
was
little bit about
Garino's
what
work.
this is?
Sure.
If I
So
remember
this
accurately.
is how I received the modules when we took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're looking at here on the right is the board where they removed chips from. What we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well as two components that were previously removed during that initial download attempt.
So if you can't read the chips on the board, if you remove them, is there a tool that you can use to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes, so there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please.
I just wanted to see the whole board again, but there it is. Extreme close-ups. I'm going to move me out of the
Can you
way so
tell us
y'all
what
can
you
see the
see here?
motherboards.
Sure. So what you see here is two of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt.
I appreciate that they showed what was taken and where it came from. This I appreciate. But again, if you don't know how to do this, don't. If you do know how to do this, do. But if you don't know how to do it, it needs to go to another expert.
I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip off download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do. Yes.
Could you show us with the left photograph, point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these two highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that chip off process, the underside of the board will actually heat up, and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board.
Wow.
So that's
weird.
what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, if you're not careful as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components, and that is what you see right here in this highlighted box here is a small passive component that has been displaced where it should be parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the chips back on the board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis?
Which is why people should stay in their lane. Anyone who's new to this case and you want to know about what happened previously, if we don't cover it fulsomely in cross, you can go watch that testimony later. It's in the first trial. But yeah, they didn't know really what they were doing. So they were just like, well, we can try this, I guess.
Analysis, whether or not you think data
No.
is missing?
Yes, I do.
Could we have page 6, please?
I like the question in the chat that I didn't get to. Oh, Nebraska Jeff asked, why is Brendan pointing out
Could
the
you tell us
incompetence?
what this is?
It's
Sure. So this is just
it's going to come up. And if there are limitations to this witness's data because of what happened before this witness came into the case, it needs to be explained. But it's going to come up in cross. So you have to address it head on.
some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So there's two ways to look at data, and one way is of looking at the file system, similar to the file system you would see on your computer and you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances, though, where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and
That
you've got to
actually hurts
actually
my
look at the
brain.
raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
When you looked at the data that was provided during the original chip-off or process and was produced by Ms. Gaffney, were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please?
You guys have great questions in the chat. I'm going to try to do them as they're switching this
Tell
up.
us what you found.
Kayla
Sure.
asked, who was the initial report from, the prosecutor side EDB? Yes, it was from Massachusetts State Police. And again, one of the things about being an expert that should be one of the first things about being a good expert is know what you know and know even better what you don't know. And don't do it. You don't just try things. You don't just like, oh, I might could be able to figure it out. No, especially if you destroy evidence that the defense can't then test. It's a criminal case, not a science experiment. So you don't get to just see. Now, here's my caveat to that. Could law enforcement, if they had in their possession a completely totaled similar Lexus from a different case, different type of thing, where there was no questions or the case was already closed, or go to a junkyard and be like, hey, you got any Lexuses from this year around, and grab a different car not relevant to this case at all and see if you can do it? Sure, they can do that. They absolutely could. Go find a totaled vehicle, see if you can take the infotainment system out and experiment with that. You don't experiment with, especially in a destructive way, with the evidence of this. No.
So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the
Look at
pointer?
that.
Sure.
You know, there's a red
An exemplar vehicle, not her vehicle, not the vehicle with the information you need to use.
square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view. But what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just
Removed
both sides, top
and
and
flipped
bottom.
over.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did it?
Right.
Did you receive any information?
The only reason they were able to get information is because the individual who, I think it was Garino, who was doing the chip off, it might have been someone else that did the actual chip off, didn't know there was an SD card there. That's the only reason it isn't a problem. So a lot of you are asking me about the gun in the Rust case. The gun in the Rust case is different to me. We can talk about how, but the gun in the Rust case is different to me because they were able to do an extensive amount of proper testing before they moved into the destructive testing. So at least testing was completed. The testing they wanted to do was completed before they moved to the destructive testing. The testing here wasn't completed before they moved to the destructive testing.
That this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to, or is called Burla.
I'm going to back up this explanation because this is what Mass state troopers ran into too.
Just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to, or is called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software, or develops hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this data without having to go through the steps that we did in this case.
When you discovered this SD card
How'd
and
that
had
answer
your
the question?
hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you have concerns about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah, so anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it and allow access to the data.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock. Specifically, if we look at the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card.
I want to see
what that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads, and those pads
Really?
allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
Okay.
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about spoiling or destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or research that suggests you would spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Were you?
How do you know someone testifies a lot and works with court a lot? They use the word spoliate or spoliation. Why? Because no one else uses that word that I know of outside of law.
Concerned at all in trying to get the information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an exemplar vehicle.
What's an exemplar
Wow.
vehicle mean?
Sure. So an exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus LX570 that is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
We could take that down. I'm
Right. You use a different vehicle as an exemplar before you start messing with the evidence vehicle.
Why did you want a similar but very separate vehicle to do testing before you tried to
So
crack
you
into
don't
the SD
fuck
card?
it up.
Sure. So, it's kind of multiple reasons. First, to validate that the process that we're theorizing to recover data is viable. But also, this is a vehicle that there's no documentation on as far as the data that is stored and the data, how it's recorded and what it means. So as well as being able to validate that process, we also wanted to do testing and create some of our own data and known data sets on a vehicle, so that when we got the data, we were able to look at it and compare it to our known data sets, and we were able to validate and correctly interpret what that data means.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we take our break right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks.
All right, the court interrupted the Commonwealth to take the morning break. We're going to zoom right past that morning break. And at the morning recess, we have the ARCA, not the ARCA. Emily, no, everyone's going to lose their mind. At the morning recess, we have the first Aperture witness on the stand. This is the firm hired by the Commonwealth between trials to look at the data from Karen Reed's car and to do accident reconstruction. So we are into the direct examination of that witness at the break. let's zoom past the break back to this witness with, well, this is the witness with the 400-page originally PowerPoint that has now been truncated. So here we go. Laura M. said, I repair circuit boards for my job. It's really easy to damage chips and circuits with heat if you don't know what you're doing. Yes, which is why I'm critical of the Commonwealth being like, well, let's see if we can do it. They went, let's see if we can do it with Karen Reed's vehicle. They didn't even go get an Exemplar vehicle.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
With Exemplars, I'm not as bothered if it's not exact, because they're doing the testing to make sure they can't destroy it, and the chipsets are generally not going to change that fast. So to make sure that they can validate the chipset, they're not using it to say this car said this, therefore this car does this. They're using it to say we can access this chip without destroying the information. So it's about process, not information so much. So I'm not as worried about that. The defense had an expert observe the chip off. I don't think they agreed to it. They observed
Whenever you're ready,
it
Mr.
because they were going to
Brennan.
do it. And the Commonwealth wanted this information very much. They just didn't have the right experts to get to this information.
Mr. Burgess, when we left off, we were talking about an exemplar vehicle that you were using for tests and studies. If we could put up page 9, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you tell us what this is, Mr. Burgess?
Yes, so this is the photographs of the exemplar vehicle that we conducted testing on. So again, it's a 2021 Lexus LX570. And the reasoning that we did this testing was, again, to validate that the user data that we were expecting to see was stored on that SD card. Additionally, in addition to that, we were also looking to create a exemplar data set, so a known data set, and we did that by connecting these cameras here. There's a camera here looking straight out. There's a camera here looking at the infotainment screen.
So they did
What
try
those
to do some
cameras are doing
comparative testing.
is they're synced together.
Interesting.
And they're recording timestamps as well as they're recording any interactions that we have with the vehicle. So us opening the doors, turning on the vehicle, turning off the vehicle, driving the vehicle, interacting with the infotainment system is all being documented. And then that way we can go back when we get the data off of the SD card and we can compare it to that documentation.
How closely were you trying to match the exemplar vehicle to the defendant's vehicle?
Obviously, as closely as we could get. If I recall correctly, this is almost a perfect match to the subject vehicle.
If we could turn to page 20, please. Tell us what this shows. And Ms. Gilman, if you could you focus in on the top gray and white line part?
I am glad they used an exemplar without doing the testing on, well, they couldn't do the testing at this point on Karen Reed's car because
a little
they
further out if you could.
pulled it apart too much. But I'm glad they tried to correlate.
We'd like to see all 3 rows if possible. And if not, we'll do it from a further view. Okay. Could you
He
share
has
with us
it in
what
front of
this
him.
slide represents, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess?
not
So
reading
this
it off the
slide
screen.
represents a comparison between the exemplar data and the data from the subject Lexus. In this comparison, we're looking at navigation system software. So that's going to be the infotainment system software.
I will say, I do really appreciate the word that I'm covering up there says parameters. I'm going to move myself back down until they get through it. But what we're looking at with the gray and white lines is the different parameters, and then they're comparing and contrasting the parameters. So they have the program version from the exemplar vehicle and the subject vehicle is the same. The disk version is the same. The BTVER is the same. So they're going through and looking at the systems inside. So even if the model years might flip over, the infotainment system that they are evaluating is using the same software hardware.
There's a number of different softwares running on this infotainment system for various functions. So you can see here there's a firmware version for the Wi-Fi functionality as well as the OS version, the audio, the DVD function, and I believe there's a section for the CD or disc version. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the
really
software versions that are running on the Exemplar. We're comparing that to the software versions that are running on the Subject, and those match. So we would expect to see the user data to be stored in the same way.
Is it common that an Exemplar vehicle will match the Focus vehicle exactly like this?
Yeah, so, you know, I wouldn't say it's common or uncommon. I have seen it in the past. A lot of times with your newer vehicles, you'll probably notice some of them tend to update more often than others. For this one, it looks like the Lexus doesn't update quite as often. So we are able to see that the software versions are the same.
If we could take that down, please. And if you could remind us before we go into your findings in that SD card that was left behind. What was the most important thing you were looking for as far as data on that SD card?
Sure. So the most important thing we're looking for is time-stamped data specifically related to power on or ignition on events.
If you were to find time-stamped data for power on, power off ignition events, how would you use that? What would you use that in unison or comparison with the information that you already had?
Sure. So we would use that in comparison with provided surveillance videos to compare and see how accurate those timestamps are and how consistent they are, specifically on the night of January or the morning of January 29th.
When you analyzed the SD card, did you get viable information?
Yes, we did.
What information did you get?
So we've got a couple different data types. We got contact list from some of the connected devices, as well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with the connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily.
The call logs should be helpful because it seems to me you could take the call logs from the car and take the phone logs from the iPhone and match the calls that are made. So you should be able to match them together.
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time those?
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please. 30. Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this is some screenshots from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there is actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC, and then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle has been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that that is approximately, ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So there's
the infotainment
you press
system.
the ignition on button. There's a 3-second delay in when the infotainment system powers on.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those 2 photos?
I'm sure there is.
Can you tell us what this information is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles. And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time in that second photo on the right, you'll see that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on, and you see this the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment module.
Who does?
Let me ask you something about the clocks while
Because I don't see the Lexus logo appearing anyway. These photos from inside the vehicle are all photos taken by the testers while they are doing the testing on the Exemplar vehicle, because the Exemplar vehicle hasn't been pulled apart yet. So they are using the Exemplar to test, okay, if we push the power on button, when does the data show us that the car powered on? And they're running it all by video that's going to be time synced.
Here, you see a local
or should
time
be time
on there?
synced, I should say. Because they've got
Yes,
the
I
local
do.
time and the UTC
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called VBox equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little, that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48.
Well, why list it in your PowerPoint as local time if it's not local time and if it's UTC time?
8:08.
And this was for power on. Can we have number 31, please? How's this different than the one we just looked at?
Sure. So this is power off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button, the screen on the infotainment system becomes blank, and associated with that, it powers off, and you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Oh my God.
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamp information to identify the times of the later two events, the Techstream events, the three-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes, in combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Okay.
Did you test the power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please? Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top.
We have moved to Karen Reed's vehicle. I am going to move myself real quick, and I'm going to move the closed captioning to the middle here, and I'm going to move myself a little bit so we can see it. But this is the events that they are going through from Karen Reed's vehicle. So now they've taken the testing they did on the Exemplar vehicle and then use that to interpret the data from Karen Reed's vehicle. So this now shows the power on event at 12:36 a.m., power off event at 12:42 a.m. And then let me move myself up there. I think that's that 12:42 time I'm curious about, because we hear a voicemail sometime around 12:41 with like button presses, and then after that walking and a door closing and stuff. So I'm curious to see how those will line up when we get there.
And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whether or not the first power on event for that night, January 29, 2022, was 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
I'll sustain it at this point.
Do you have an opinion as to the first power-on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained at this time.
When you studied the information
We've got some foundation that we have not gone through, and methodology is one of those parts of the foundation.
from the data, does this slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
Where'd the info come from?
And based on
Like, where the hell does the data come from, though? You've talked about the exemplar vehicle, but you haven't talked about where this vehicle
your study of
where this vehicle timing comes from.
the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Brennan has not been laying proper foundation for the experts, which is why the court is sustaining those objections from Mr. Alessi. They shouldn't have to go to sidebar to explain to the attorney how to do this. And alas, and I'm not intimating that the court's explaining to the attorney how to do this. I imagine that when Alessi makes his full objection and says we don't have this, Brennan goes, okay. That is me speculating. But they're at sidebar. They haven't gone through methodology. They haven't gone through even where this data came from in Karen's car. There's a lot more that needs to be done before we get to this expert's opinion.
Mr. Burgess, could you explain for us how you can identify the power on event from the data that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing, we can identify a power on event, which is depicting the time the logo on the infotainment system comes on, and then the time the infotainment system goes blank. So that is representing a power off event. And then we can reference that back to the ignition on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the power on, the infotainment power on event.
Is this a methodology that is used in your standard of practice?
Yes, it is.
And have you used this type of methodology before?
Yes, I have.
Is it a methodology that is regularly accepted in this type of analysis?
Yes, so this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community. And it is a process of testing and then validating.
How does that process further validate the accuracy of the times that you are registering and finding?
Sure. So through that testing, we are able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well to show the consistency.
When you engaged in your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
And when you actually take the data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic
What
with
was the
metal on
reference
it
clock?
to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once we have that raw data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling.
They
so
didn't do
when
any
data
of this
is stored
earlier, which is part
on
of
an
the
SD
problem.
card, there are 2 components to the SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember, that command 42 lock is located in that controller component. So what we're doing is we're bypassing that controller, we're accessing that NAND, and then we're using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it, as well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should, and that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Resolute. That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power-on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
Is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, does the power on event, is that the same as your interpretation?
Yes, it is.
The 12/12/36 a.m. time, what time clock is that based on?
So now that Brennan went back through and laid the rest of the foundation of like, how did you get this information from Karen Reed's vehicle? And that was the explanation largely that we just got about the data coming off of the micro SD card that nobody found before they sent it to this expert. His expert opinion about the power on, power off cycle of Karen Reed's vehicle on January 29th, 2025 was that the car powered on at 12/12/36 a.m. and powered off at 12/42/08 a.m. A lot of you are going to ask me, but Emily, insert thing that contradicts that timeline. Yeah, the attorneys are going to have to ask and answer those questions.
Sure, so that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
And the time is based on the internal clock in the Lexus. Ding, 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 ding.
The clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time, or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure, so it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with the GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly. So you would not expect this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
When you're considering two very different or separate devices, if the time is different, what would that be called?
Sure, so that would be called what's called a clock variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to
get into that now.
Sure.
In addition to identifying the first power,
I want to talk about clock variance now. I want it now. We are going to have to wait, but I want the answers to this. My brain does not want to wait. I want to know about the clock variances now.
power on event of January 29, 2022 of the defendant's Lexus at 12/12/36, were you able to identify the first power off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was, and that was at 12/42/08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did in testing that you did with the power on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What is the graph on the bottom showing us?
Sure. So the graph is just a graphical representation of the same data, representing the power on event on a timeline at 12:12:36 and the power off event at approximately 42:08.
Sir, you just answered that the power off time to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty was 12:42:08. So why in your answer are you now saying approximately? Because in your opinion, you said it was exactly to the second, and now you're saying approximately. What is happening?
When you're looking at
If you're an expert,
time,
don't do
power
that.
on
If
and
it's
power off
approximate, it's
events
approximate.
to
If
date
it's
and
exact, it's
timing.
exact. You can't say both.
Are you obtaining that information independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to vet or test the data, even though it's totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
After this power on, power off event, when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology and technique, did you find any other subsequent power on and power off events for the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 after this event?
Yes, I did.
Can we have slide 33, please? Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what the next event is that you found in the data?
I didn't
Sure.
finish with
So
my
the
supplements
next
this morning,
power
so
on
I'm doing
event
that now.
occurs at 5:07:46. That's this top timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that.
So we're going to stop this screen for a second. This says read leaving/returning to John O'Keefe's residence 5:07:46 to 5:46:20 a.m. They are using screenshots from the videos from the Ring camera because they have video from the Ring camera. And now we are going through the power on event at 5:07:46. The timestamp of the video is from 5:07:58. It seems to me, and this is just me looking at this going, well, between 5:07:46 and 5:07:58, it makes time that the car powers on. It takes 3 seconds for the infotainment system to come up and give a power on event. And then it takes time for the garage door open and you start backing out for the Ring camera to start. So, okay. And then they have the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m. and they say the timestamp of the video is at 5:46:29. I think we're going to hear more about clock variances. My brain was trying to say both power on, power off, and clock variances at the same time as we go through this data. So let's continue on. I saw a great question in the chat. Cat calls, why can't they analyze Karen's Waze for times? Karen wasn't using Waze, to my knowledge, during any of the relevant times here. They had Waze from John O'Keefe's phone from the night before, but not from after midnight, before and after midnight on the 29th. But this is from the timestamp from the Ring video, which also can be time variance. So let us continue.
At 5:46:20. And what we have here is we've got surveillance video that was provided that depicts the approximate time range that those two events happen. So these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
The power on event time that you've listed as 5:07:46, where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what's your opinion?
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
I want to see where
The
Karen Reed's
videos you
vehicle
have,
was between
are
5:07 and
those
5:46
timed
a.m.
from the same Lexus clock?
Because it did not take her that long to get to Jen's. And I don't think we've gone through Karen Reed's phone as to where she was before she got to Jen McCabe's. Where was everything traveling between 5:07 and 5:46?
Different source.
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources. In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the timestamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
Can there be a variance with other?
Lena in the chat asked, I'm confused like before. Why does the time she started her car matter, or is that not what it is? Lena, you are interpreting correctly. It is the time of when the car is starting and stopping. Why does it matter? It's foundational to build to other information. So they need to establish that this is happening before they establish other events in the vehicle, because they are using the power on, power off to correlate to the Lexus clock before they correlate it to other things. So this is a building block before they get to other things. So you are not confused. It matters because it correlates a time, and then they can build on that information.
Devices?
There can be a variance.
We'll see how reliable it is when we get to
could that
cross.
still
The jury gets to decide
corroborate
how
or
reliable it
support
is.
the original timestamp from the Lexus clock?
Yes. So even with a variance, those timestamps can still be consistent with one another.
And on the two photographs,
Even with
are
the
those
variance, they
videos
can
or
be
photographs?
consistent.
Those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occur.
Ms. Gilman, are you able to play the video to the left?
Llama Pajama said that was my exact question. Thanks for answering that. Of course, I figure when I see questions like that y'all aren't alone. There's lots of questions. And it's fair. The Ring video doesn't go on until there's some kind of motion. Well, the car needs to power up, maybe seatbelt, put it in reverse, open the garage door before you start backing out. So that makes sense. All things considered, I'm happy with the way that they are presenting the evidence. The jury doesn't necessarily have a way to correlate this to what happens January 29th between the midnight and 5 a.m. yet, but I appreciate that the way that this is coming in is easier to follow with the Ring videos.
Thank you.
With the timestamps.
What about that video?
They did not do this first trial. They did not have this information, and it was a mess of, this key cycle and that key cycle, and it could have been this. Mess. This, I think, is a much cleaner presentation. How much the jury will rely on this information is different. Them presenting it well and how much weight and credibility it carries are two different things. So let's continue on. I'm waiting till we get back to time variances.
Vets or
Almost the time warp wrong
the
again.
50746 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
A little bit more before you get to that, Mr. Brown.
Okay. Did you use the
Good
video
Lord.
that we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp on the video, we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58. Keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the Ring video, the Ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
What does the video on the right help us do?
So video on the right helps us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event, that occurs at 5:46:20. Again, when we look at the Ring video on the right, that start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs, but that is consistent, again, with what we would expect.
Could we play the video on the right? If you can enlarge, that would be helpful.
You are
If not-
unmuted. Said he is sweating bullets. To be fair, it was, and I brought this up to say, to be fair, it's really hot in that courtroom, and there are times they've been turning the AC off and on. It is a really stuffy courtroom, so I don't interpret that beyond it being a really hot, stuffy courtroom. I would not be happy in a courtroom with no AC and AC being turned off and on with this much tech and that many people. It's going to be really, really frustrating.
Stop the video, please. Mr. Burgess, you see the lights are on that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell if the vehicle's on or off at that point?
Sure. So I cannot tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point. Typically, when you power off a Lexus or a modern vehicle, the lights will stay on for some portion of time afterwards. But again, that is consistent with the timestamp from the power off event.
Shouldn't you know from the infotainment system how long the lights remain illuminated for whatever they call the parking security, blah, blah, blah? Because in a lot of cars, you can set that. So wouldn't you know that?
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
The accurate to the second, I feel like, is going to come up on cross a lot.
Could you take us to Exhibit 34, please? What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off. That power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:12:01. And then this video is.
So we are now getting to the Lexus that had been at 1 Meadows Avenue, powering on at 1 Meadows Avenue, leaving and going to Dighton. That is what our next sequence of power on, power off is for Karen Reed's vehicle. This is a lot easier than going through the key cycles. A lot easier.
Is a video from alarm.com surveillance that depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle's suspension begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
That seems like a long time to get to Dighton, though. But maybe in the weather it's not.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there any video available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
On the last slide, you had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. and this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or corroborative video or evidence relative to the power on event of 12:35:01?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available, and as far as I'm aware, there was not.
Regarding the power on event, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on the system?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is that power on event is accurate to the second in reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event, again, occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, could you play anyways?
That was a fair bit of snow for a very tall SUV. Then again, I'm coming from Middle Tennessee where 3 flakes of snow and everything's canceled for a week. So for me, that's a lot of snow. Michigan and Canada, you can continue to laugh. And a lot of you that live in the cold are making the point that, does this include remote start? We don't know. We don't have that answer. And car starting and being left running for 10, 15 minutes is not unusual in this type of weather, which is also a very fair point.
Could you explain for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit? Or,
Sure.
pardon me, of that diagram?
Sure. So that graph, again, is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred.
That last video was from,
when the power on event occurred.
That last video was from Dighton when Karen Reed pulled into her father's house with the Lexus before law enforcement showed up. So that camera video is from her parents' like front door or garage camera.
And when the power off event occurred at 2/12/35/01 and 2/12/01.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12/35/01 to 2/12/01 event?
Yes, there was.
This will be the tow truck, I imagine.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4:11:46, and the power off event occurs at 4:12:56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4:12:03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4:11:46, and then the video starting, and we see the car backing up at 4:12:03.
Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And
I
based
mean,
on
they're
your
not connected.
methodology and vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes, so
And
that power on event would be 4:11:46.
And do you have an opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this diagram?
Yes, that would be 4:12:56.
Is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gilman, could you help us?
Okay. And that is from 16/12/10.
Thank you. And similarly, does the graph give a general idea of the time?
Yes, so similarly, the graph is a timeline representation of the power on and power off event.
Mr. Burgess, was there an additional power on, power off event after the power off event at 4:12:56 p.m. at the Dighton residence?
Yes, there was.
Ms. Gilman, could you show us number 36, please? Mr. Burgess, could you take us through this one?
Sure. So this is the next power off or power on event that occurs. And that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42. Again, the video that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event, but it shows the
car getting
time
to Canton,
just
PD?
before the vehicle is arriving to this location on a tow truck. And that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off and backed off of the tow truck at that time.
And based on your analysis of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the Lexus clock.
Correct.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
Okay.
Could you take that down, please? Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module
Oh, boy.
and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see and is what is generally accepted is a clock variance of up to 60 seconds. And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock, it's representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate. Its function is to be accurate to the minute, but its function is not to be accurate to the second.
Is a variance between different devices an accepted concept in your community?
Yes, it is an accepted concept in my community.
When you were looking for power on, power off information from the data on the SD card, what clock would that information, that time be dependent on?
The Lexus clock.
Sure. So that's going to be dependent on the Lexus clock. That Lexus clock is continuously running, but it also syncs up with GPS systems to update the clock on occasion. We do not know how frequent that activity occurs because that is proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
Yep.
To bring us back, when you started this case, there were two important Techstream events?
Correct. There were two Techstream events.
Remind us what those were.
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a three-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those two Techstream events, are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the Techstream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the Techstream events have that running clock from ignition on. And because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those.
So what we are getting to now are the two events from the system that correspond to what they are calling the three-point turn. Part of that's based on Karen Reed's interview with law enforcement. Part of that's based on Jen McCabe's statements, I'm sure. And then the backing event. So two of those two Techstream events, the Techstream clock, which we talked about way earlier in this testimony, and all of you were like, was that 7 weeks ago? Yes. Way earlier in this testimony, he was talking about the fact that when the car
power cycle's on, then there's like a stopwatch that starts. And so the power cycle on time is correlated to the Lexus SUV clock. But the Techstream information from the power on then starts counting up for how long the car has been on. So then you have to take the time that the car powered on based on the Lexus clock and correlate it to the counting up on the Techstream. So that's where we're at now. Hopefully that makes sense. We're going to be here. We're going to be here for a minute. Now,
Time counts
I didn't. What was that chat? Our chat.
If there's
It's the only
information
chat I
about
want.
timing from Techstream data on the Lexus, what would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure. So if we want to reconcile the
Ding, ding,
variance,
ding.
what we would need is we would need an event that occurs that both clocks record. So for instance, if you've got two cameras that are recording you jumping up and down, you would take your motion of jumping up and down or your event of jumping up and down, and you would use that event to sync the clocks of those two cameras. So essentially, we're doing the same thing with the Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
But you're assuming two events. We'll get there.
When you did your analysis during this case, initially, did you have any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because that is generally accepted that the clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And while reviewing the power on and off events and comparing that to the surveillance videos that were provided, that was consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study and compare?
All right, everybody who's like, my brain has wandered. I know. Come on back. This is the information we don't know. Why did you start looking then to correlate an iPhone with the Lexus clock? What made you decide to correlate the two? Like, what compelled you? And if he answers the power of Christ, I will fall off my chair. I expect that won't be the answer, but I also wanted to give enough buffer time for everybody to look up and go, what are we talking about? Yep. Now we are talking about the shit that the lawyers have been fighting over. Earlier in his analysis, he looked at the Lexus clock. He looked at the 1 minute variance or the 60-second variance and went, this is what we would expect. Now we are getting to, why did you look to correlate an iPhone? Tell me everything.
Surveillance videos that were
Tell me everything. I backed it up. I want to hear more about it.
That was consistent with what we would have expected.
What compelled you?
Did something compel you to further your study and compare the Lexus clock information on those two Techstream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believe was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information and coming to...
Where'd that claim come from, though? Because that claim very well may come from him reviewing the defense expert report. That may very well have been from the defense expert report, which is what Brennan has been saying in court. Brennan has been saying in court, he reviewed the defense expert, and this is in response to the defense expert. So I'm going to back up his answer one more time. There was a claim of trying to synchronize those clocks, and that he found misleading.
Turn and the backing maneuver to a different device.
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believe was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information and coming to that conclusion, did you on your own do any further study about the difference in clocks and attempt to synchronize them?
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What did you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got two devices that are recording a similar event, so let's say, for instance, a 3-point turn, if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's clock, we can compare that event to the time that that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
Were you aware of any device other than the Lexus recording that three-point turn?
Yes, I was.
What were you aware of?
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you have data and information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Did you do something with his iPhone data as it relates to the Lexus clock on those two events, the three-point turn and the backing maneuver?
I did on the three-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the three-point turn occurred within the iPhone data and the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same three-point turn event as it was recorded from the Techstream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the three-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page 39 of your PowerPoint.
Okay.
I'm sorry, if you could turn to page 38, please. Okay. Can you explain to us the concept of synchronizing clocks?
Sure. So
There's a
this is
thump
kind of
outside
a
my
graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock. So essentially, like I said, we're taking a event that occurs. In this instance, is
What's interesting about this is that this PowerPoint was turned over to the defense because they were arguing about it a while ago. They were arguing about how many different slides were in the PowerPoint. So I'm wondering if this slide has always been in the PowerPoint or if this was added. Because again, the defense is not at this point objecting that this slide has been added. So I'm curious. I'm trying to move the closed captions out of the way so we can read it. Aligning clocks between devices. This says to accurately compare events from O'Keefe's iPhone and Reed's Lexus, we need to synchronize their clocks. This is done by identifying a shared event record, which is what he just testified to, between the Lexus time stream and John O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
say three-point turn. We have data where that three-point turn is recorded within an iPhone, and we have data where that three-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the clock for one compared to the other.
In addition to specializing in data and computers and cars, you also mentioned that you specialize in mobile phones?
Yes, I do.
Did you use your experience in your training and your education to analyze the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as it related to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Just answer yes.
Yes.
How
You
do
did?
you know
I did.
Okay.
how they correlate? And how do you know what event is a
Did you
three-point
see
turn
what
on
type
John
of
O'Keefe's phone?
information
'Cause
was
I
being
want
stored
to know.
on Mr. O'Keefe's
Inquiring
cell
minds.
phone as far as location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, I did. In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Was there any particular application that you were aware of that he was using?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please? Could you tell us what this shows, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So specifically what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically.
And we have seen this from Whiffin's testimony, and the three-point turn that they are discussing is the three-point turn when they made the wrong turn or missed a turn and had to turn around and then go to 34 Fairview. So that is the
location data, they are talking about where you see the red dots moving forward and then double back.
Plotted on a map, and we see, it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position. The orange circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here, you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffin. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffin regarding location data that was acquired through the application ways?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffin.
Did you rely on his report, or did you independently, on your own, test the location information?
Sure. So I independently, on my own, looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
This diagram that we see with all the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
To the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah. So
This
that's
will
going to
probably be the only witness
again,
today.
the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's location information, does this in any way relate to the first of those two Techstream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first Techstream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And again, although you're not an accident reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
Yes, I'm aware of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to page 40, please. I want you to explain to us how this chart works. What does a point mean?
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view.
A lot of you had a really good question in the chat and asked, why aren't they using Karen Reed's phone for this? Because they are trying to correlate the activities on John O'Keefe's phone to the time of Karen Reed's Lexus. So the millisecond of Karen Reed's phone is not really relevant to them going through what happened with the Lexus and what happened with John O'Keefe's phone, because those are the two times they are trying to correlate or give a variance to.
For a partial data set of that location data. And within that Excel spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on. So we've got a couple columns here. So we've got point,
closer
which
to the
is
raw
GPS
data.
point from that partial initial
Not
data
mapped.
set that I was provided. We've got timestamps. So these timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and again, a course heading.
So you can see the car slow
You
down,
looked at data point 154.
or the phone slow
So that
down.
time is-
You can see the phone registering speeds of 15.7 to 11 to 8 to 6, then 11, 15, 20.
Subscribe to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth analysis, were you relying on anything beyond point 154, that one line?
No, so that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
because again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more specificity?
Again, because
think he needed to.
Generally accepted clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing, so there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
Were you given a report?
I was not given a report. I was giving a PowerPoint presentation.
See. When you decided to delve deeper into this, was that on your own initiative or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Now, rather than simply relying on point 154, what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green highlighted in green is position.
I'm assuming he is talking about the defense expert report because that is what Brennan argued in court. The jury is going to be like, what are you talking about? But that it's my interpretation that he was reviewing the defense expert report and responded to it. We'll see how that shakes out, but that's what Brennan said, and that's what this witness has said. Am I surprised that they were both saying the same thing? No, because this witness would have told Brennan, because Brennan would have asked, why are you doing that?
Or timestamp 12:23:59. What we see happening before that time is the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. The speed starts to drop at that point. And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 339 and 348. So that is, at position,
I think they correlated
at time
it
12:23:59, the speed drops
pretty well.
And the course heading changes from, approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a northwesternly direction. After that time of 12:23:59, the speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up, and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So it's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Where you initially relied on 154 as a timestamp to identify the time and location of the car at a later point, does this give you more of a benefit breaking it down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
The zeros and the speed, what does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph with some detail to explain this?
John was in the car for the 3-point turn because the 3-point turn, and we heard this testimony from other witnesses too, but the 3-point turn is when Karen Reed and John overshot the turn for Fairview and then did a 3-point turn to go back to Fairview. The other backing event we will hear about, but what they are calling the 3-point turn is when they overshot Fairview, went up the road, made a 3-point turn, and then came back.
In more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If we could have 41, please. Could you break this down for us, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed in version of the map that we showed earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications.
Oh, so no.
So what we're
not when they overshot the street, when they were looking for parking at Fairview. I would need to go back and look at the other map. So not when they overshot the street, when they were making a 3-point turn to park at Fairview, because they were coming from the other direction and the car turned around to park along Fairview. Because the map, hold on.
Looking at
the map confused me. So I'm going to back this up. They are looking at less points of data because, and again, when we're talking about why is this hard to follow as a jury, well, because it's not clear. Oh, I didn't screenshot the map. I'm not going to go back now. I'll go look at the map later. But this is the turnaround to park in front of Ricky's truck.
Earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications. So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. And then at 12:24:07.
No, chat, you're right. It's not Fairview. Thank you. Am I confused? Yes. Why am I confused? Because it's confusing. I'm like, what? But that house is not Fairview with the solar panels. So if I'm confusing you, I apologize. It's because I am also confused. I was right the first time, but is it confusing? Yes, it's confusing. Did I make it worse? Probably. Will we get an overall map? I don't know, maybe. But am I just sitting here going, wait, what? Yes. And if I'm confused and you're confused and we're all confused, what do you want to bet? The jury is also confused. But why does it matter? Because they are trying to correlate the times before the backing up event between John's phone and Karen Reed's phone. So they need another event to do that on. So let us continue.
You see the heading change to a southern direction, and then
so this is the 3-point.
Other
They zoomed
GPS
in of the
points are
3-point
consistent with the vehicle moving southbound.
Which
on
again,
Cedar Crest.
I think they've correlated
So
well.
the claim that
I'm
you
just
analyzed, did
confused.
that actually compel you to analyze and identify a more accurate variance than you originally had?
It did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Brennan.
Not enough foundation. Not enough foundation.
After you studied timestamp 154, what did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp GPS point 154,
I will say Brennan has done not a great job of laying all of the foundation needed for the opinions. I don't know if he has a checklist, but one of the things that's easier reviewing testimony, thinking about it, and then breaking it down is that you're not trying to do it in real time. But there are times in real time that it is so confusing. I'm just like, what? But it just is. And I guess if we're all confusion, we're all confusion.
and these further GPS positions, we're able to identify the approximate, time that the
exact or approximate. If you keep using exact and approximate synonymously, I am going to fucking scream, because it is either exact to the iPhone and it is exact to the Lexus. They might be approximate to each other, but they are exact to their own thing.
the 3-point turn occurred according to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data. So now we've got that event of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the Techstream data and that running clock. Again,
How do you know where the 3-point turn was in the Techstream data? Because we don't have any foundation on that.
what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the Techstream data to come up with the
How do you do that?
time of 12:23:38 in the Techstream data. So the Techstream data indicates a 3-point turn ended or a trigger event, a Techstream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Is this a methodology that is commonly used in your practice?
It is.
Is it commonly used in the scientific community which you're part of?
It is.
Are there scholarly papers about this type of methodology in comparison of synchronizing clocks?
There
are.
One of the papers you wrote.
They're not God damn it, Brennan. They're not synchronizing the clocks. They are correlating the clocks because they're not going back and like Mission Impossible synchronized watches. They are correlating the data on the iPhone and the time that data is recorded and the Techstream data on the Lexus. But the Lexus records the power on, power off according to the clock. Once you power on cycle, then there is a count up clock, like a stopwatch is how the testimony came in. And that count up clock is what is used for the Techstream data. So from each power on event, there is a Lexus clock and then a count up clock. And so you have to take the Lexus clock to the Techstream data to the count up clock, correlate the count up clock to the Lexus Techstream, and then correlate it to John O'Keefe's iPhone. But we haven't done that yet because we haven't gone through the Techstream data and how it correlates back to the Lexus clock. So there are steps missing. And the court consistently, when Brennan is missing steps with his experts, has sustained Alessi's objections. And it continues to be a problem where he's not laying enough of the foundation. And here we are.
Did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It did not have anything to do with synchronization of clocks, but it was relative to how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there scholarly journals and studies on the synchronization of clocks?
There are, yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The clock variance is between 21 and 29 seconds.
If we could have number 42, please.
So he is saying the variance between John O'Keefe's phone and the Lexus
What
clock
is
is
this, Mr.
between
Burgess?
Sure. So this
is between 21 and 29 seconds, which we heard in arguments.
is, if we think back to the last slide, we've identified the 3-point turn event in both the data sets. So now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that.
Blue Sky Steve said, Emily, so grumpy today. Hangry? Not particularly hangry. Annoyed. I am annoyed when attorneys do not simplify the data and we are not getting to the simplified. And then Brennan is like pole vaulting over steps and qualifying experts, and it just makes everything harder. And then everyone's using imprecise language, which is also pissing me off because it's scientific data. So it's precisely approximately is making me crazy. Just, it's one or the other.
And doing that,
So
we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward by 21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data. So in doing that, the end of Techstream event 1162.1 goes from 12:23:38 to 12:23, between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07.
These two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, if these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
Correlating.
This is relative to the first Techstream event, the three-point turn. You said there was a second Techstream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There is a second Techstream event.
And what is that second Techstream event?
That second Techstream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second Techstream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
And do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
Approximately.
With the course permission?
Yes.
So this is now moving from the 3
So
points.
that is going to be 12:31.
These times are going to matter quite a lot for the Commonwealth's case and will probably be the subject of cross-examination all day today. But we're getting from the 3-point turn, which they were using to correlate the two clocks, to the backing up event. Why? Because I don't know if you can clearly correlate what was happening on John O'Keefe's phone and Karen Reed's phone. So they're using the 3-point event to say, we know that Karen Reed's car shows a 3-point turn. We know that John O'Keefe's phone shows activity consistent with a consistent speed, slowing down, change of direction, and then speeding up again. So we have those two things together. So they were able to determine, they say, a variance of 21 to 29 seconds. Now we are getting to the backing up event in front of, they say, 34 Fairview. So we will get to that. All right, let's continue on.
So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that Techstream event.
That Techstream event, by the way, when it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there's a Techstream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
So they are saying the Lexus clock shows that the end of the Techstream backing up event was at 12:31:43. What I suspect is coming is questions about, okay, how does that 12:31:43 on the Lexus clock correlate to what time John O'Keefe's iPhone would be showing? And that's where I think we're going to see the shift to 12:32:16-ish.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds,
I'm going to back that up a little bit because they're talking about triggering events.
When it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there's a Techstream event or a triggering event?
sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same
They might be
variance
almost
to
done with
that
direct.
second Techstream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone,
Yeah, they might be almost done with direct.
what is the, could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So that the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific?
Why did Alessi keep saying in court it was 12:32:16 then? Because 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 is not 12:32:16.
Certainty
Okay.
as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And that the opinion is that the second Techstream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say Techstream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah, so that graph is a timeline representation of the Techstream event ending.
Show me the graph.
Being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD
I want to
card.
see that. Can we go see? Can we go see it? Please?
Is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
And that's the end of direct. I thought we were almost at the end of direct. We are at the end of direct. All right, let's see what the court's going to do, and then we'll have to do a summary of direct examination. But again, the jury doesn't have a summary. They're also not trying to like do work and move laundry and like make lunch and life. They are sitting there in court, probably as hot as this witness, trying to absorb this information, which do I think it was presented in a much more organized and easy to understand way than the first trial? Yes. Does that mean it is easy to understand? No. No, it doesn't. All right, it looks like we are going to get into the start of cross-examination. So before we get into the start of cross-examination, let's just summarize where we're at before they probably take a lunch break. So the Commonwealth called their first aperture expert today. Who saw that coming? Not me. Not me. Witness number 35 is the tech aperture expert, Burgess. This is the expert that we have heard some arguing over from Alessi and Brennan over the last few days, last week of court, because this expert is the one who correlated the times between the Lexus clock and John O'Keefe's phone. Here's what went down during direct examination. I found it easier to follow than the last time evidence was presented, but we went through the chip on, the chip off, the fact that apparently the Commonwealth's last expert completely missed that there was a micro SD card on the board and didn't take it off and evaluate it. Last trial, we had to go through all the different keystroke logs to try to figure out what the fuck, and it was so confusing. This trial, they have the Lexus clock data, so they can correlate the Lexus clock data and the Techstream data. What do I mean by that? In the vehicle, when the infotainment system goes on, the expert testified that it takes about 3 seconds from the power button to go on to the infotainment system to register that the car is on and show the time. So there's about 3 seconds from button push to like Lexus logo going on the screen and the clock saying the car has turned on. Those turn on, turn off times of the vehicle have been correlated to a bunch of different things in this trial, including Karen Reed leaving One Meadows Ave, returning to One Meadows Ave, returning to her parents' home in Dighton, etc. So they take the Lexus clock and when the car turns on and when the car turns off and look at that. Then within those windows of the clock going, within those windows of the car going on and off, there is a Techstream data stream. And the Techstream data stream just starts on a count up from the time the car turns on. So within the car turns on, car turns off, if you're driving around for 20 minutes, car goes on and it just starts counting up. Car goes off, you would see it's like 20 minutes. So what they need to do with the Lexus data is take the time that the vehicle turns on and off, the key cycles, I would imagine, and then take the Techstream time and correlate those two together. So if you have a Techstream event at 12 minutes, and then you have the Lexus on time, you need to take the 12 minutes and see what that would be in real time, not just count up time. So then you have the Lexus data. Then the expert was asked, I was distracted by my teen walking through the yard, literally squirrel. Then you have the Lexus data showing different triggering events, including a 3-point turn. Did they ask why that was a triggering event? No, they didn't. They didn't ask at all. Could be a lot of things. Could be change of speed, could be whatever. They didn't ask. We don't know. Maybe it'll come up on cross. And they took the 3-point turn where it looks like Karen Reed overshot Fairview and made a turn and came back and correlated it to the data on John O'Keefe's phone, because John O'Keefe's phone showed, and they brought up the chart on his location data showing that the phone was traveling at a consistent speed, then slowed down, then went to 0, then the heading changed from like due north, and then the heading shifted, and then the phone started registering speed again, traveling the other direction. So they were able to take the triggering event from the Lexus Techstream, correlate it to the Lexus clock, and look at what time it was, and then take John O'Keefe's phone and the location data on John O'Keefe's phone and correlate it from Waze to John O'Keefe's phone clock, and then correlate the two. Though Brennan kept saying sync the two, they're not trying to sync the two, they're trying to correlate the two. The expert said that correlation was 21 to 29 seconds between what's going on in the Lexus Techstream data, then correlated to the Lexus clock, and what's going on John O'Keefe's iPhone, which was running faster than the Lexus clock. So in those correlations, they correlated the 3-point turn event to occur between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12 if you are looking at John O'Keefe's phone clock, not the Lexus clock. Then they correlated the backing up event, that triggering event, and they correlated that to occurring between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. We're going to hear more about it as we get into cross, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about it. This witness was asked, why did you look more into correlating the phones? He said originally we didn't look at it because we looked at the ring video and all of this, and a 1-minute variance between clocks is assumed or normal within the forensic community. So he didn't think there was any controversy, my word, not his, around the fact that a 60-second variance is incredibly normal. But he said he saw a report that correlated the times in a way that he thought was misleading. And in the time in that report, which I think is the defense expert report, he did not say that specifically. I think that's the defense expert report. He then went back and looked at more data because he thought that the other information he received was misleading and it needed to be corrected. So Brennan asked quite a lot about the time correlations. What was notable to me is that the PowerPoint included information about John O'Keefe's phone. I don't know if new PowerPoint slides were turned over to the defense. I'm sure the defense will ask about it on cross, or if those PowerPoint slides with the time variance were included when this PowerPoint presentation was initially argued over
which was a few months ago now, because Alessi was arguing about this witness and the fact that his opinions had not been distilled down for the defense. They just got like a 400-page PowerPoint. So I imagine when we get into all of the cross, we are going to hear about correlating the time, why he looked at it, if he watched any other testimony, but he would have been given the data from Whiffin when Whiffin's report was done, which he said was in January. So we will see. Why does it matter? Because when we get to the accident reconstruction, this is the foundation for the Commonwealth to argue that the backing event correlates to when John O'Keefe locked his phone for the last time. Because John O'Keefe's phone, do you have Post-its in addition to your notebook? Yep. Per Ian Whiffin's testimony, and I'm sure there was a juror somewhere flipping, do I know that? No, but flipping between the two. Ian Whiffin said that at 12:31:52, John O'Keefe's phone was in a pocket state. At 12:32:03, the pocket state was cleared. At 12:32:04, Face ID unlocked John O'Keefe's phone. At 12:32:06, John O'Keefe's phone registered red to a text message from Jem McCabe that said, "Pull behind me." And at 12:32:09, the phone device was locked with a button. So they are saying that the backing event on Karen Reed's phone, time-wise, would correlate between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, with John O'Keefe locking his phone in their PowerPoint, they said, for the last time at 12:32:09. That is why this matters so much to both sides, because we are laying the foundation for when the accident reconstructionist will argue that this collision took place. We know that the defense is going to argue that no collision took place. We know that the Commonwealth is going to argue that a collision took place. I think we're getting to a clip or a sideswipe, but this is the information that we are getting to. So, on to cross-examination. Hopefully that made everything clear as mud. On to cross-examination.
Lights, please. That's as good as they can be, huh? One's burnt out.
The court asked for the lights. It looks like there's a light that's out.
I'll see conflicts out there.
Oh, I did all that and I thought we were getting into cross. I was very excited. I'll see counsel at sidebar. Watch, they just go to lunch. Of course. I should have just waited. Ah, that was me. Hold on. Oh, that was 100% me. Sorry, chat.
Lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good place. We'll get a little more lighting.
Lunch is here. They're having an issue with the lighting. They're taking a 45-minute lunch.
Thank you. All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
And lunch. All right, well, we get the only fan and the only light as they go to lunch. They are taking a 45-minute lunch. They will probably be back shortly in real time because there was lots that happened this morning, but we've already done our summary. So I'm going to take 10 minutes to run to the restroom and to grab some food, and then we will come back with the cross-examination. If you do not have the Lawnerd app, well, of course you can stay here in the chat for 10 minutes. I'm going to zoom and go check in on the kiddos. So I'm going to go check in on the kiddos. We're going to zoom. But if you need to go grab lunch, move the laundry, answer all of the emails you've been putting off all morning, we will let you know in the Lawnerd app when I am back. It's warm in the office too, so I'm going to turn on my fan. We're going to just grab some water, grab some snacks, and buckle up for the rest of the day. I imagine this cross-examination is going to take the rest of the day, and this is the only witness we're going to get to. The real question is, will cross end today, or will this witness resume cross on the stand in the morning? That's really the only question I have now. So let us take 10 minutes. It is 12:45 my time, so 12:55 Central. I will be back. We will let you know, but I'm going to take 10 minutes to get some more food. And really some water with ice, because oh boy, it's a warm day. So y'all, you got 10 minutes. Just zoom, go get the shit you need done.
Don't worry. I'll do this when we come back. We'll do the sounds. Let's put on the court is at lunch. Court will probably be back from lunch in real time before I am. But it'll give us a little bit of zoom room if we need it, though. Sometimes Alessi is deliberate in his manner of speaking, so he can be at 1.25 with his lovely deliberate Alessi way because, well, he does speak fairly measured, and we can 1.25 him as need be. So let us get to our lunch break music. Don't forget, if you are new here and want to watch Trial with me, that was loud. Get the Launard app. Hang out with us. It's fun, I swear. If you're still here, it's because you think it's fun. So, and then we'll all go through together what's going on with the Techstream, the forensics. Is there a shifting timeline? Oh, maybe our questions will be answered after lunch. So let's go to lunch, shall we? Let's do it. Launards, I will see you in a few. Bye. No, that's not, Emily, that's not the right bye. Bye. That one. Oh boy.
Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days.
Hello, chat. Are we ready? Are we ready to get back to court? I'm ready to get back to court. We had lots to do over this lunch break with the kiddos. So thank you for your patience, chat. Did it take me a minute more than I expected? Yeah, it did. But is that the way? Yep, everybody's home today because it's the last week of school and there is a whole bunch of stuff going on. So it's going to be a dynamic week at the Baker House, just like it's going to be a dynamic week in court. But this is one of the Commonwealth's most important witnesses, and I imagine this cross is going to take quite a while. So I feel like we should just get into Alessi's cross of the first of two aperture experts because the timing matters. Where I imagine we're going to hear Alessi say seconds matter at some point during this cross, if not more than once. So we will hear it all. So let us get into the rest of the tech data. Shall we? I think we shall. So this is the cross that the court said he would get a lot of latitude on. Page said, fast lunch, did you get food? I mean, I brought it back to my desk with me. Did I get to eat? No. I got to make sure I answered kiddo questions, but don't worry, we've got some apple. We're gonna eat. We're gonna chat. We'll turn off the mic while we eat. And we're going to get to cross. I am ready for that. Emily, turn the volume on. Attorney Alessi is walking up to the podium for the beginning of this cross-examination. How long will cross be? Long. Does everyone in court look hot? Yes. Everyone in court looks a bit hot.
Ready, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Burgess.
Good afternoon.
You spell your first name Shanon with one N. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You describe yourself as a digital forensic examiner,
Oh,
correct?
boy.
Yes,
Right
that's
into the
correct.
qualifications.
You use the term forensics often in your analysis.
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that generally the accepted definition of forensics is something that relates to, that's used in, and is suitable for a court of law?
Yes, I would.
There's
And
that little
so
microphone on
you're,
the podium that Alessi's just bumping into.
Working in forensics, even in your office, you understand that eventually it's very likely that whatever work you're working on is going to end up or could end up in a court of law, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned in your direct examination the scientific method, right?
Correct.
And I was pleased to hear mention of the scientific method. And I just want to cover some principles with regard to the scientific method. But before I do, I just want to see how forensics envelopes in certain items. So forensics applies scientific methods and principles to legal matters, particularly in criminal investigations, right?
Correct.
It's a fair statement.
Yes.
Thank you. And forensics are used to help lawyers in their preparation, correct?
Yes, that'd be correct.
And it's used to help judges in courts of law?
Yes, that is correct.
And it's also used to help juries and jurors to understand the results of scientific tests, correct?
Correct.
So you know, and you have to presume that as you are performing your analysis, as I stated earlier, that this information is going to end up in a court of law?
Correct.
And then does that heighten sort of the analysis that you need to do and the sharpness and the accuracy, given that it's going to end up in that form?
It can,
I mean,
depending
it
on
should always
context.
be sharp and accurate, shouldn't it?
And is the primary goal of forensic science to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in a court?
Yes, it is.
Would you generally agree that the work of forensic science, including the work that you do, is intended to be used in court because scientific evidence can be very powerful and therefore the forensic science must be accurate?
Correct.
It must be methodical.
Correct.
There must be a method, right?
Right.
It must be detailed.
Yes.
And above all, it must be unbiased and truthful, correct?
That is correct.
And all of this is fair to
Alessi's
say
like, do you agree?
distills
Do you
down
agree? Do you
to
agree? Do you
reliability.
agree? Yes.
Correct.
And reliability is a desired characteristic of the forensic scientist.
Yes.
You want people to be able to rely upon your work.
Yes.
And credibility and honesty is part of reliability, and it's a fundamental component of that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You've stated that you hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You said that several times on direct, correct?
Correct.
And because the discipline of forensics involves the application of the scientific method, as you stated on direct, you therefore, of course, applied the scientific method throughout your analysis, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with the following statement of the scientific method? And tell me whether, well, let me start with, you understand, you know the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST?
Yes, I am familiar, yeah.
And would you agree with a definition of the scientific method as the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis? I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
No, I find that generally acceptable. Yep.
And I wanted to emphasize the end, the evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. You understand what I'm meaning by hypotheses?
Yes, I do.
The scientific method is used, among other reasons, is it not, to avoid certain biases in the science process, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. So the method is trying to prevent a scientist, not cultural bias, but scientific bias, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists refer to as cognitive biases in science, generally?
No, I do not.
Have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, I have heard of that term.
Have you heard of the term anchor bias in the scientific method?
I have not heard that term.
Let's start with confirmation bias.
Okay.
Is a fair definition, and you said you're generally familiar with that, right?
Yes, correct.
So let's start with that. That's the practice of sort of selectively gathering and interpreting evidence to confirm the scientist's belief or a belief of another, and at the same time neglecting evidence that contradicts them. Is that a fair definition of confirmation bias?
Yes.
And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though the data and other information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And confirmation bias, although sometimes it occurs, is intellectually and analytically antithetical to, it's opposing of the scientific method, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it's to be avoided.
Right.
He
Anchor bias
reworded his
and I know you
antithetical
said you
quickly.
didn't recall it, but let me see if this triggers a recollection. If not, fair enough.
Okay.
Anchor bias is when you prioritize information and data that supports your initial impression of the evidence, even where the impressions are incorrect or it's unknown when the impression is incorrect. You sort of anchor into that. Does that sound like a reasonable definition of anchor bias?
Alicia, the paper.
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So,
Alessi at the podium. There's a small little mic near the podium. He leans over the podium. It is Alessi touching the mic that is on the podium. It is going to go on probably for most of his cross because it is right, little teeny mic right up on the podium, and he does not see it, and he will not hear the ruffling on it. So It just is.
Biases are to be avoided in the application of scientific matters and methods because they can lead to incorrect conclusions in science, right?
Right.
And even though they're to be avoided, you called this case a homicide even before you began your alleged scientific testing. Isn't that correct?
That's probably what he was
I
told.
don't recall. Where would I have called it a homicide?
Do you recall your January 30th, 2025 report that you prepared in this case?
I imagine
Yes,
he
I
was
do.
told this was a homicide
Do you
case.
have it with you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 4?
Am I bothered by that?
footnote
Not really.
3, please.
Yes.
Footnote, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It is page 4, footnote 3.
Because even under the defense theory, John O'Keefe
And
is deceased, and the
in
defense
page
theory
4,
last trial was it
footnote-
happened at someone's hands, just not Karen Reed's. So, do I quibble with that? Sure.
3, it states, I'm sorry, sir, are you there?
Yes, I am sorry.
She's
It
being
says
charged
evidence
with murder.
reviewed by the defense counsel Ray O'Keefe, MV homicide. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, you assumed in the very beginning, that Miss Reed had hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car before you began the scientific testing that you had discussed in your direct.
No, that would be incorrect.
But you did list homicide down in footnote 3, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so this report's drafted January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And the testing, I'll just give you a snapshot, some of the testing you discussed with Mr. Brennan, that testing didn't occur until after this trial started, correct? Some of the testing you described in direct?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
I wanna hear about that.
testing didn't even occur in the trial. Just assume the trial started at April 22nd. So the testing you described when you were talking about aligning clocks and GPS, that occurred after April 22nd, correct?
Correct, it did.
Now let's go on to
I hope they'll come back to that. Oh, the paper.
another topic.
I hope Alessi will come back to
Let's
that.
talk about professional credentials. You know what I mean by the term credentials?
Yes, I do.
Again, the expert being told this is a homicide case, does that shock me? No. Does it bother me? No, not really. He would have known what the charges are in the case when he intakes the case. But yes, this case did start evidence April 22nd.
Professional credentials are important in any profession, correct?
Correct.
And they're important in your forensic examiner profession as well.
Correct.
Your forensic scientists and examiners are no different than any other professional that credentials are important. And your profession requires you to provide curriculum vitae laying out your education, training, and background, correct?
Correct.
And it's imperative, is it not, that the information that is disseminated about your professional credentials are absolutely truthful, right?
Yes, they should be.
You say they should be. Let's continue on with that topic. You understand what's meant by the term ethics, right, generally?
Yes, yes.
And simple ethics mandate that one is truthful about their professional credentials, correct?
Correct.
And a fundamental credential is what type of college degree you hold, correct?
Correct.
People rely on those credentials, and the credentials are the foundation of your expert opinions and analyses, correct?
They can be, yes.
They can be, and they often are, correct?
Yes, they can be depending on context.
But more often than not,
I mean, when you're an expert,
they're important.
education matters.
Yes, again, depending on context.
You know
You're an expert.
that
The
not
context
only
is you're an
your
expert.
colleagues, but your clients, your firm clients, courts, and juries will rely on your CV and your credentials in order to make determinations about whether you're qualified to testify and your depth of your qualifications, correct?
Correct.
You provided the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court with your CV in this case, correct?
Correct. I mean, he wouldn't have provided it directly to the court, but yeah.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I will
Yes.
get my first exhibits.
Why are we taking a moment? Okay. I'm going to zoom while Alessi's getting his exhibits. This is a bit more than a moment of Alessi getting his exhibits.
If I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
For identification?
For identification at this point.
Okay.
So we are marking for identification.
Well, actually, I'm going to have it off, I'm going to be eventually offering it into evidence, so
Okay.
they have presented to the witness.
So let's mark it for identification.
Mark it first.
Yep, okay.
Can we? They're marking that for identification.
Burgess, I am presenting you
He's handing it to the witness. I
exhibit-
zoom the marking.
TT for identification.
I was, thank you, Your Honor. I'm learning not to talk while I'm walking backwards so Madam Court Reporter can hear me.
Yep.
So I'm
Oh,
presenting
Leslie.
you with what is Exhibit TT for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
The Lonards are ready
what
for
is
the
that
TT at the moment.
So this document appears to be my CV.
Appears to be or is?
And is that CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company Aperture has prepared.
And is that a fair and accurate document?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
No objection from the Commonwealth.
If you want to have the witness hold it, I have some
Hold on,
questions.
let's let it mark first.
Yes.
Sure.
Yep.
They're marking that into evidence. I'm going to zoom while the clerk marks it. Alessi's just going to stand there smiling and then go back to the podium. So I'm zooming till he goes back to the podium.
Mr. Burgess,
There we go.
you have in front of you your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then, do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir.
That's a lot of dashes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Like this marked as the next for identification only at this point. Oh, excuse me, can I have that back? I want to show Mr. Brown. Sure.
All right, they are presenting another exhibit, showing it to the prosecution and then the witness. So I'm going to zoom while we are waiting
May
for
I hand it to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
all of the marking to happen.
Well, I'm going to actually ask to have it marked for identification first,
Okay.
and we'll go from there.
Exhibit UU for ID.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, it's been marked, the document is Exhibit UU for identification. Could you please tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, I do recognize that.
And sir, please describe briefly what that is.
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
Thank you. I would offer it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan, any objection?
No, thank you.
So that's going to get marked for evidence with no objection from the prosecution. I'm going to zoom while the clerk marks that, and unless he walks back to the podium. The witness is
Opportunity to look at that.
looking
I
at the
have
CV.
a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CV?
Let me see. Yes, it appears to be.
Thank you. And when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want
Yes.
to rush you, but then I have some questions.
Absolutely.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. So In those two exhibits, your two CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see. Yes, that appears to be correct.
Okay.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field according to those two CVs, right?
Correct.
And in fact, as you sit here today, you do not possess any bachelor's degree.
Correct.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently pursuing, yes. So you have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page?
Yes, I believe so.
And that biography page has your education listed?
Very possible, yes.
Very possible.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
I bet it's a printout from the website. So he's approaching the witness. I'm zooming while he shows the prosecutor. And then it's going to be marked for identification by the clerk, and then it's going to be handed to the witness.
Now, Mr.
I zoomed.
Giving you Exhibit DB for identification.
Okay.
You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And indeed,
What is it?
that is the bio page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
Now, I would like you, sir, to turn to page 2 of that document.
Okay.
And I'd like
What's
to
it say
turn your focus to
about you on your
bottom
website?
Education heading. It states, am I correct, sir, BS, Mathematics, and Business Administration. Is that correct?
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That's what it states there, yes.
And you do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
So why does your employer say that you do?
And if you click on the hyperlink for your CV on that same website, do you know where that hyperlink takes you?
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury,
how would they know?
that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not?
I think it does.
That's sustained.
But it calls for speculation.
Now, if you
But I think it does.
continue on to your
Does the
photograph.
Does
Are
the
you-
expert need a BS degree? No. Does the expert need a Bachelor of Science? No. He doesn't. That's not the problem. The problem is that it's misrepresented on the website, not the CVs and the website are different. That is the problem. So he says it is pending, but why does his employer list it as not pending? Does he need to have a Bachelor of Science? No. There are, I'm sure, plenty of forensic analysts who don't and have a whole bunch of other technical qualifications. But don't list it on the website as if you have it. That is the issue.
Familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
I imagine he does not control the website.
Are you aware that Aperture has two hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
And LinkedIn is a professional networking platform designed for career and business professionals to connect, share content, find jobs, etc. Is that a fair description of LinkedIn?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
And could we also conclude that it's a professional networking platform, especially for private sector firms like
I don't
Aperture,
log into my LinkedIn
that's
anymore.
used to attract clients or potential clients?
Yes, correct.
And potential clients include, for example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture and you, correct?
Correct.
And that's the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services? That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Now, when you look at that document, when you click on...
Jurors get to decide, and there's an instruction that tells them they get to decide how much weight and credibility they give to a witness, if any. They're told they're allowed to discard a witness. So jurors could say, you know what? I don't like it. Feels shady. Don't like it. Done. Because he has two CVs in front of him that have now been marked into evidence that say his degree is pending, and then a website that says that it's been received. The jury could decide, I don't like this at all.
If you were to be in your office, and let's see if you're familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what the links are there for?
Yes, I would expect so.
I would expect so. Unless they don't.
Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's a better verb,
yeah.
viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified.
Yes.
Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Do you know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
The link's not disabled. I tried to do it, chat. Just the jury's not allowed to. I tried to do it. The link's not disabled. It says that his profile doesn't exist on it. 404s on LinkedIn. Like the link goes to LinkedIn, and then on LinkedIn at 404s, that's what I'm seeing is a 404 on LinkedIn. Does it look good? No, it doesn't. Not at all. Could his company have done that? Could have.
Yep.
Your Honor, I'd like to move EV into evidence at this time, please.
Okay, any objection?
This one.
This one I presented to you.
The LinkedIn profile has been rehomed.
Exhibit 185.
Chad, I'm not going to say if he did it or not. I don't know. Could his company have done it? They could have. I don't know that. For the jury, it's a, that's suspicious.
We are done with those. So if I could ask those back to you, we can
Absolutely.
But I bet his company was going to disable that link in a hot second.
For identification at this point.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chad, I'm not going to speculate about whether he did it or not because his company might well have. Does it look suspicious for the jury? Yeah, it does. Do I know if this witness did it? No, I don't. Can companies access people's accounts? I would imagine it depends on the company. But I don't know. Can the jury go home and look? No. They have to rely on what the Commonwealth asks and what he asks.
Mr. Burgess, I presented to you.
A lot of you asked,
what
is the
is
judge going to
marked
strike
as
his
Exhibit
testimony?
WW for
No. The court's going to let the defense ask whatever they want. And the defense is going to argue you can't even rely on the government's experts. Nope. They're going to let the testimony stand and argue that the jury disregard it. That's what the defense is going to do.
Identification, I'd ask that you take a look at it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir, pick your head up so I could see that you're ready.
Sure.
I actually think it's probably better for the defense that they didn't do a voir dire because this all comes out in front of the jury without the prosecution getting out in front of it. So the prosecution didn't get out in front of it at all.
You recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
And I imagine on redirect, they're going to say, did you do that? No, because he already said that he didn't do that. But here's the thing. Don't put up a degree you don't have, and then you don't have to worry about what your LinkedIn says. She's asking to see counsel at sidebar. Well, I wonder if the prosecution is regretting objecting to that voir dire. Though the defense might not have brought it up then either. The defense does not have to illuminate all their gotchas. We're going to zoom past the sidebar.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Burgess?
Yeah, I saw a lot of you saying it doesn't matter if he disabled the LinkedIn or didn't disable the LinkedIn. It's the way it looks to the jury. I agree with you, which is why I'm not going to make any speculation on that one way or the other because it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter in that he said he didn't do that. If it turns out that he did do that, then he is directly stating something that's not true on the stand. So it matters as to what he said, but the impression it leaves to the jury, whether he did it or his company did it, is both bad. Like, why would you, if you stand behind what you're saying and what you're putting out is truthful, then why would it be a problem?
Sending to you.
And the link is 404ing. So could it be from traffic? I don't know. It's a fair question, chat.
What has been marked as Exhibit WW for identification. That is that a fair and accurate representation of your personal LinkedIn page?
So this is his personal LinkedIn page that Alessi has a screenshot of that he's questioning him about. So whatever exists at this moment, it doesn't really matter because what Alessi has screenshotted is what he's questioning him about.
If you could take a moment to take a look at it.
Sure.
Mr. Alessi, we ask you to step back so all the jurors can see.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
The courtroom is awkwardly small. Awkwardly small.
Yes, it does with a error on page 2 regarding education.
Right, and we're going to get to that.
Sure.
But this is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your
But yes, the link
personal LinkedIn page
to LinkedIn
with the
404s.
exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
from the
Did you
website.
draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
Okay.
And when was
I
the
have
last
drafted that
time
over
you
time.
viewed that document on your LinkedIn page?
I don't typically view the profile page, so it would have been, I could not tell you how long it's been.
Do you have any reason to believe that that Exhibit WW is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit WW into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 186.
So what is being admitted into evidence is the screenshots of the LinkedIn account that he said he drafted over time. I'm not surprised that the defense was
I would like to
looking at his
turn your
profiles.
attention to your
Numerous of my CLE trainings this year, which is like tech basics for lawyers, mention this. Numerous of my continuing legal education were like, remember, if someone has LinkedIn Plus or Pro or whatever the fuck they call it, Emily, how much time do you spend on LinkedIn? Literally none. I'm not like none. But it was a reminder, hey, lawyers, if someone has LinkedIn Plus, they can see everyone that views their profile. So they can see it. So if he or his company has LinkedIn Plus, they can see it. And it was a reminder because it keeps happening where attorneys are looking at jurors and jurors see that the attorneys are looking. So yeah, they know. Lawyers know. They know. Sam said, so this witness lied on his CV. His CV indicates that his degree is in progress. It seems that the LinkedIn and the website indicates that he already has that degree. But the CV provided to the defense, the court, and the prosecution indicates that it is in progress. So the website and the LinkedIn seem to be what's not accurate. LinkedIn Premium, not Pro. Yep. Thank you. Whichever. Michelle M says it shows he got his degree in 2018 on the profile. That's not now.
the printout of your personal LinkedIn page and go right to the second page.
But the company
bottom.
website shows that degree.
And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there.
Honestly,
and it says,
for me, I don't care if this witness has the degree or not. I don't. There are plenty of experts, especially as we get into more technical, that have lots of certificates and no degree. Does the no degree bother me? No. The misrepresentation about the degree bothers the fuck out of me. That bothers me a lot. That bothers me a whole bunch. Whole bunch. I'm a whole bunch bothered by the misrepresentation. A whole bunch.
Bachelor of Science, B period S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not.
The jury can throw out his testimony. The jury will be told they can disregard the testimony of an entire witness. Will the court do that? No. Nope. Can the jury? Yeah. But does it make the entire trust company look untrustworthy? You let me know what you think in the chat. Because when we get to the experts from the defense, I imagine we're not going to be doing this.
Correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied.
I'm going to back up because I stepped on what they were reading about whether or not he had a Bachelor of Science. Again, I think people can have all kinds of high-level jobs without degrees. I don't think you can lie about it if you're going to be an expert witness. 100% no. 100% no. You can't pad your resume if you're going to court about things like your underlying fundamental education. Absolutely not.
The printout of your personal LinkedIn
So they're looking
page
at the LinkedIn now?
and go right to the second page, bottom, and
It's
under
just
education it
embarrassing.
says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB
Logo.
acronym there, and it says Bachelor of Science, B period S period comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in...
Can't you put on LinkedIn if you, not to this witness, because court is a bigger issue, but if you went to school for a couple years and didn't finish your degree, can you indicate that on LinkedIn? Anyone? You let me know. Because I
A
don't know.
Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not. And that would have been at that time an expected.
Chat has all said you can absolutely indicate if you went to school, because 2016, that's 2 years for a 4-year degree. So chat has said you absolutely can indicate if you took the coursework and did not have a degree.
No, it's not.
And some of you have said, and you can also add a future date and you can put current. Thank you, chat. Look at all of you are like, yes, we do things with LinkedIn. So there's lots of things you can do.
Of Science, B period S period comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation.
It seems like there's a lot of ways that this could have been corrected before today.
2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not. And that would have been at that time an expected graduation date.
So it would be expected, you.
Sir, you are correlating clocks down to seconds. And you are telling me that would have been an expected degree date in 2018? It is 2025. How many courts have you testified in? How has this never come up until now? I can't even believe this would never come up until now.
State.
Correct.
That was an expected
It
completion
would be
date?
another word.
So fix it
for-
then.
is another word currently pursuing. Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first few CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Correct. That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
And you said you get notifications when people access your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people
Where
are
do you get
looking
them
at
notified?
your LinkedIn page. You
On your
know
email?
people are looking at your education. And you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period is 7 years old from 2018, yet you use the 2016 to 2000.
Emily, what's that noise? Yeah, I just tried to log into LinkedIn. Y'all are looking at LinkedIn. I want to look at LinkedIn too. I 100% want to look at LinkedIn. I never look at LinkedIn. I want to know. But if the page has gone private during his testimony, it also indicates to me that his company controls it. LinkedIn's like, where's all this traffic coming from? Yeah, I want to look. However, if while this dude has been on the stand, his LinkedIn profile changed, again, his company may have access to his LinkedIn. It may not.
2018 on your LinkedIn
Just
page.
such a bad
Correct.
look.
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your post, not specifically the profile information.
What?
Oh, so you believe you know apparently when people are looking at it and what they look
We're
at?
a LinkedIn expert now?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying generally.
Generally.
Correct.
But you don't know who's looking at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page, yes.
You think his coworkers are pissed at this point? Because
And as
this
you
is
sit
going to
here
come
today,
up when
that
any of them
page is still
testify.
live on your LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't have a photo on it.
So a key aspect of your credentials, whether or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science.
Yes, chat, I did go to the LinkedIn. Do you want to see what it says? Do we want to do this together? Chat, you let me know. Do we want to do this together? Because we're in the middle of LinkedIn Gate, and does it just WTF, dude? All of you are like, all of you have just voted for
Do it. Do it. Do it.
the jury cannot do what we are about to do. Chat, I am granting the motion. It is a Monday, and we are going to take a brief gallop into some fuckery. Just motion for fuckery granted. The fuckery is occurring. And again, if you don't have a degree, that is a different line of questioning. Lying about it is so bad, and it's just so ridiculous. But there's always something. There's always something. And the attention to detail is just lacking. Where is the care? And he's like, nope, that's not accurate. So chat, wander with me into the fuckery, shall we? Let us just for a moment alight. This is why we watch the live stream together and not in real time. Let us alight into the nonsense. Let me just go ahead and share this tab real quick. This is the website. I'm going to make a caveat. It is strongly my position that viewing is one thing, and that review bombing, botting, and the rest of it is also bullshit fuckery. So if you are going to go look around, go look around. Look at whatever you want. But do not review bomb. Do not brigade. It just doubles people down in their position. It really doesn't do anything. The law nerds know. The law nerds know. We're going to look. But for all of you in the chats that don't touch the poop, exactly. When it's a shit show, no touchy. But we will go wandering to explore for ourselves. The jury cannot. Alessi's bringing it in very well. Alessi is bringing it in a way that's very easy to understand. But we are going to just take a minute. So this is the website from the company. And you can scroll down on the company website, BS, Mathematics and Business Administration. We've gotten full round back to like BS USB. Some of you will get the reference. If you don't, it's okay. The chat will let you know. But the BS in Mathematics and Business Administration is what it lists. And you can download a CV. I'm not downloading at the moment because the CVs they have in court are the CVs they have in court. They already questioned him about the CV on the website being inaccurate. I'm curious about the LinkedIn link. So when I hit the LinkedIn link, I'll show you what it shows me. So let me switch tabs. This is what it shows me when I hit the LinkedIn link. It says this page doesn't exist. Check your URL or return to the LinkedIn homepage. And then in the URL bar, it says linkedin.com/404. So this is LinkedIn's 404 message. So the link from the business website is 404ing. That's where we're at. So what did we do next? Well, I went to LinkedIn and did what I bet a bunch of you did and pulled up the company Aperture. That's what I did. That's where we went next. Emily, look, if all of you are triggered by red bubbles, you're going to be triggered by this because I don't use LinkedIn. So I don't use LinkedIn. There are red bubbles. I don't use LinkedIn. So I went to Aperture. I tried to go to Aperture, the company, and from Aperture, the company, take me back to Aperture's LinkedIn. What is this? Ugh. I went to the company. Seems like the same company. Seems like the same area. Let's just back up. Seems like the same company. Arlington, Texas. Aperture. Truth in focus. Aperture. We exist to shine a light on the truth. I'm sure this will come up. I'm sure that it will. I'm sure that it will. So then I just noodly googly'd on down to the members of the Aperture team. Now remember, this individual has a profile. Don't touch the poop, by the way. Don't touch the poop. But I noodly Googled on down to see if there was a Shanon 1N on Aperture. And there is. So that's where I went next. Shanon B, digital forensic expert, hardware hacker, mystery solver. Can we solve the mystery of your degree together, sir? Do you want to solve mysteries and make sense of complex cyber challenges? You're in the right place. Great. Posts 3 weeks ago, 1 month ago. Fantastic. What's the job? Digital forensic expert, CAC forensics, digital forensic analyst, crash reconstructionist. But this is what they're talking about on the stand now. University of Alabama at Birmingham, Bachelor of Science, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016 to 2018. That's not what's on the resume in court, but that's what's on the website and that's what's on LinkedIn. And then license in professional services and then skills and then whatever else LinkedIn shows. So is this still up? Yes, it's still up. Does the link break between the business site and this? Yes. Do I know if this had a picture and doesn't have a picture now? I don't know. I have no idea who the mutual connection is. Literally no idea. Emily, when's the last time you used LinkedIn? I don't know. Probably 2 years ago. Will I look? Yep. Here's why it matters. Because the defense gets to argue, how can you trust someone who's going to lie on LinkedIn and lie on their company website to say they have a degree they don't? For incredibly significant data in this case. It's incredibly significant data in this case. All right, let's go back to the cross-examination now that we have galloped onto LinkedIn real quick. So.
Is incorrect in more.
But I think this will potentially taint the other witness from Aperture as well. It doesn't just, hit this witness. It hits the whole company. I've never seen an expert ever have a CV issue that wasn't like a typo on a period or something. I have never seen a CV issue with, I have a degree that they don't have. Ever.
So a key aspect of your credentials,
it's incredibly
whether
bad,
or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science is incorrect in more than one document that I've presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And the one previously,
I've
to that,
never seen anything like
there's
this.
two documents that have you.
For those of you who are like, Emily, why aren't you more mad? I'm still stunned. The mad will come. I'm still in disbelief and shock. The mad will come later. Like, I don't even know how we end up. I don't even know how we end up here. Like, I don't even know. I don't even, yes, chat, code red. I think that's the only appropriate response. Just code red. I think that's the shock and horror. I don't even know. Like, he's testified before. Here's the thing. This isn't like new. This is 2016 to 2018, and he's testified in courts, and he named, I think, 4 different states as an expert. And this has never come up? Never? How has this never come up? In what? 7 years? I don't even have words. We're just going to keep watching as he tries to say, I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that. But yeah, chat, I absolutely grant your motion for code red. For those of you that are new, code red is our DEF CON what the fuck. Sometimes we go code bruh. Sometimes it's the Audacity. I think this surpasses Audacity directly into what the fuck. And I'm going to reiterate it like I did last time. And then we're going to go to code red and we're going to see whatever the fuck else he says. Listen to me, Lawnerd. We haven't gotten to how much money this firm charges for whatever. You are way too hard on yourself about everything. You need to give yourself a whole lot of grace, because this dude is sitting on the stand listing a whole ass science degree that he does not have with confidence. Y'all give yourself such a hard time over literally the smallest thing. And bruh is just like, what? I wouldn't agree that that's not accurate. It's fine. Give yourself some grace. Kat in the chat said, can he be impeached for this? It's happening now. We are watching the impeachment. We are watching the impeachment happen of an expert who knew they were being called in a high profile case since at least January of 2025, and then has a company website, a company CV, and a LinkedIn that all list a degree he doesn't have. What? And here we are. And here we are at Code Red. So Code Red is flashy. And the flashing will end when the music ends, and the lights will go red until the end of the fuckery. And yeah, just, I imagine this cross is going to go much longer than today. I said maybe we would be done today. I don't know if we'll be done today. I'm waiting for Alessi to ask inappropriate questions. Like, Alessi, just get inappropriate for me. Like, so sir, can we even believe anything you say? So why should we believe any of your conclusions if you don't even know if you have a degree or not? Like, if you're just comfortable representing that you have a degree that you don't have, why should we believe that the variance is 21 to 29 seconds? Like, why should anyone believe you if you're going to hold yourself out to be something that you're not? Like, why should anyone just like, what? Just take your word for it? Like, why are we at, trust me, bro, you're a paid expert in a homicide. Trust me, bro, is not the standard here at all.
So we're going to code red for anyone that's flash sensitive. It will end when the music ends.
Do it.
We're going to DEFCON red. I've never seen it. I've never seen anything like this. I wouldn't have. I don't think this is something I would even conceive as fucking possible. I'm on the verge of saying, do we owe Trooper Paul an apology for his like 12-hour course in accident reconstruction and just confidently being like, yeah, I'm an accident reconstructionist? What the fuck?
You list.
Sir, respectfully, what the fuck? Just what the fuck? So Alessi said, so in multiple documents I've shown you, this is incorrect. And he's like, no. Yeah, this is why Alessi's running around like the Cheshire cat today. Because this shit never happens. There are things that have happened in this trial. There are moments in cross-examining that have happened in this trial. And I'm sitting here going, this has never happened. And a lot of those moments have been Alessi's. And he's just like, you're like once in a career moment because this isn't real because people don't put on experts when they have conflicts like this. And yet. Oh, Alessi's fucking giddy. There's no way Alessi's like, I can't even eat. I'm so excited. Like better than Christmas excited. Just, you know, better than literally everything excited. I can't imagine what would be more exciting as an attorney than walking into a cross-examination like this with all those papers organized and tabbed and just being like, oh boy, this is wild. So for those of you just joining us because of the app notification, welcome and hello. This is the Commonwealth's expert from Aperture to talk about the time warp, time shift, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. And the beginning of the cross-examination has started with, these are your CVs, correct? Yes. They show that you have a Bachelor of Science degree in progress, correct? Yes. But your company website says you have the degree, your company CV says you have the degree, and LinkedIn says you have the degree. So in at least 3 places, you say you have a degree that you do not have. And he's already testified that he wrote his LinkedIn. And his LinkedIn had an expected completion date of 2018. So it's not like, oh, I missed my deadline on a paper 6 months ago. And that's where we're at.
In more than one document that I've presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And the one previously to that, there's 2 documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's 2 documents, is there not, sir? There's, may I?
Sure.
Thank you. And Madam Court Reporter, if I can have the previous one in evidence?
So sir, the LinkedIn page.
Sure.
Sir, the LinkedIn page. And then the
Exhibit 185.
and then the company website.
It's in evidence. If you can turn to the second page. So if you look at each of those state that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are 2 documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Why would he say multiple places and then you deny it and let Alessi be like, okay, let me highlight how bad it is again. There's 2 places, right? Two places it says you have a degree you don't have. 2, sir, 2. Isn't that multiple? No, 1, 2. What do we call that? 2. We call that multiples? Like multiples of 2? Why let Alessi do it again?
Yes, they have errors. Yes, that is correct.
They have errors.
Sure. Yep, both.
They have errors?
Yes.
What else has errors? They have errors. Sir, you're a scientific witness. They have errors. What the fuck else has errors? When it's coming down to a span of 20 seconds, what else has errors?
Is he going to say it's regrettable? Did you lie about this on purpose? Absolutely not. Where are we going next? I'm going to start to 404 in a second. Was that Alessi? I had my head down. Who was breathing into the mic? I think that was Alessi. I think that's Alessi.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have the next document marked for identification only at this point. You have this marked as the next for identification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, no matter how cleanly the prosecution put in this evidence, it's not going to matter much, I don't think. Because what the hell? All right, they're marking their next in order.
You hand it to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Witness Exhibit XX for identification. You recognize that document, sir?
So it appears to be a CV, yes.
Oh, another CV, is it?
You say it appears to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
Yes, so it's a copy of my CV.
Is that a CV you prepared, sir?
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Sorry, it would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
Yourself or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had it.
Also, Alessi, how dare you not break the fourth wall in a very serious trial and look at us and say, now is the time for popcorn? I just feel misled. I'm teasing. I am teasing. But Alessi's been like, I imagine this is the CV. Well, let's find out.
Minimum a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and update CVs.
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it is accurate or not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
If you can look at the highlighted portion, sir, under education.
There's no highlight. Well, I understand what you're talking about. There's no highlighted portion.
I'm sorry. Let's strike that. If you look under education, the first line, it says in the right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
And up in the upper left-hand corner, there's a photograph.
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
This has
And
to be
in
the
the
one from
spelling of
website.
your name, Shanon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N, correct?
Correct.
And that's the correct spelling of.
Why does it matter? Well, this witness isn't backing away from, it wasn't me. We don't have a shaggy defense where he's going, this is a different Shanon Burgess that works for the same company. Is this your picture? Is this your name? Is this you? Okay. It says you graduated in 2022. So what gives?
Your first name with one N, correct?
Yes, it
So
is.
that's definitely you represented in this document, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's
So-
look at the first line that relates
That's
to
a no,
education. It states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Was
Correct.
that an anticipated
So
date?
this document represents that you received your Bachelor's of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022,
That is what it seems to represent.
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that, yes.
Correct.
Yeah, there are a number of errors.
Let's go on. So this is the third example. Am I correct, sir? Well, let me...
what other errors?
May I quote, Your Honor?
Yes.
What other errors? What other errors?
Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 187.
All right, that's in evidence. They're marking it. Why am I zooming? Because I want to know what the fuck is happening next.
187. Sir, is Exhibit 187 a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website?
I do not know. I would have to look and check that.
So as you sit here today, you are not able to state whether that CV is linked directly from Aperture's website?
Correct.
Emily, can you tell us? Yes, I pulled the CV from the Aperture
so this
website.
is a third example
and it says,
of a document that incorrectly...
And it reflects what Alessi is saying it reflects. But I'm not going to pull that up online.
States that you have a Bachelor
But
of
I
Science
see that
when
as
you
well.
do not possess that degree, correct?
It has errors or outdated information, correct?
Well, when you say outdated...
Errors or outdated, it seems to have a bunch of projections. Is it outdated? Like, did they take your degree away? Can they even do that? It's outdated. But you don't have the degree.
How is it that you can call a date outdated next to something that you don't possess?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you just used the phrase
Outdated.
either incorrect or outdated. I'm trying to understand your statement that it's
Sure. So
outdated. Isn't it either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't? Isn't
I have represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
Except
but
your
in
CV
here,
doesn't.
It's represented that you do, correct?
Yes, it is
All
an
right.
error, yes.
It's not
So-
a fucking vision board. It's a CV it's an expert CV.
Are you? Let's look at what the name
my God.
is that are on these documents. It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Are you aware that there's no degree at the University of Alabama,
Shut the fuck up.
Birmingham, called a Bachelor of General Science in
Shut the fuck
Mathematics
up.
and Business Administration?
Yes, I am. And that is one of the errors I've identified.
So you would agree that there's not...
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Sir, your CV says, and the CVs he gave to the court said that this degree was in progress. Well, gave to the prosecution and gave to everybody. And Alessi's like, sir, the degree letters say BGS. Like my law degree is a JD. It's a Juris Doctorate. It is a JD degree. So it is a JD degree. His is listed 3 letters, BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. And now we're getting to that degree doesn't even exist? It doesn't exist? He's like, that's one of the errors I identified just now. Sir, I can't make the lights go like plaid. So we're stuck where we're at and the fuckery keeps fuckering more. The degree doesn't exist. The degree doesn't exist. We're not even going to get to your scientific conclusions. So you lied. Your company CV, your LinkedIn page, and your company website say you have a degree that you do not have and that does not, in actuality, even exist. It can't be in progress, though. So if the CVs that you gave to the prosecution say that that is in progress, you can't say that it's in progress if it isn't even a degree you can get.
Even a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration offered at the University of Alabama, correct?
Correct. That should be Bachelor of General Studies with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
Big fucking difference between the words studies and science, my guy. And I only say that as somebody with a Bachelor of Arts degree married to somebody who studied with a Bachelor of Science, and the ensuing fights over which is more challenging. So science, Bachelor of Science, folks, I give it to you. It is a more difficult degree. What the fuck is a Bachelor of General Studies? Wouldn't that just be a Bachelor of Arts?
And what you just articulated, you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What you possess is an associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
And when did you obtain that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
Oh boy. I'm not even fast forwarding Alessi's pauses to make him sit here while Alessi writes notes.
Are you familiar with the term mendacity?
I am not.
Are we going to get into it, Alessi? Alessi?
Are you familiar with a CV of 2015?
No, I'm not.
Can we ask about hubris too? How many CVs are we going to pull up? Alessi, we're going to just do this shit all day.
Yes.
Oh no, I've never seen anything like this. Like the problems I've had in trial is somebody that wrote a 7 that kind of looked like a 1 or something. Like that this doesn't happen in real life. Like I am not convinced that this is real life. Like what the fuck is happening?
Marked as the next exhibit for identification, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to be here well into tomorrow. Alessi's just pacing himself.
Thank you.
I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen
You
anything like
recognize
this.
that document, sir?
No, I do not recognize.
I've seen a lot of you ask me about perjury. What has he lied about on the stand? His LinkedIn page isn't under oath. His company website isn't under oath. The CV he gave to the prosecutor said the degree was in progress, and he said it's a typo. No, this is impeachment. This is just straight up old-fashioned impeachment. So you want the jury to believe this. You've said to the public this. And now we have the receipts, the screenshots, the fucking everything, the timeline, and here it is. We're just going to blow it all up. And we're going to be here doing this forever.
This document.
And they should. The defense should take all day doing this. Because then the jury can choose to discount what this witness said.
Do you recall ever pursuing, may I stand here and ask some questions, Your Honor?
The witness is like, I'd prefer you not.
As well, or do you have a copy form?
He can see it as well, Your Honor.
Okay. I was just wondering the purpose.
Yeah, sure.
Your Honor, I'd like to see the roasting up close, if you don't mind.
Sir, do you recall when you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree of any kind?
Sir, have you ever been to
I do,
Birmingham? I mean, I would have guessed you've been to Birmingham, Alabama. Sir, when did you start pursuing this degree?
Around 2008.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
How many credits are you registered for right now? Right now. Most college semesters are not done or just completed. If you are pursuing your degree, how many units or credits are you registered for this year?
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Errors or mis...
Misinterpretation? 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 Didn't we already name a witness misinterpretation this trial? Didn't we already get there? Misinterpretation. I'm sorry, are people misinterpreting the year of completion as a year of completion? Are you fucking joking? What is there to misinterpret? Did they misinterpret the BGS as being a Bachelor of General Science? Because it seems like it said that on the things that they showed you. So whose misinterpretation?
Interpretation that...
We're going to just back it up because I stepped right in the middle of Alessi following up that question. Yes, with misinterpretations. Misinterpretation.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Errors or misinterpretation that are you stating, but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been in existence for some time, correct?
Yes, I'm being made aware of them now, yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time.
Never come up?
Correct.
You work for insurance companies, correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms, yes.
But you work for insurance companies, correct?
Boy.
Yes, sometimes, yes.
Well, you state that.
Buckle up. Just buckle up. If this goes where I suspect this might be going, just buckle up. Just buckle up. Is your company billing you out? What rate is your company billing you out to insurance companies at?
Right in your report in this case, don't you, sir, that you work for insurance companies?
Again, I do work for insurance companies, yes.
And what role do you play in working for insurance companies? You working for them, or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have?
I can guess.
I'll allow that.
So I work for the insurance.
Why is he asking this question? Because people hate insurance companies. And if he works for the insurance company, people hate insurance companies. Why ask the question? Because you work for the insurance companies, right? And most people who have had to deal with insurance are like, I hate those people. That's why they're asking.
Them? Or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And the court's allowing it.
So I work for the
Objection.
insurance company themselves.
And in your work for the insurance company, has any of that work related to denying claims to insurance?
Objection.
Why don't I see you on this, Mr. Alessi?
Sure.
That might be a bridge too far, though I think they would be allowed to ask if he is billed out at a rate commensurate with his colleagues that have a bachelor's degree. I think you could go that way. Like, are you being billed out to insurance at the same rate as your colleagues that have this degree? Getting into, do you work with insurance companies to deny claims is probably outside the relevance here. We zoom past the sidebar.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Are you familiar with the phrase academic dishonesty?
Yes, I am.
Let's talk about
The feed froze, it's not you.
In October of 2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
That is correct.
And in your October
It's the
10,
feed, it's not you.
2024 report, you outlined a proposal for attempting to extract additional data from the telematics and infotainment modules, correct?
Correct. With the caveat, it's not a report, it is a proposed protocol.
So we'll call it a proposal. In that proposal, you explain why, in your opinion, you believed an additional data acquisition was necessary based on your words, education, training, and background, correct?
That is correct.
And when you compared your proposal, you had access to the manufacturing specifications of the chips in question, correct?
I did.
You were under no critical deadlines to get the work done, correct?
Correct.
In your initial October 10, 2024 report, you explained that you believed the data acquisition was incomplete because, in your opinion, based on your education, again, your words, training, and experience, the download of the acquisition was less than the chip's storage capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And converting megabytes, B-Y-T-E-S, to megabits, B-I-T-S, and gigabytes to gigabits is a basic digital forensic concept, and that concept's critical to successful data acquisition and analysis. Fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
In your initial report, you stated that the December 2023 data acquisition was from the spansion clip, S-P-A-N-S-I-O-N, from the infotainment model was incomplete because the acquisition was only 8 megabytes in size, even though the chip has a storage capacity of 64 megabytes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol.
I'm sorry, well, is it proposal or protocol?
Protocol.
Protocol?
It is a protocol.
We'll use protocol. And you blame this on the, quote, programmer's inability to fully read the component, close quote, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, the manufacturing specifications establish that the total flash memory component of the chips in question is equal to 64 megabits, not 64 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
64 megabits is 8 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
That means the spansion chip was not incomplete, correct?
Correct.
The acquisition was the same data size as the total memory storage capacity of the chip, correct?
Correct.
Your protocol for data acquisition was based on a misunderstanding of megabits versus megabytes, correct?
It was based on a working theory and a misinterpretation, yes.
And that was your misinterpretation.
Yes, it was.
You mentioned Ms. Gaffney in your direct testimony. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
She successfully acquired 8 megabytes of data from that spansion chip during the December 2023 chip-off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that wasn't your only conversion mistake in your October 10, 2024 report, was it?
I'm not aware of any others.
You stated in your report that the data acquisition of the Micron JWB57 was incomplete because the acquisition was only 540 MB in size, but the storage capacity was 4 GB. And that's stated in your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol, yes,
Protocol.
correct.
The Micron JWB57 chip is 4 gigabits flash memory component, not a 4 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
That is correct.
So contrary to your assertion in the report, 4 gigabits is equal to 50 megabytes, which suggests that all the events...
In direct, he tried to say it was a typo. Does this sound like it was a typo? Or does it sound like he had a fundamental misunderstanding because he didn't just write it wrong? He said this isn't a full extraction because it's not the right amount of information. That's not a typo. That goes beyond a typo. He didn't think the extraction was big enough.
Available data was successfully retrieved from this chip during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gaffney
full
was
amount of
not
data
in
was
error on that. She did not make a
extracted.
mistake on that, correct?
Not on that specific thing, yes.
Right. It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
Misinterpreted, I would not say misunderstood.
You misinterpreted.
Just like the degree misinterpretation?
The difference between gigabits and gigabytes.
Correct, at that time.
You got
yes.
that wrong in layperson's terms.
Correct, I did make an error.
He's not backing down from it.
You stated in your report
At all.
that Micron,
That,
and
he's
I'm
like,
going to
nope,
have
yep,
to give an
that was my
alphanumeric
error.
number because I know in digital forensics it's important to be precise and accurate, so bear with me, sir. You stated in your report that the Micron 29F2G08 ABAEA is a 2 gigabyte chip, and that the acquisition
We're getting into
should
full
have
chipset
been
conversations.
2 gigabytes, but was incomplete because it was only 264 MB in size, correct?
That is correct.
And the Micron, and I'm just going to refer back to the number to not repeat it, the long alphanumeric number, is a 2 gigabit flash memory component, not a 2 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
Oh,
correct?
more than once.
Yes, that is correct.
So 2 gigabytes is
multiple
equal to
chipsets.
250 megabytes, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that all available data was successfully retrieved during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
From those chips, yes.
From those chips. Correct. I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Your opinion was again incorrect and was based on a misunderstanding of gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
A misinterpretation, correct.
A misinterpretation in layperson's terms. You got that wrong also.
It was an error, yes.
If we didn't have the CV kerfuffle, I might have wanted to know on redirect. I don't know if I care now. I might have wanted to know on redirect. How did you do that? How did you write that down? And then did you write it down and look at your notes later? I would have wanted to know what the issue was. I don't know if I want to know now. If I'm the Commonwealth, I don't know if he's asking. Because after the issue with the CV, even if it looks like a Scrivener's error or could be, does it matter? No, you misinterpreted it. Okay. Like your CV was misinterpreted. Like the shit's so far out of the horse now that even if he did, as he tried to say on direct, write a capital B and a lowercase b or whatever, does it even matter? Because the grace for that is gone after the CV issue. Just gone.
Did you have that protocol peer reviewed, sir?
No, I did not.
Was it peer reviewed by anybody at Aperture?
No, it was not.
Did you have a supervisor review that protocol before you filed it with the court?
No, sir.
You submitted your proposal based on your education, background, and experience, correct?
Correct.
Turns out that the entire foundation of your proposal was based on a fundamental misinterpretation of the difference between a computer bit and a computer byte, correct?
No, not the entire thing. No.
Well,
A substantial
certainly
portion
part
of?
it was, correct, sir?
Correct. Partial.
You got conversions wrong with respect to analyzing 3 different chips, correct?
Correct.
And since you wrote that, have you learned the difference between a bit and a byte?
I've always known the difference between a bit and a byte. Yes.
You learned that in this case from reading the affidavit of an expert for the defense who pointed out those errors before you submitted your supplemental report. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back and look at the timing on that. I believe I submitted the supplemental before the protocol from the other expert.
Are you certain of that?
I'm not certain of that.
He's not certain of that at all.
Isn't it the case that the expert for the defense submitted his affidavit before you submitted your supplemental report?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do not know that.
You don't know one way or another.
Correct.
And that person that I've referred to for the defense is Matthew DeSogra. You know that name?
I do.
And you have read Mr. DeSogra's affidavit in this case, have you not, sir?
I have, yes.
And you would agree that he pointed out these misinterpretations of yours in his affidavit, correct?
Correct.
I would like to go back to your January 30th, 2025 report.
Oh, boy.
May I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, I just started eating. I thought we were moving on, Alessi. Damn it. I thought we had a minute. But we
May I
don't.
proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank
All
you.
right, there we go.
In your January 30th,
We're moving on.
2025
Ish.
report, you know which one I'm referring to, sir?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that you indicated that at the time of this, quote, incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software according to similar modules that are supported by in-vehicle acquisition?
That is correct.
And the infotainment module that was removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU, you know what I'm referring to in the MMU?
Right.
Is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Mrs. Gaffney. You remember that statement in the report, sir?
I do, yes.
You obtained no additional information from the chips that were already analyzed by Ms. Gaffney, did you?
Correct.
Correct that you obtained no additional information, right?
No,
What?
no data of value from those chips, yes.
No data of value. So all the data of value
What?
Ms. Gaffney had already obtained from those chips, correct? That-
What?
No,
that's
so that's kind of a confusing question. So there was no data of value from those chips to begin with.
Fair enough.
Right.
So Ms. Gaffney didn't miss
Where'd the
anything
data
of
come
value.
from?
Correct.
Fair?
Correct.
Do you
So
know
where'd the
how
data
much
come
the
from?
Commonwealth has paid Aperture to
Ooh,
date
ding, ding, ding.
for doing the work in this case?
I do not.
Do you have any involvement at all in knowing what the contract is between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
Probably not.
I do not.
Have you ever had any discussions with any colleagues from Aperture with regard to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
No, I have not.
Do you have an estimation as to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
You've never had any discussion with anybody at Aperture about the fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth in this case?
No, I have not.
Who in Aperture is
How much
in
time have you
charge
billed? And what is your
of
billing rate?
knowing how much fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth?
That would be the accounting department,
Would Dr. Judson Welcher know?
potentially.
Sir, how many hours have you billed and what is your billable?
Your analysis,
buddy.
I want to move on to another category, sir. Your analysis in this case was not strictly limited to data in science, was it?
No, it was strictly limited to data and science.
The Commonwealth requested that you review numerous materials in connection with your analysis in this case, correct?
I did review materials, yes.
You did not review the January 29, 2022 CARS report by, well, let me put,
Shanti said your billable versus what the company's charging is not the same. I know it's not the same, but it's something he might know that might get them in the ballpark because he's like, I have no idea what's being billed out. Okay, well, what does your rate typically get billed out at? He might not know, but I think it's another way to ask the question. But I know it's not always the same.
it this way. Did you review the January 29, 2022 CARS report prepared by Trooper Paul?
No, I did not.
Do you know what a CARS report is?
I do not.
Do you know that a CARS report was prepared by Trooper Paul for this case?
No, I do not.
If there was a collision analysis and reconstruction report
I don't know if he would have reviewed that.
prepared by a trooper in that case, would you want to see a document such as that?
No, not for my analysis.
Would somebody at Aperture want to see that document?
Objection.
I'll reword. Are you familiar with collision analysis and reconstruction reports prepared by law enforcement agencies?
I am vaguely familiar, yes.
Vaguely familiar? Have you ever used one in your analysis at all?
I have seen them, yes.
You've seen them. And my question is, seeing them, have you ever read any of them?
Yes, I have read them, yes.
Have you ever considered a collision analysis and reconstruction report as part of the work that you do at Aperture?
Not specifically a collision analysis report from law enforcement. We do routinely see crash reports, but I think what you're referring to is something else.
Yeah, reconstruction is what he's referring to. It is something else.
Are you aware of a supplemental collision analysis and reconstruction report of Trooper Paul of the Massachusetts State Police dated July 24, 2024?
No, I'm not.
Do you know whether Trooper Paul is part of the Massachusetts State Police reconstruction team?
He's like, I have no
I
idea.
do not.
And lastly, do you know whether he's part of the reconstruction team in this case?
I do not.
No idea. I don't know if it matters if he knows this or not because the jury now hears that there's other reports. And are like,
Did
other
anybody
reports?
tell you to
Other
avoid
reports? I want to know.
reviewing a collision analysis and reconstruction report in this case?
No, they did not.
You did, however, review the 2024 testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino in the proceeding of last year, didn't
Well,
you?
I did for specific data, yes.
So that's not really
For the
science and data, is it? It's testimony.
Yes, it is testimony.
So you did review materials in this case beyond science and data, correct? You reviewed testimony.
That's not
Sure,
the exact
that is
question
common,
Alessi
yes.
asked earlier. It's a different question. But now the
Having reviewed
jury has
Trooper
heard
Garino's
about all of Trooper
testimony,
Paul's reports.
you therefore
which raises a
are
question.
aware of the theory that he proposed in the first proceeding, correct? It was in his testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not. So specifically, I reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony for information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So, did you read all of the testimony?
Probably not.
No, I would have skimmed it.
You would have skimmed the testimony?
Correct.
And how would you, and what would be the purpose to just skim it?
Sure. So I'm only interested in the information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So you just, I want to make sure I have this right. So you would skim it.
He's like, what?
You would look for what you want to focus on.
Yeah, telematics.
And you, as you sit here today, you don't have any recollection of what the theory of the Commonwealth was in the first proceeding?
Not from that testimony, no.
Do you recall Trooper Garino as part of what you reviewed? So you reviewed certain things of Trooper Garino in his testimony, correct?
Correct.
Y'all, yes, he skimmed his
And
degree too. I guess that's where we're at.
Your direct testimony, you testified extensively about the iPhone of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at and testified about a lot of information from the phone of John O'Keefe. Is that a fair statement?
Location data.
Location
Yes.
data.
Do you think Alessi just spent the
Did you
weekend
read,
giggling to himself over
therefore,
this information?
Trooper Garino's claim that the last...
I do.
So why don't I see it sidebar and find out what's going on? Alessi?
Sure.
He reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony. He can be asked about Trooper Garino's testimony, but he did say that he skimmed it to look at the telematics. But I think it's fair game. Let's zoom because we are at sidebar, not for very much longer, while they talk about what he is getting into with regard to Trooper Garino.
Feel free to
and what the witness relied on, you can ask about.
Jurors, we're just waiting a minute for something before we can proceed. Feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. I'm trying to do this without having to step out of the courtroom.
Chat, y'all can stand up and stretch while they grab whatever document they're looking for, which is probably the transcripts, I would imagine. So I'm going to zoom until they have what they need. It's a little harder when we don't have the only fan. I mean, the thing about the only fan is that you know when they go back on the record.
Alessi, is there anything we can go to and come back? If there's not, there's not.
There's not. Let him go in order. Tell her no.
I can do it if Your Honor.
No, tell her no. It would be a bit incongruent. Tell her no. No, do your cross. No, we're going to take a fucking minute. Do your cross.
I would like.
Do you have any idea how much longer it's going to be?
I will go check.
I bet this is just my speculation because Attorney Little's not there. I bet Attorney Little went and printed something out real quick. No, make the court. No. You don't have to do an incongruous cross. If you need something because this expert is just like, I don't even know what I reviewed and doesn't have it with them, then we all wait. It's fine. Wait. Do not move on to something else. I know the court wants to use time, but no. I get it. A lot, and there's Attorney Little with a stack full of papers, so.
Thank you very much.
Or
Pardon me?
a few pages of paper. I appreciate Alessi saying no, we're gonna wait.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will show this to Mr. Brennan first, and then if the court would like to see it, we've got another copy.
Thank you.
Yeah. The Commonwealth is reviewing it. Yes, they have a right to review.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Or did review, and then Alessi
May I
walked
have
back.
this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's see where we're going.
No worries.
Exhibit ZZ for ID.
A lot of you have asked, do I think Brennan knew this was coming? I would only be speculating. My speculation is no.
Yes.
Here's why I speculate
Sir,
that
I'm
way.
handing you what has been marked.
If Brennan knew this is coming, he would asked about it specifically in direct. There were things Brennan knew was coming, and he asked about them in direct. If he knew this was coming, I think he would have asked about it in direct. But Brennan has access to all the same information. He has access to the expert's website. He has access to the expert's LinkedIn. If it's on the internet, he has access to all of that. So it's public information. And then the CVs that the Commonwealth provided, if he didn't go look at it, that's on him. Or it's on whichever attorney was in charge of doing that, if anyone. But I'm sure the Commonwealth hired whoever they hired. I don't know if Brennan would have had any direction in that, because government entities have ways that they do things. And somebody would have had to look at it. So no, I don't think that he would have had a heads up because he would have asked. That's what I think. All right, let's continue.
Marked as Exhibit ZZ for identification. Ask you to take a moment to look at it, please, when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it. If you could pick your head up, sir. and I'll
Krista, thank you
proceed
for the
at
gifted
that time.
memberships. He's reviewing whatever's been handed to him. Lunarex, thank you for the gifted memberships, and everyone who gifted memberships, including Margaret, thank you. Allison says we need a fade to black code. This is getting worse. I know. I don't know where the Commonwealth goes from here on redirect, and we might not know till tomorrow because Alessi should let this cross take as long as it takes. Because why not? If you're Alessi, you're taking your time with this cross. But again,
Okay.
if it hadn't been a
So I'm
mistake,
going to just ask one predicate.
if it hadn't been wrong all the places, this would not be a huge issue. It would be like the, are you board certified? Are you not board certified? The issue is that it is contradicting evidence all over the place. And then he doubled down with misinterpreted. Sir, when they put a degree a year after a degree, it indicates year of completion.
Question and then ask you
Colleen,
another
thank you.
question.
Sure.
Does Exhibit ZZ contain, and if you just answer this yes or no, that would be great. Does it contain location data information?
Objection.
I'll allow that without pursuing it.
That's the only one I have for that purpose.
Okay.
Does it, sir?
Yes, it does.
Did you consider this part of Trooper Garino's testimony in any review that you've done in this case?
No, I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
On December, we're going to move on now to another topic, sir. On December 5th, 2020, December 5th, 2024.
Alessi's not going to get into, I imagine, what was said by Guarino, because I imagine the foundation that he's laying here will be for his expert, and his expert will say, this is what I reviewed.
Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, you know that name, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
So he is the one who hand-delivered the infotainment and telematics module to our office in South Lake.
Exactly. So he delivered the infotainment module.
So Tully went to Texas?
Containing the SD card that you talked about on direct examination, so that you could attempt to reinstall it in Miss Reed's vehicle for an in-vehicle acquisition attempt, correct?
That was part of it, yes.
That was part of it.
Correct.
That day you initially attempted
Oh, no,
an
he
in-vehicle acquisition.
He probably went to Massachusetts. If they were trying to put it back in Karen Reed's car, they wouldn't have gone to Texas for that. He would have come to Massachusetts for that.
Meaning you reconnected the infotainment module to the faceplate in Miss Reed's vehicle and reinstalled both the infotainment and the telematics module for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
That was an attempt, yes, on December 7th, for clarification.
And that was on December 7th?
Correct.
And that was December 7th of 2024?
Correct.
You conducted this same testing on an Exemplar vehicle, and to be clear, Exemplar was a vehicle that Aperture had purchased?
Yes, that is a vehicle that Aperture has purchased.
So Aperture purchased it, and it's a vehicle, as I understand it, you testified, that's similar to the vehicle of Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so you call it an Exemplar because it's similar to the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So I'm going to continue using your parlance of Exemplar vehicle.
Sure.
Parlance.
And so you conducted this same testing on the Exemplar vehicle and successfully reinstalled and tested the infotainment and telematics systems for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
For an in-vehicle acquisition, not for an unlock.
Okay, so for just an in-vehicle acquisition.
Correct.
I appreciate the correction, sir. But in this case, with Miss Reed's actual Lexus, you were unable to successfully reinstall and test the infotainment and telematics systems, correct?
Correct.
On Miss Reed's Lexus, you were able to get the infotainment backlight and faceplate to illuminate, but in your own words, the infotainment system did not respond as expected, correct?
Correct.
So instead, you took the micro SD card itself and attempted to retrieve data from that card directly, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay. And?
Lexus locks cards in its system, correct?
It does, yes.
If Lexus thought it was appropriate to access those cards, do you know whether or not they would
That calls for
have them
speculation.
unlocked? Do you know?
I do not know.
Now,
I'm going to let the answers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to cover a basic question.
I mean, nothing seems basic in this cross.
Do you have any citation to any scientific literature where specifically what you did on this Lexus model has ever done before? Has it ever been done before to your knowledge?
No, not on this specific model, which is why we did the exemplar testing.
Right. So there's no scientific literature that states that the methodology that you used with this Lexus model is an appropriate methodology at all.
Unless he walked
There
away
is
from the
literature
mic.
that addresses the methodology in other ways, but not specific to this Lexus, correct?
There's no literature at all stating that the methodology that you used for this Lexus is the appropriate methodology to use for this Lexus model, correct?
There is no literature about this appropriate Lexus model, correct?
Let's talk about your initial report of January 30th of 2025. You issued your initial analysis and report on January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Your
Okay.
report included a general timeline analysis. You used that phrase, timeline analysis, that you stated could impact, quote, event reconstruction. Do I have that right? Your January 30th, 2025 report does not discuss a collision, does it?
No, not in my report, no.
As a matter of fact, your January 30th, 2025 report doesn't even use the word collision, does it?
Correct, because I'm looking at data from the Infotainment and Telematics module.
But the report of January 30th, 2025 does
Would any of those models register a collision if there was a collision, though?
not even contain the word collision in it, correct?
I believe it does in the background portion, which would be on page 2 or 3, which would just be restating the, if you mind if I can look at my report?
Oh, please.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Alessi's like, sure.
No, so I apologize. The word that was used was incident.
Right.
Correct.
But you don't use the word collision at all in your January 30th, 2025 report.
That is correct.
I appreciate you checking that, sir.
Alessi knew what the answer was going to be. He's like, please check. It works if
Also,
you check.
and please keep your report handy,
Sure.
your January 30th, 2025 report does not in any way detail the timing of what you now call a Techstream event at all, correct?
No, it does not.
So in your January 30th,
I did not see that Julie had called it Mendacity Monday, but yes, I co-signed the winner, chicken dinner. We'll get there. But Mendacity is going to be the word of the day.
2025 report, you refer to it as an incident, and in your May 8th report, you refer to it as a Techstream event, correct?
That would be referring to two different things.
Right, right. But did you use the parlance Techstream event at all in your January 30th, 2025 report?
No, I did not.
But you're using it now, correct?
Correct.
And we're talking about the same event, right?
Correct.
In fact, your analysis and conclusions were limited in your January 30th, 2025 report to generally identifying a clock skew between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Miss Reed's infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
On January 30th, 2025, you engaged...
Which does mean, though, that in his January report, he discussed an issue of quote-unquote clock skew. When did you seek to rectify that issue?
In no further analysis to determine whether precisely the 1162-2 Techstream event that you now call it occurred, correct?
Correct.
Why not?
I was not asked to at that time. I was just asked to look at
Were you
the
asked to
general
since?
timeline and consistency of the timestamps.
So, back in January 30th, 2025, you were not asked to engage in analysis to determine when precisely the 1162-2 Techstream event occurred. Is that fair?
That is fair, and that is based on the common concept that, you know, a lot of cases that we work, there is clock skew, but we do not have events to precisely determine what that clock skew is.
Understood. So, wasn't your goal, however, on January 30th, 2025, to determine the correct timeline of events relative to this incident? Wasn't that your goal?
It was my goal to determine the data from the Infotainment and Telematics modules that were missed in the initial download and create a timeline and consistency of those timestamps.
So, your goal was to create a timeline, correct?
Correct.
And that timeline, among other uses, was to be for your colleague, Dr. Judson Welcher, to use that in his analysis, correct?
That is correct.
So you knew not only what
was being
your
relied on.
purpose was, but you knew what your work was going to be used for by Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Well, I knew it was going to be provided, yes.
Well, you knew it was going to be provided. Have you ever talked to Judson Welcher, your colleague, about this case at all?
I have vaguely, yes.
How many times have you talked to him?
I would count a handful of times.
And just give me a general idea of the nature of the discussions between you and Dr. Welcher. You're both working on the same, quote, incident, right?
Sure, yes.
What would have been the nature of those discussions?
So those discussions would have been identifying what I found on the infotainment and telematics modules and discussing, explaining that data to Dr. Welcher.
So did Dr. Welcher ever tell you, your colleague, why he wanted to use that data for his purposes?
For reconstructing a timeline.
And for reconstructing a timeline and picking a time for what you now call a Techstream event, correct? You knew that's what he was doing.
Correct, for a timeline, yes.
Right, so you knew that for the 1162.2 Techstream event, he was going to use your analysis back in January of 2025 to try to pinpoint that Techstream event 1162.2, correct?
That is correct.
You knew that.
Yes.
And you know that he used that data to select a specific range for that Techstream 1162.2 Techstream event, correct?
I don't know if select would be the right. I understand what you're saying, yes.
What term would you use?
Sure. So based on the data, he's identifying the time approximately when that event would have occurred.
And that Techstream event, that 1162.2, is what Aperture is contending is a time of a collision. Is that correct?
That's sustained on that. Ask it differently, Mr.
The feed buffered a little. And an objection was sustained. They're backing up and asking again.
1162.2 Techstream event in the analysis performed by your firm?
No, Dr. Welcher, I do not.
So you performed your analysis in all these timelines that you talked about on direct without knowing what Dr. Welcher was going to do with that data?
No, so sorry, I misspoke. So it would be to timeline the time and date, or to put a time and date with when that Techstream trigger would have occurred.
Exactly.
Right.
So you knew what the purpose was of your work.
Correct.
With regard to Dr. Welcher's work.
Correct.
And isn't Dr. Welcher's work on the 1162.1 and the 1162.2 Techstream event an important aspect of the work of Aperture in this case?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody from the Commonwealth ask you in your January 30th, 2025 report to not discuss your work in connection with the Techstream 1162.1 and the 1162.2 events?
No.
But you didn't discuss that, meaning the 1162.1 and 1162.2 events, in your first report in January 30th, did you?
That was not part of my report, correct.
But you did delve into that, and pretty heavily, in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Boy.
Correct.
So after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about Techstream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about Techstream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd.
Yep.
After the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing,
Oh, boy.
prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report.
Correct.
Right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
I mean, he's not fighting with Alessi on cross at all. I mean, so many of the other witnesses fought with Alessi on cross. He's had some huge shit go very badly in this cross, and he's just not fighting with him at all, which, I mean, okay, but like, he's just like, yep, I did this. Yep, I did that. Nope, didn't do that. The Techstream data that they're talking about by the 11, 6, 2, 1, and 2 numbers are the key cycle events that this witness and the accident reconstruction expert put together to correlate to the 3-point turn and to correlate to the backing up incident. So that's what those numbers are correlating to. I'm baffled that those particular events did not come up in the initial report, because then what are you being asked to do? Because it sounds like what he was being asked to do is take those key cycle events and do everything we talked about earlier, which is the on-off of the vehicle has a time to the Lexus clock. The Techstream events count up from the key cycle. So you have to know which turn on and turn off and what time, and then how much time's gone. But how is that not something that's in the initial report? I'm so curious. Oh, the stream yeeted. That was me trying to put the stream back up and just overshooting it. Apologies, chat. The stream just... Oh, boy. Never mentioned those 2 key cycle events in the initial report.
Correct?
I'm going to just back that up. That's where we're at.
So the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd, after the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report.
Correct.
Right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
And he didn't even quibble with middle. Not quibbling at all. Correct. Bro, what?
And right in the middle of this trial, you enlarge the number for the 21 to 29 range. That's bigger than what it was in your first report, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Well, you changed the number, don't you?
No, I did not change the number.
Well, let's go back to see exactly what you did, sir.
I want to know everything that's in these reports.
Let's start with the basics. You said on direct examination, sir.
My soundboard doesn't have Bethany Frankel screaming mention it all, but that's the sound I hear in my head right now is the mention it all. That's where I'm at. Mention it all. I'm at mention it all. I don't have... I'm going to need to add it. I got Tamra.
That's my opinion!
But I don't have a mention it all yet. Between now and tomorrow I will, because we're at full mention it all status.
That you prepared your May 8th report
Tell
on your...
me everything.
Those were your words on your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
The stream glitched, but it was you prepared your May 8th report on your own.
Direct examination, sir. That you prepared your May 8th report on your... If those were your words on your direct testimony,
on your own.
Correct?
Correct.
So they didn't ask you to update a report? Like, I need more explanation.
I'm going to read the first line of your May 8th, 2025
Goody,
report.
goody.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to your request. That's a request.
Dear Mr. Brennan. Dear Mr. Brennan. Pursuant to your request.
Yes, I do.
I backed it up.
Pursuant to your request. That's a request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
What?
You're explaining?
Brennan said he was surprised by the report. And he's saying, no, I just copy and pasted it. Which answer is worse? Because Brennan said he was surprised by the report. Do we believe that Brennan was surprised by the report? And this dude was just like, well, I'm just rolling. Because could I envision a world where an expert that's like, well, we're charging the government is just writing extra reports? I can envision that world. Neither option is good. But he was like, no, I did it myself. I just copy and pasted. So now we have typos in everything. We have direct lies in the CVs and the website. And we have like, oh, that was a typo. Oh, this was a typo. Sir, you're expecting us to believe that you are accurate down to the seconds. But it's just like, oh, that was a typo. Oh, I copy and pasted that. Oh yeah. No, that was I misinterpreted the bits and the bytes. I didn't think it was going to get worse. It keeps going. It keeps fucking going. I'm just going to back up and let Alessi go because he was building up a head of steam and I paused because of the, what?
The first line of
what?
May 8th,
I had to back up. We have to do it all again.
Report.
Instant replay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
I love the which is it.
It starts,
Instant
Dear
replay.
Mr. Brennan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to your request. That's the request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
You're explaining the May 8th report in your language pursuant to your request as
a copy and paste.
A cut and paste?
Yep.
From a previous report?
He did.
Yes, I am.
He did. Unabashedly.
Do you cut and paste important information from one report to the other without checking it for accuracy?
I copy and paste certain portions.
Do you ever review what you cut and paste to see if it's accurate?
Yes.
You didn't review it this time, though, did you, sir?
No. I did not think it was significant.
So it's just in your report? Your report's not significant? Your report's not significant? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it doesn't matter. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter. His report is not significant. It's not significant.
It's accurate?
Yes.
You didn't review it this time, though, did you, sir?
What the fuck?
No. I did not think it was significant.
Oh, you don't think it's significant, sir, that the matter is in the middle of a trial and there's a request for a new report after testimony has occurred in that trial? You don't think that's important?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, you've worked in civil and criminal cases. Do you know what the word expert disclosure means? I hope he starts asking, do you know what expert disclosure means? Because it is my general sense that most experts are well aware of what expert disclosure periods are. But then again, up until this morning, I would also assume that when experts provide you with the CV, it's fucking accurate. So maybe I'm just assuming too much. What is happening?
Why did you prepare the new report then?
Sure. So there was a claim from a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. DeSogra of trying to adjust clock syncs or making clock adjustments based on the synchronization of certain events. That was produced in March. Upon reviewing that, my initial thoughts were to address that in testimony, but as I was preparing for trial, I made the decision that it needed to be better addressed in a supplemental report.
But you understand that the report that you're referring to, that's the report of Mr. Soger, correct?
It is a presentation of Mr. DeSoger.
It's
correct.
a presentation. You understand his presentation merely was responding to the work that you did, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So your belief is that Mr. DeSoger's report didn't address at all what you had done?
Partially, yes, but no.
Okay, but let's cover the basics. You agree that Mr. DeSogra addressed, at least in part, the work that you had done?
He tried to address, yes.
Right. So do you know the date of Mr. DeSogra's report as March 5th? Does that sound right to you?
Yes, that's what I said.
So you had Mr. DeSogra's report that you claim was the basis for you on your own in the middle of this trial, creating and submitting a new report. You claim that the basis for that was Mr. DeSogra's report of March 5th of 2025.
That is correct.
You waited 2 months to do that.
Again, my initial thoughts were to address it on testimony.
My question, sir, is not your thoughts. Just did you wait 2 months?
I mean, I think he can get into
Just
his thoughts.
let him finish the answer.
My question, sir, finish it.
He asked him to explain why. I think it's a fair question. I don't know what Brennan's objecting to. He can explain his decision making. You waited 2 months. Why?
How you like.
Sure. So
2 months, was it 2 months between March 5th and when you submitted your report on May 8th? Was that 2 months?
yes, it is.
So, did you know when this trial was going to start, sir? Generally?
Yes.
Do you think it's fair to submit a report without anybody asking you in the middle of a trial?
Sustain.
Expert disclosures. Ask about expert disclosures. Sir, are you aware that there are time limits? You've been in civil cases and criminal cases, right?
As we've been discussing, you issued
The feed
a
froze.
brand new report in this.
It wasn't his soul leaving his body. I know it appeared that way, but the feed has been stuttering this afternoon, and the feed's been stuttering.
Case dated May 8th, 2025.
I want to hear
correct?
all about this.
Correct.
That changed your analysis, correct?
No, it did not change my analysis.
Were there changes to your analysis in it?
There were clarifications.
Clarifications.
Correct.
Like about your degree?
Address that. In your January 30th,
Because that's what it's all going to come back to, isn't it?
2025
For the jury.
report,
Clarifications?
you did not mention Techstream Event at all, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't mention collision at all, correct?
No, I did not.
And you mentioned both of those now in your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Yep.
I don't know if I mentioned collision. I'd have to go to my report and look.
But you certainly do mention Techstream events, correct?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
And you labeled them 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
That's a change from your first report, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a change. It's a supplement.
Oh, so your definition is that when you add something to a report, it's not a change, it's a supplement?
That is what it is, yes.
Who did you speak to regarding the May 8th, 2025 report before you prepared it?
And no one before I prepared it.
So you just prepared it on your own?
I did.
Did you have any communications at all? I asked you who you spoke with, but did you have any communications at all with either Detective Lieutenant Tully or Buchanan?
So I did reach out to Tully to get a full set of the location data, yes.
So you reached out to Detective Tully before you prepared your May 8th report, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he tell you that the trial had started in this case?
No, not during that conversation, no.
At any point?
That's not the first communication you had with Detective Tully, was it?
No, it's not.
How many conversations have you had with Detective Tully?
I would say a handful.
How much is a handful?
I would be speculating, but
A handful generally
we'll say
means
5 to 10.
5 to 10.
Sure.
Is Detective Tully expert at all in digital forensics?
No.
But you've had 5 to 10 conversations with him.
Correct, to get provided information.
At any time, has anybody from the Commonwealth had a discussion with you relative to your January 30th, 2025 report or your May 8th, 2025 report about keeping flexible the timelines for any events in this case?
No, sir.
Do you just always add extra
Did you
reports?
have any discussions at
without
all
talking to the
regarding the
client
May
that's
8th,
paying you?
2025
Like, do we just-
report you prepared
do you
in
just
the middle
do
of
that?
this trial with anyone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
When did you have those discussions?
That would have been on, probably May 7th when I reached out to Mr. Brennan.
So you reached out to Mr. Brennan on May 7th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
That's before May 8th of 2025, correct?
Correct.
So you spoke to someone
You sent that report in.
from the
You had
Commonwealth.
a discussion with Mr. Brennan about it, am I correct?
Correct.
What was that discussion about?
That was just a discussion over the data and what the report said.
So you were discussing with Mr. Brennan what was going to be in your report, including data and analysis, correct?
Correct.
Before you sent it?
Did you tell Mr. Brennan that you were going to be submitting the report shortly to him on May 8th?
Yes.
Did you agree to a time when you would submit that report?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him when you were going to submit it?
No, I did not.
But after the conversation on May 7th, that you discussed with him that you had either pretty close to finalize the report. It's a pretty extensive report, right?
Correct.
So on May 7th, you were pretty well along the way in that report, correct?
Correct.
Did you let Mr. Brennan know that?
Yes.
So he knew the nature of the report. He knew how far along you were with it.
Correct.
On May 7th.
Did you have any other calls with anybody from the prosecution's office other than that about your May 8th report?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you have any texts with anybody about your May 8th report?
No.
Did you communicate with anybody else about your upcoming May 8th report?
No, I would have provided a copy to Dr. Welcher.
So you gave it to Welcher?
Correct.
So Dr. Welcher knew you were working on this report, correct?
He knew I submitted the report. I don't know if he knew I was working on the report.
Did he know you were going to submit the report before you submitted it?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Did he know what was going to be in the report?
Yes, he did.
Did he support the fact that you were going to submit a report in the middle of trial?
I can't speak for Dr. Welcher.
But he knew you were going to do it?
Correct.
Did he say anything, don't do that? Or did he have any comment about the fact you were going to submit it?
Not that I recall off the top of my head.
Not that you recall, so is it possible he did comment on whether you should submit it in the middle of trial?
No, he would not have commented on whether I should have submitted it or not.
Oh.
How many times in
my
your career,
goodness.
sir, have you submitted a supplemental or amended report in the middle of trial?
This would be the only one that I recall.
So this is the only time. How many years have you been doing this?
Approximately 10 years.
And so approximately 10 years, this is the first time you've submitted a amended supplemental report in the middle of a trial.
A supplemental report, correct.
Supplement, as you call it, a supplemental report in the middle of trial.
Correct.
Do you know
When did you talk
a
to Welcher?
person by the name of Ian Whiffin?
Oh,
Yes,
boy,
I'm
I want to
familiar
hear
with
all
the
about
name.
this. Tell me everything.
You say you're familiar with the name. Are you more than familiar with his name?
I mean, did you
Are
guys go to high
familiar
school
with
together
his work?
too?
I'm familiar with his
I'm being snarky. I do not think they actually went to high school together. It's a callback to the first trial. I'm familiar with someone by that name. I am just so baffled that this is what's happening right now, that the snark is just flying. Familiar with someone by that name.
report in this case, yes.
So you're familiar
Chat,
with his
you're-
work if
you're
you're familiar
fast.
with his report, correct?
Y'all are fast. Maybe they went to college together. Yep.
Were you given info? Do you know that Mr. Whiffin has testified in this trial?
No, I do not.
Oh my
And
God.
with regard to Mr. Whiffin's report, did you read it?
Yes, I did read his report.
That
and that
doesn't
would be
surprise
of-
me.
Interest to you, correct? That's why you read it?
Correct.
Because Mr. Whiffin's report, and are we talking about Mr. Whiffin's January 2025 report?
Holy
or his March
shit.
2025 report?
Or
Are you
both.
aware there's two of them?
No, I'm not.
Do you know which one you're referring to?
That would be the January report.
So the January 2025 report, are you aware that there's just a couple minor differences between the two reports, or you're just not aware of it?
I'm not aware of either way.
So not aware of the March report.
Assume there's very minor differences with the reports.
Holy shit.
Mr. Whiffin's reports contain information and some detailed, they're long reports, right?
Yes, they are.
So Mr. Whiffin's report contains information about the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the location data in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the phone calls in Mr. O'Keefe's report, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the picture of the battery in the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
He said battery
It
temp.
has some timelines.
It's going to have Karen Reed stuff too.
Correct.
And those timelines have very specific events that are represented in the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, it's got location data and times that you have used in your report and PowerPoint presentation here, correct?
Correct.
When did you receive the report of Mr. Whiffin with regard to the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So I would have received his report sometime in January.
So, 4 months ago, you had the report of Mr. Whiffin with substantial information about the types of databases you can find in the iPhone, location data, health data, phone calls, and a timeline, among other information, correct?
Correct.
You had all that information.
Correct.
And you had GPS location data in that report.
But you
regarding
still
Mr.
needed it
O'Keefe's iPhone,
from
correct?
Correct.
Tully.
You know what an SQLite database is?
SQLite? Yes.
SQLite, yeah.
Yes.
And an SQLite database is one of the many databases that are contained within an iPhone, including Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on your direct that you have general knowledge about cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And you say you've got certifications.
He said
with regard to
he's
cell
got
phones,
Celebrite
correct?
certification.
And your certifications include being able to read Celebrite and apply the Celebrite tool, correct?
Correct.
And you have certifications that allow you to apply and utilize magnet forensics, like, for example, their Axiom program, correct?
Correct.
And you've done that in your career. You've applied those tools before this case, correct?
Correct.
And you've applied those tools after your work in this case. You apply them pretty much frequently, correct?
Correct.
So the tools, the databases in an iPhone, and all the location data, etc., that was all information you had and you knew and had FASL with back in January
back to
of
FASL.
2025, correct?
Correct.
And you had access to the XQ-Lite database because you had Mr. Whiffin's report, correct?
Correct. I had the report,
You
yes.
had the report.
He didn't have the database though.
Do you recall on your direct testimony saying that one of the reasons that you did this supplemental
think he had the whole
report on May
database.
8th was you got new information or more information about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes, correct.
You had that information through Mr. Whiffin's report back in January of 2025, didn't you, sir?
Correct. I had the report. I did not have the data.
Well, didn't Mr. Whiffin's report discuss location in a pretty detailed manner?
Yes, it did.
And didn't he use GPS location data in that report?
Yes, he did.
Okay, but it's not the same
And you
for an
had
evaluator
that
as having
in
the raw
January
data.
4 months ago,
Yes, you
correct?
did.
Correct.
And you read it 4 months ago.
Correct.
Yet you still submitted a report on May 8th in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a digital forensic analyst named Jessica Hyde?
I am familiar with the name, yes.
Do you know she's working on this case on behalf of the Commonwealth?
Yes, I think I have heard that in conversations.
Have you read any of her reports?
No, I have not.
So you're aware she's working on the case, but you're not aware of whether she's issued reports in this case.
Correct.
So you're not aware whether she has issued reports that mention about GPS location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask for her reports?
No, I did not.
Did anybody ever tell you or comment to you whether your analysis is consistent or inconsistent with the reports of Mr. Whiffin or Ms. Hyde?
No.
Did you watch their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did you learn of their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did anyone from law enforcement or any other aspect of the Commonwealth provide you with any summary of their testimony?
No, they did not.
But you had access to Mr. Whiffin's report with regard to his analysis and the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone back in January of 2025, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Having read Mr. Whiffin's January 2025 report, you know that his report contains statements about movement and other activity of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after your time period in your original report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
No, not after the time period, no.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
So they're talking about Whiffin's report. And the microphone's going to hear all about that report too.
Let's take a look at your January 30th,
So they're going
2025
to look at this expert's report and talk about Whiffin's report. Oh, boy.
Well, we'll come back to that. I'll do that in an order that makes a little bit more logical sense.
I wonder if Alessi's looking at the clock and being like, this is going to take longer to have the payout that it deserves. So I'm going to just time out on that and bring that up in the morning. Because I imagine that that's exactly what Alessi is thinking.
You've mentioned,
we'll just
and
wait
just to
till
cover the
tomorrow.
foundational parts, that you're not the only employee of Aperture that's been hired to testify as a witness on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, but the
in
other
this
employees
trial,
of Aperture are
correct?
fucking thrilled.
Your colleague, Judson Welcher, Dr. Judson Welcher, has also been retained by the Commonwealth through Aperture, correct?
That is correct.
Justin Welcher, Dr. Welcher, is a biomechanical engineer, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Dr. Welcher holds any professional certifications?
I do not know.
Does Dr. Welcher's expertise extend beyond your own?
It is a different discipline than my own, yes.
So it's a different discipline. So it could be horizontally extended, and it also can be vertically extended depending upon the subject matter?
Sure.
That's a fair statement?
Sure.
Okay.
Your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who is an engineer, did opine on the timing of the Techstream Event 1162-2 in his report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
Objection.
Is this, the objection sustained?
I'll reword it, Your Honor.
He's allowed to review
Do you
the
know
report. Right.
Whether
Do you know?
Dr. Welcher opined on the timing of Techstream Event 1162-2 in his January 30th, 2025 report?
Yes.
So you do know.
Yes.
What is the timing of the Techstream Event 1162-2 in the January 30th report of Dr. Welcher, your colleague?
Objection.
So why don't I see you at sidebars?
He should have broad latitude to get into this and should be allowed to get into this. You've seen Dr. Welcher's report. You have given Dr. Welcher your May 8th report. They should be able to get into it. They are going to sidebar. We don't have much left today, so I wonder if we're going to be getting to the end of the day pretty soon here. And that this is going to go into tomorrow. I think this is going into tomorrow either way.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Burgess. We have to just figure out how much further we can take this line of questioning. So don't you worry, we're back. We're back.
You're aware that Dr. Welcher created a PowerPoint presentation with regard to his work in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever discuss that work with Dr. Welcher that he was doing?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any of his work at any point, including up to the point where you're sitting on the stand today?
I have reviewed the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's presentation.
Okay. In the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's report include, those slides you're referring to are the slides of Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Correct.
And the slides that are in Mr. DeSogra's report about...
Yes, Mr. Mr. Disorder, we've heard a lot about in the argument with the lawyers outside the presence of the jury. What this witness is saying is that he has only seen the slides from Dr. Welcher insofar as the defense expert called those slides out in his report.
Dr. Welcher that slide discusses the 1162.2 Techstream event, correct?
Correct.
So you have looked at, albeit through Mr. DeSogra, you have looked at the slide that Dr. Welcher had in his report regarding the Techstream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
Oh
May I
boy.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I bet it's that slide. Buddy. This is
May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification?
the fact that Alessi has managed not to start trying to speed run the wreckage here is just
AAA for identification.
a great example of keeping your calm when things are excited.
Thank you. May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. May I remain here for a few questions?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess?
Yes.
He's like, all eyes on me in the center of the ring, just like a circus. Alessi's just like, it's about me now, bitches. We're doing this all day. I'm going to take my time. We're just going to keep going. We're just going to keep going. We're just going to keep going. And the way that he was just like, let's just shift and go to the shorter answers. And then we'll go to the larger answers probably tomorrow.
Could take a look at what has been marked for identification is AAA, and tell me, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, whether you recognize that slide.
Yes, I do recognize that slide.
And sir, what do you recognize that slide as?
So it is a slide that states a number of times associated with Techstream Event 1162.2, which would be the second event.
And did you consider this exhibit AAA in your preparation of a response to Mr. DeSogra's March 5th, 2025 presentation?
Yes, I did.
I offer this into evidence, Your Honor, AAA for identification.
Okay.
All right, so that's being offered.
I'd like to put the whole report in.
Your Honor, I have no need to put the report's 143 pages.
So I'm going to let this in, and I haven't decided yet about the whole 143 pages. Okay?
Fair enough, Your Honor. And I reoffer it.
She is
into
allowing
evidence.
that into evidence over the Commonwealth's objection. The Commonwealth said then the whole report should come in, and the court said no. No, I'm not necessarily allowing the entire report in. So no, Brennan, no, you're not getting that in. So she's letting that in over the Commonwealth objection.
Exhibit 188.
Could someone provide me with that 143 page today, please?
She's like, fuck. Let me look at it again.
For a copy for me of that 143 pages before we leave today.
Before we leave, we'll get it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One way or another.
So this is Exhibit 188.
Thank you.
And that's the slide
You can, please.
from Welcher's report that this expert reviewed.
Was it marked?
It's 188.
What number?
188.
188.
Thank you.
Yeah, the last one was 187. Did I remember? Yes. In the middle of this cross, yes. When we have exhibits marked 187, yes. Do we? Yes.
Witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Because yes.
Sir, you now have what is in evidence as Exhibit 188 for identification. I draw your attention, and this is the slide that you considered in responding to Mr. DeSogra, correct?
In response to Mr. DeSogra's analysis of this slide, yes, correct.
And this slide, to be clear, is a slide prepared by your colleague at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Sir, could you please read the time that Dr. Welcher states for the infotainment, for when infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred?
So that would be Techstream trigger, just for clarification, but yes, I can.
Well, let's go to that. You use the parlance Techstream trigger. Dr. Welcher uses infotainment trigger, but it's 1162.2. You both use 1162.2, correct?
Correct, and I think that may be a misunderstanding of how he's worded it.
Well, Your Honor, I'd actually move to strike that about what
Are
Dr.
they the
Welcher,
same?
I'm just going to what the document says.
I'm just going to leave it, but go on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the document says that the infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred at approximately 12:31:38, correct?
Correct.
And that it ended at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
So we've got the trigger, according to Dr. Welcher, as of recently as January 30th.
That's what he said too, though. Like, that's what he said too, though. They both said that that trigger was from 12:31:38 and 12:31:43. Both of them did. I'm interested to see where it's going.
2025, starting at 12:31:38 and ending at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, according to the Lexus clock.
Right.
Yes.
So now let's go
Right, they all
down
agree
to
with that.
what says below.
This is what I want to know.
Per report from Ian Whiffin, O'Keefe's cell phone data showed, quote, most notably, all device lock events, including the final lock event at 12:32:09, were user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly. You see that,
Right.
sir?
I do.
And did I read that correctly?
You did, with the caveat, that's according to the iPhone clock.
Right, but in any event, that's what Dr. Welcher states
He
on
knows where
his
that's
slide,
going.
correct?
Correct.
Do you know, sir, that the iPhone data reported by Mr. Whiffin that you read, that Dr. Welcher references, do you know that report of Ian Whiffin says there was an end of a health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43?
Yes.
And you know that?
Yeah.
Yes, with the caveat, those clocks have not been adjusted.
But
He
you
knew
know.
that. And the reason he's not bothered by this is because he's like, right, I knew that. We have, which he explained in direct, we have scope of 60 seconds. So as long as it was within that 60 seconds window, he wasn't bothered by it. And that's why he's like, right, it was in that scope of the 60-second window, which he testified to on direct. Is it going to matter after everything else we've seen in this cross? Maybe not.
That there was a end of health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
Just stating the comparison. So now
Yes.
what I'd like to do
He's
is
saying
to move
apples to
on
oranges.
with
That's what he's
regard to the analysis. So, in Dr. Welcher wrote this, the slide he presented, it's dated January 30th of 2025, correct?
It's not dated here.
It's not dated,
but
but
yes.
do you know that Dr. Welcher created a report of January 30th, 2025?
I do know he created a report. Correct.
Right, and that's the same date as your report, correct? Your
Correct.
first report.
Correct.
So you both submitted your reports on the same date. They're both dated the same at least, correct?
Yes, if they're both dated the same, yes.
Yes.
The
Are
date's
you
not our biggest
familiar
issue
with
here.
the concept of pocket state in iPhones?
I am familiar through Mr. Whiffin's report.
Okay.
Were you not familiar before that? Alessi was not expecting that answer. Because he holds himself out as also a cell phone examiner certified by 3 different companies. So Alessi, I think, is surprised by the answer. I'm aware of that because of Whiffin's report.
as opposed to, yes, I'm aware that's a thing, and yes, I saw that on Whiffin's report. The learning something new every day is wild.
Same at least, correct?
Yes, if they're both dated the
I
same.
backed up
yes.
because I wanted to hear Alessi's surprise one more time. It was funny.
Are you familiar with the concept of pocket state in iPhones?
I am familiar through Mr. Whiffin's report.
Okay. You said you've read Mr. Whiffin's report, correct?
Correct.
So you
Did Alessi sound surprised to y'all? Am I reading things in? Am I reading in to it? Did Alessi sound surprised? He was like, bro, what? Oh my God.
know that Mr. Whiffin states
he was surprised, right?
That there was a pocket state detected on the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe at 12:33:14, correct?
Objection.
So the same, I'm going to strike it, do it the same way, Mr. Alessi, okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, just let him be.
Are you aware?
This is where we end up, no voir dire, into what's going on in the timeline. You are sorry, there was noises outside my house, and sometimes I have to make sure they're not the tornado sirens, which they do not seem to be. But you said he would have broad latitude on cross. Give him the broad latitude on cross. Are you aware with Whiffin's report? Are you aware of this?
Of whether Mr. Whiffin has put in the report you read a timestamp for detecting pocket states of
Also,
Mr.
yes, I have to
O'Keefe.
check
Are
my
you
weather
aware
real
of that in the report at all?
I am aware of that in the report, yes.
Do you know when Mr. Whiffin has noted a pocket state detected of Mr. O'Keefe's phone? Do you know?
So, Mr. Alessi, why don't you show it?
I know.
That's what I was going to do. I will.
Can I
will, Your
answer?
Honor. And if we could put it up.
I'm
we've got
aware.
it, that's already in evidence on the screen.
Okay.
It's already in evidence in screen.
So are you talking about Mr. Whiffin's report? Or you...
Correct. The one. Well, you know what? I'm going to show him the report, Your Honor. I'll do it the way you
I'm just going to read it while we're doing this. Oh, no, I'm going to sneeze first. First, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, dear.
Sir, do you recall the specific time that Mr.
We're going to do it one more time. So Mr. Whiffin's report says that John O'Keefe's phone was in a pocket state at 12:31:52, and that the pocket state was cleared at 12:32:03, and that the phone was unlocked with Face ID at 12:32:04, and that the phone read a message that said "pull behind me," which was sent from Jen McCabe, at 12:32:06, and then at 12:32:09, the phone was locked with a button click on the side of the phone. That's what we're going to be getting into. For those of you in the chat asking, and I saw a number of you asking, what is a pocket state? It is when the phone is like trying to Face ID, but it's blocked. So it could be in a pocket. They call it a pocket state. And the phone is like, hey, and we saw this in Whiffin's report. I'm very much summarizing. Hey, are we out? So it's the camera being blocked. I guess an iPhone could register a pocket state if like your hand was covering it. Yes. We were ready for these questions, or at least I was ready for that. I don't know if what this witness is ready for. Also, if I yeet swiftly, it is just because weather is sketchy. I know those of you that live where the weather is being sketchy get it. Those of you who had horrible weather last night, I'm sorry, you're probably exhausted. It's been a lot. So yes, today, tomorrow will be much. Let's continue.
Whiffin has stated pocket states detected.
Sorry, Elizabeth Me in the chat. Get in the car. Just kidding. Elizabeth Me in the chat said, how does he not know about pocket state from his familiarity with Celebrite? It's a great fucking question. He says he's certified in Celebrite. I don't know. Which is why Alessi was just like, bro, what? I'm familiar with it through Whiffin's report. You never heard of that before. It's never been relevant.
For the phone of Mr. O'Keefe.
Sure. No, I have
not.
If I showed you a report of Mr. Whiffin, might that refresh your recollection as to when Mr. Whiffin has stated pocket state detected. Would that
Yeah.
help
Yes.
you? Okay,
Yeah.
sir, I'm going to endeavor to do that. If I could have a moment, Your Honor, I have it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alessi, Alessi's going to take the minutes he needs as we're getting to the end of the day here. I'm going to zoom though. I'm still going to zoom as Alessi is looking for Whiffin's report. Okay. He's approaching to show Attorney Brennan.
No, I'm saying this is...
Why am I not zooming? Because I'm curious about how long it will take with them to chat with each other. I'm just bummed they cut the mics. Damn it. Isn't this going to be interesting when it refreshes tomorrow? Isn't this going to be the continuation? Oh, we binged. Listen to us. Thanks, Law Nerds. Isn't the continuation of this this cross going to be delightful?
Got an agreement of sorts with Mr. Brennan. Could I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
An agreement of sorts. They've gone over Whiffin's report on... It's not as if the jury hasn't seen all of Whiffin's report.
Show you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffin that you referenced, and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line, because it's the heading, and then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to a column of pocket state with regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffin made about pocket state.
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for 2 minutes.
Okay.
And they're going to sidebar on this. And that's the feed getting sassy. Not me. I am getting sassy. He should have broad latitude on this. So they're going to sidebar. Oh, I bet she sends them home for the day.
Like a good place to break. I thought maybe we'd get a few more minutes, but I understand. So, for the same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be careful with your social media use. We will see you tomorrow night. Thank you very much.
All rise. Close your notebooks and follow me, please.
We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, I think I heard the court say we will see you tomorrow, so I imagine this is the end for the day and they don't go back on the record. Oh.
Jury's left the room.
Or not. Or not. Let's see what they put on the record. There's not much time left in this feed. I just hope it doesn't cut.
So are we all set, Mr. Alessi, on this issue and for each time that might occur?
Mr. Alessi, are we all set with getting all your documents together? Because we're gonna go. I feel like we're gonna go through this a lot tomorrow. We're gonna need to just. She knows they're gonna keep doing it tomorrow. Are we just ready? Oh my God. Are you? This is going to keep happening.
All right.
This is going to keep happening. Can we just?
So are we?
Oh my God.
Are we all set, Mr. Alessi, on this issue and for each time that might occur.
Understood, Your Honor?
Okay. All right, so we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh boy, at the end of the day there with the judge being like, yeah, are we? So we're all clear because this is going to keep coming up. The issues with, did you review this report? What did this report say? Did you review that report? What did that report say? And that is the end of today. Oh boy. We're just going to leave it on code red because, because that's where we ended the day. Tomorrow we'll resume fresh. And if we need to resume to code red, well, we'll get there when we get there. So are we ready to summarize the day before we all tune into Ryan Hall and see if we're the drama? If it's us, if it's ours, is it our sky? Is our sky the problem today? Whose swirling water is the issue and when? Before we all do that, because oh boy, a lot happened today. Well, let's give a summary and then we'll answer some questions. Oh man. So the end of day 18, the complete implosion on cross-examination of the Commonwealth's witness from Aperture, I don't think is me being hyperbolic or overstating it, because the jury will get an instruction at the end of this trial with the jury instructions telling them how to evaluate witness testimony. And if witnesses have been impeached or if they did not believe witnesses on the stand when they talk about I couldn't even say the word. When they talk about witness credibility, they will be told that if they do not find a witness credible, they can disregard some or all of that witness's testimony. And when we got into it today, Alessi just step by step by step by step went through this expert's CVs or resumes. And as they were going through the resumes, it was, you have this one that was provided to the court and counsel. And then you have this one that was provided to the court and counsel. And on those two different ones, it says that your BGS, Bachelor of General Science, asterisk, we'll come back to that later, is in progress. And then it was, well, on your company website, Aperture, the company that the Commonwealth hired here, it says that you have a BGS degree in mathematics and business administration. And on this other resume that you can download from your company's website, it says that you have a degree from 2022. But then on LinkedIn, it says that you obtained this degree between 2016 and 2018. Well, yes, but that degree's not been completed. No. Well, when did you start working on that degree? 2007. So as they were going through this part of the cross, it then comes up, are you aware that someone can look on your LinkedIn or you can see who looked on your LinkedIn? Yes. Are you aware that anyone from the defense team looked at your LinkedIn? And he's like, I am not aware of that. Are you aware that on your profile page, on your company's website, the little linky-do that you push that says LinkedIn to take you to your LinkedIn page does not work at the moment? He was like, no. He's like, were you aware that that change was made in the last 48 hours? And he was like, no, I was not aware that that change was made in the last 48 hours. And it just continued to roll downhill from there. We got into the questions about the updated May 8th report. And the fact that the beginning of the May 8th report said, hold on, we're going to just have to, I want to quote it exactly, because of the things that are an issue, and there are things with this witness's testimony that are an issue, there are things I found consistent. Is the jury going to narrowly parse it? I doubt it. Once jurors are like, I don't believe you at all, the jurors are like, I don't believe you at all. I don't think they'll parse it with this fine tooth of comb, because why should they? Like, why should they? But when we get to the May 8th report, I'm still swiping to find the exact language from the report. Why? Because it's slower than on paper. This is the only time it's slower than on paper. He said in his report, I am submitting this per your request. So when Alessi asked, what request of the Commonwealth, Attorney Brennan, led you to write the May 8th report? He said, none. The May 8th report I initiated after reading the defense expert report. Alessi's like, well, then why does it say per your request? Well, the answer was I cut and pasted that from another report. So the natural follow-up to that was, you cut and pasted it and didn't verify that it was correct? He said he didn't think it was important. You don't think it's important, the distinction between you writing a report sua sponte and the Commonwealth asking you for follow-up? You don't think that's different? Oh, you scared me, cat. Hello. Like, you don't think that's different? You don't think that's different. You don't think that's different. I have questions and thoughts. I have question and thoughts. But I'm going to wait till the end of cross before I talk about them. Didn't think it was important. And it sounds like the May 8th report is not just like a itty bitty little one-page report. It sounds like there was a lot more information in the May 8th report. This witness has maintained that the reason he wrote the May 8th report is to correct the time correlation based on the way it was interpreted by the defense expert. He said that he didn't think it was in question because, well, everyone in the field generally agrees that a 60-second time variance between clocks is kind of standard. The problem I have with that is that everyone generally agrees. And, well, if you can narrow down the variance, why wouldn't you? And I don't know if everyone generally agrees, because at one point when he's asked about Ian Whiffin's report later in cross, he says that he learned about the pocket state designation on an iPhone. And the iPhone, we learned during this trial, has a pocket state and a pocket state cleared. Well, he said he learned about those from Ian Whiffin's report. He also holds himself out as a phone expert and someone with Celebrite certifications, in addition to being a vehicle expert. Those aren't the only errors they got into. So the errors of, do you have a Bachelor of Science degree? Fred, I cannot. I know, I'm almost done streaming. I'm being yelled at by my cat. So the errors of, do you have a Bachelor of General Sciences degree or not? And then the fact that a Bachelor of General Sciences degree is not actually what the degree is. It's a Bachelor of General Studies, but it's been held out as a Bachelor of General Sciences in a number of the places that the defense pointed out. But it also got down to the bits and the bytes of it all. And this came up in pretrial hearings. This expert said that the reason he told the Commonwealth the work that needed to be done was because he looked at 3 different chips from Karen Reed's car and said, these chips hold more information, so those extractions can't be complete. Those extractions can't be complete because those extractions aren't the right amount of data based on what like the manufacturer standards are for these chips. Well, that wasn't accurate. it seems that thank you, Fred. It seems that the reason that this expert thought that there was a variance in the data downloads from those 3 different chips is because of their misinterpretation of the amount of data those chips should have by not properly reading the bits versus the bytes or whatever. So in fact, the data that was downloaded was complete and was the right amount of data for each of those chips. He was just wrong on the first draft that he sent to the Commonwealth, which makes me wonder, how much time is the Commonwealth being billed for? Not that I'm any big fan of the Commonwealth, but I just have to wonder, as I'm sitting here listening to all of this, how many reports is Aperture billing the Commonwealth for? Because the first report was all based on work that seemingly didn't need to be done in the way that he suggested it needed to be done, because it was an oops. Well, we need to do all of this. Just how much padding is going into what they're billing the government? I have to wonder. Because they would have been billed for the first report and the second report and the May 8th report. And why are we billing for a report you're just writing on your own? Because generally the attorney would say, no more reports. And he would ask before. But no, this expert said he did not ask the Commonwealth about the May 8th report. He wrote the May 8th report. And he said he didn't talk to anyone about the May 8th report before the May 8th report. I mean, except for on May 7th, when he called Attorney Brennan and told him what was in the report. Except for then. So you didn't talk to anyone before the May 8th report? No. Well, on May 7th, you called Attorney Brennan and told him all about your report? Yes. Okay, so you did talk to the Commonwealth about your report. Or was that not a conversation? And then he's like, oh, well, and I did ask Lieutenant Tully for the full download of the location data of John O'Keefe's phone. And while Alessi went back and forth on the expert about that, I actually don't disagree with the expert on that. When Alessi was saying, but you have Whiffin's report, I don't disagree that the expert's like, I have Whiffin's report, but I want the raw data too. I want all of that data. I'm not quibbling with him about that because there's too much else, including the fact that he had the defense report from the beginning of March. So if you have the defense report from the beginning of March, why did it take until May 8th to send a supplemental report responding to the clock variance issue to the Commonwealth? Like, why not April? We still don't have a clear answer on that in my mind. This is supposed to be one of the most critical witnesses for the Commonwealth. And I can't imagine what Hank Brennan is thinking at the end of the today. At the end of the today? At the end of the road? At the end of today. Because I've never seen anything like that in court. I'm gonna have to ask every attorney I know, and all of you that are watching, just put it in the comments. I have never seen anything like that happen. I have never seen an issue like that with a CV. Fred's like, we're done talking now. Are you going to just start chewing on the... We're done with this expert? Fred, you're letting him off too easily. I'm not done yet. I know. We're not done with this expert yet, Fred. The thing that concerns me is that this expert testified that he's testified in cases in numerous courts. And this is the first time this has come up. It's never come up before. It's never come up before. It's never come up before that your LinkedIn says you received a degree. Your company website says you received a degree. The resume on your company website says you received a degree, but the resume that you give to court says that you didn't. And then it's alluded that it's a Bachelor of General Science, which is different than a Bachelor of General Studies, anyone who has a degree that ends in the word science is going to take massive issue with a general studies or a arts degree correlating to a science degree. What I have found from all of the science nerds that I know and love is that there's a lot of pride in how fucking difficult those degrees are, because there's a lot that goes into a Bachelor of Science that does not go into other type of degrees. So does it support an air of greater knowledge or understanding? Yeah, it does support a greater degree of understanding if that is your degree. So am I bothered about whether somebody has the degree or doesn't have the degree? No. What I'm bothered about the most is the misrepresentations in multiple locations. How the fuck does that even happen? I also have to wonder what rate his company is billing him for to government entities and to insurance companies, because he said he works with insurance companies. And I wonder if that rate is due in part to the expert's background, training, and experience. I just have to wonder, A, if the defense will get around to asking that, if this witness knows, and B, if other clients of this company are going to sit there going, wait a second, what? Or maybe it's not going to come up. Maybe this is an anomaly for that company. But in this trial with this expert, it is not good at all. It is not good. I don't know if it will matter to the jury what he says about the timing. And this information came in a much more clear way than it did in the previous trial. It was presented in a much more understandable way. They did not correlate it to a time last time. Last trial, we were going through the key events and then the Techstream events, and then it was, well, this one must have been when it went on the this, and this one must have been there. It was so choppy and so jumbled, and it was so hard to follow. This was much clearer. But once we get to this, how can you say that this expert is detailed, meticulous, and careful enough to pin the timing of when two things happened on? How can that be relied upon? Because he's like, oh yeah, that was an error in this. Oh yeah, that was an error in this. Oh yeah, I just kind of cut and pasted it in that. Okay, so the only time that you didn't make mistakes is this one window of time in your report? Because that's a lot of errors. And as to the CV, misrepresentations. And this witness said misunderstandings. Misunderstandings. You know that putting the date indicates that you received the degree. Not that it's in progress, not that you've done 4 units, not that you had a semester. It indicates that you completed the degree. And after that, I don't know how the jury looks at anything that expert says and goes, yes, I can confidently rely on what this expert said to make a determination in a homicide case. Or does the jury look at it and be like, whatever he said, none of it? And then does it also taint the opinions that rely on his opinion? Because I very well think that it can. What an absolute wild shit show today. And the shit show was being orchestrated by Alessi. Alessi was just like, let us begin. And walked through the questions on cross-examination to catch this expert in misrepresentations about his degree, not to the court, but everywhere else. Errors in interpreting data when it's like literally your one job. Typos and copy and pastes and misunderstandings. How is it reliable? Oh boy. And cross-examination resumes tomorrow. So not only are we going to have more Alessi word of the days tomorrow, but this cross is going to last quite a while tomorrow. I think that this witness gave the defense what they need to argue, and gave us a word of the day. We're going to get to questions. Fred, what do you need, buddy? Just you need loves? I know. Your brother is hanging out with Travis. You have like 2 different cat beds to pick from. You don't want to at all. No. You can't fight my earrings on the screen. Go on. He wants to attack my earrings as he sees them on the computer screen in front of me. So we're going to get to questions. The Mendacity Monday will continue on to Tuesday. Good Lord.
Not today, Judge.
I don't even know. But I really do think that at least a few members of the jury are going to be like, nah, I'm not there. Because beyond a reasonable doubt's a heavy burden. And when your expert implodes, I don't know how you get there. I just don't know how you get there. So, I just don't know. Squeaky Ghost said, I have a general studies degree. It was awarded as a bachelor's of science. Don't know why, but that's how it was awarded. Squeaky Ghost, you might have found the glitch in the matrix that lets everybody work. I love it. All right. Fair enough. What I love, though, is that you said you have that degree. I think that's one of the critical things, but this is fair. A number of you have said it. Amber Lowe said, when lying on your resume hits a meta status. Yep. Sparky said, I have a BGS studies. It's essentially a choose your own adventure degree. Take whatever upper level classes I wanted. It's neither science nor arts. i.e. he takes a lot of classes to eventually get a degree. I mean, that might be fair. The representations as an expert witness are an issue because he doesn't have the degree. That is a huge issue. EL444 said Hank didn't ask Burgess about education. He knew. He asked him about his certificates. He might have had a little bit of a heads up, like as of this morning, a heads up. But do I think he knew that in advance where he had enough time to get a different expert? No. But also, Brennan is just like, you're in it now. You're in it now. I'm Cora, not Chloe, said cat's time has a variance and they don't give a fuck about real time. Yes, my cat has a time variance and it's you should be done streaming now. Change it to code molten lava. New Jersey, Kathy, it really might need to be. Like, we've roasted everything so hard. I'm hot in here. Adrasta, I hope I pronounced that correctly, said today was plum wild, y'all, which is a shout out in the large distinction between myself and weather streamer Ryan Hall, y'all, who does say things like, this is plum wild, when I'm sitting here screaming on the internet, are you fucking kidding me? Because Ryan would literally never. Me all the time. All the time. And if I sat here and said, daggum, I can't believe this is happening, all of you would be like, who abducted Emily? And what happened? And what happened? Donnie B said, Alec Baldwin trial. You will never see anything like this again. Karen Reed trial version 2. Hold my beer. This is just crazy. It's just crazy. But I appreciate that Alessi was so mindful of his time at the end there. You could tell as he was getting towards the end of Cross that he was like, we're going to leave some of this for tomorrow and pick right up where we left off. Just pick it up. Just pick it up where we left off. Did Alessi look like he was having the most fun? I think Alessi looked like he was having the most fun today. Bird is the word 91 said, I'm screaming at my poor friends who don't keep up with this stuff. And it legit looks like a meme with one person explaining while the other one's wrapped in a blanket with a 1,000-yard stare. It's fair because how are we still here? And if you were to explain this case to someone you know that is at least legally interested or legally related, and you said, and then this, and then this, and then this, they would be like, no, you are not reading that correctly. You have not read that. That's not possible. How is that happening? No, that didn't happen. If a group of screenwriters sat and wrote an episode of TV about this, someone would say, no, that's not real enough. That is too far-fetched. No one's going to believe that happened. Not going to happen. And yet, here we are. Here we are. Oh boy. I'm going to keep answering some questions and then going through here. Do you think the other Aperture witnesses are updating their LinkedIn right now? I would hope that it's not an issue. It shouldn't be an issue. But when we get to the defense accident reconstruction experts, it's going to be real. It's going to be real interesting to see how all this plays out. So I was real interested to see how those reports would turn out. And it turns out that Brennan was told May 7th and got the report May 8th. And that the time on the Lexus is the same in the reports. The correlation is what was added, but that's new. Because it seemed like the correlation before had been within a 60-second variance, and then it narrowed down to less than 60 seconds. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Laura asked, Emily, are we approaching a mistrial? The defense has not asked for a mistrial. The defense, I imagine, does not want a mistrial. A mistrial just means this starts all over. And if the defense can't get it dismissed based on this, and I don't think that they can, then the best is just smoke them if you got them. Like, the defense does not want to give anyone time to fix this. Because if the defense just gets a mistrial, then it just starts over. So no, they're not asking for it, and they didn't ask for it. And they're not going to ask for it because, again, mistrial just means go back and start over. It is the closest equivalent you get to putting the shit back in the horse because it can reduce the impact of the holy shit moments because then the witness and everyone else knows they're coming. This is out in front of the jury, and I don't know how they're going to address it on redirect. Hicker73 said, thank you so much for keeping us caught up on all the other drama outside of Karen Read. Just watched The Emily Show. There was a new podcast that dropped today. A lot of you might not have had time to see it, but I cover what's going on with Becky Hill, clerk of court. I'm sorry. Former clerk of court, now arrested. We talk about week 1 of the Diddy trial, and we talk about the Idaho judge absolutely losing his mind about Dateline. So if you did not watch the podcast yet today after 8 hours of court, it's available on the Emily Show channel if you want to go see what's going on in some other cases. Don't miss the courthouse Becky of it all. You don't want to miss it. And Idaho. Stuff's popping off. Stuff's popping off in Idaho. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So let's see. Shannon asked much earlier in the day, does each side have a certain amount of time overall to utilize, or is that just in civil cases? It can't be reduced in criminal cases the way it is in civil cases. The only way you would ever see that is if things got exceedingly repetitive, duplicative, and unduly burdensome, but you didn't see them try to speed up that's not true. The court did try to speed up the Commonwealth a little bit last trial, but you kind of have to let the lawyers try their cases and hope that their time estimate is close. So, and that's what they're doing here. Thank you all for all. I'm trying to get to the super chats with questions. But Jen S., congratulations. Jen S. said, I just found out I'm graduating my paralegal course Thursday with highest honors. Congratulations. Enjoy your graduation. And court's only a half day Thursday. And then all day Friday's off. So you don't even have to worry about it. Tracy says, even with the reasonable doubt, the disaster of the investigation and the ME testimony, people still say Karen Read is guilty because it was said that she said she hit him. How does the defense guess past this, or can they? Tracy, I think it is reminding the jury that they have to look beyond a reasonable doubt at all the factors, and then you point out all the holes. So there's a difference between people being like, oh, I think this or that, and proving it beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think the defense focusing in on what the Commonwealth has and hasn't proven is huge. And one of their 2 accident reconstruction experts imploding is going to help, because there might be people who feel some kind of way on the internet, but feeling some kind of way, saying, oh, I think this, I think that, does not equal beyond a reasonable doubt. And the truth of the matter can be, in any case, not just this case, in any case, the truth of the matter can be that a person did a thing and you cannot prove it. That is a not guilty verdict. The Commonwealth has to prove it with credible evidence. And if the jury doesn't find their witnesses credible, then how do you get there? And there are plenty of times that cases come up for filing and you're like, yeah, it might be that that is what happened, but that can't be proven. And then you know what? The case doesn't get filed. But alas, Cindy said, now I'm hooked on chocolate croissants. Thanks, EDB. They are really good. They're really good. They are they're really good. They are very, very good. We got into DNA this morning. Everybody's just forgotten, I think, the DNA this morning. Why? Because it just wasn't hugely impactful. I don't think. It was like, okay. So it could be John O'Keefe's hair on the car, or it could be his niece or nephew's hair on the car, or his mom's. Okay. Sure. Monette asked earlier, EDB, why don't witnesses just say yes or no? Why do they have to turn the answer into an entire sentence? When it comes to scientific experts specifically, they tend to be, especially with DNA, incredibly precise. So there are sometimes answering a question yes or no could lead to a potential misperception of an answer. So they are always going to give the complete sentence. Like with the DNA expert today, their opinion was it is more likely that this hair is from John O'Keefe or someone from their maternal line. But it's not going to say, so that's John O'Keefe's hair. No. What the answer is it could be John O'Keefe's hair or someone from the maternal line, and it is more likely John O'Keefe or someone from his maternal line's hair than if it's some unknown hair. So it gets the scientific witnesses tend to be precise, and you can't splice down an answer like that. My honey said last night a squirrel was the cause of an outage for 18,000 people in the area in New Hampshire. Were they hiding their nuts in something wrong? Because squirrels on occasion will take down like cell and stuff by hiding things. Hopefully everyone is okay. Let's see. I saw a lot of comments about the first car, which I appreciate. We talked about that much earlier this morning. Let's see. We've got lots of lovely comments. Thank you, chat. And then lots of questions. Josephina said, EDB, how would they know it takes 3 seconds for the infotainment system to start in Karen's car or in all Lexuses? Because they had the duplicate car or the model car that they were using, and they were timing the button press, and then they were videotaping it as well. So timing the button press and the videotaping, and then taking out the system and looking at when it logged it in the system. And they did that 4 or 5 times, and that's how they were able to correlate it. Be More has asked a question that I cannot answer. I do not know. I have this question as well, because it's not just Lexuses, it's a lot of Toyotas. Her Lexus has an auto brake pre-collision system with pedestrian detection. Brakes are automatically applied to reduce or avoid collision altogether. No one has talked about this. No one has talked about it. No one has talked about it at all. Unless the lawyers talk about it, there's nothing that we can help answer it. It is a big question, and I imagine that jurors who are, I don't know, driving around in their own cars might be wondering, okay, well, if it's a 2021 or 2022 car, isn't there like accident detection? Like, So yes, I think it's a question that should be answered because I think a lot of jurors would have that same question. Because I've seen that question and I've had that question since the first trial. So I've had that question. Let's see. The clock differential today, we definitely had a lot of conversation with the clock variance. And let's see. Wait, was this in the multiverse? Yes. Yes, we are in the multiverse. That is what has happened today. My voice is also over it today. It has been 84 years. Is the variance consistent and constant? No idea, because they checked Karen Reed's Lexus time against Ring Video, another security system, and then an iPhone. So I imagine there's a variance between all of those that is different, and they only had 2 events for the iPhone. They didn't have any other events. So it's really hard to go back if you only have 2 events and see if it is consistent. So with that, Law Nerds, we've gotten to lots and lots and lots of questions. Your girl's voice is just tired on this Monday. Emily, that's what you get for screaming rebel yell at the top of your lungs over the weekend. I mean, it's totally a fair assessment. Laura said, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Yep. Mm-hmm. And the golden earring one too. Yep. We've got we've got so much to cover tomorrow. So we will just be back here tomorrow. I hope court starts on time. And I got help tomorrow. So I'm going to be zooming. I might show up in a hat. We're going to be zooming tomorrow because I need to just keep my eyebrow, like they're going to start residing in my hairline because I am so ready to get back to the rest of this cross-examination tomorrow. Are you not? Are you not ready? I'm ready. I'm ready for the rest of this. I'm ready for the rest of this cross. And I can't wait to see how it goes. This was a great question. Oh, it just went scooting by in the chat. SJ said, so we went through all that arguing over bringing this guy in. Yep. So much fighting. Because Alessi was like, there's no methodology. Oh yeah, so much fighting over this expert. So much. And you know what? Here we are. And it is just going to continue to tomorrow. Because once the jury doesn't have faith in you as a witness, I don't know how you get that back. A lot of you have asked, how does Brennan deal with this? I mean, I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Like, Emily, what would you do? I think the first thing I do is go to all of my bosses and be like, are you fucking joking me? What the fuck is this shit? I think those are the first words that would come out of my mouth. Like, I can't even wrap my head around what does Brennan do with that? I don't know. Maybe ask, how did that information get there? Why didn't you ever update it? Maybe ignore it and say, the CV you provided to me said you didn't have a bachelor's, correct? Correct. Okay, so does that change your opinion on any of the information that you provided? No. And I think Brennan will just be like, this doesn't matter. I think that's the approach he will probably take. I don't think the jury will agree. And I think he will say, so the CV you gave us, and we gave the defense and we gave the court, that one's accurate, right? Not whatever's on like the internet. Like, who even knows the internet anyway? I think that's probably what Brennan will do. and then say, but all of this is correct, right? All of this timing is correct, right? So there's still this variance between this clock and that phone, right? I think that's probably where he will go. I don't know how that will be well received. A lot of you in the chat have asked me, does this expert keep their job? I have no idea what their company, I have no idea what this company does, how it runs, who's in charge. I have no idea. Do I think it's an issue? I do think it's an issue. Do I think there will be conversations? Yeah. How the fuck does this happen? Yeah. But the resume he provided to the court and what his company has on the website's different. Do I think some of the clients will be asking a lot of a question? Yeah, I think there will be some. I think there will be some questions. So I don't know. I don't know the company. I don't know how they will handle that. But will he be testifying in other cases in the near future? Probably not. Because if you're going to have to go to court to testify after this, it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. Because the second you Google this expert's name from here forward, all of this is going to come up. So does it render this expert as someone that is very difficult to use for court cases? Yep. Incredibly difficult. And no matter what the Commonwealth tries to do, I don't see how this doesn't undermine the other expert from the same company. I just don't see how it doesn't. How do you get into the other expert from the same company and not have it be an issue? Not only because he relied on this report, but he's from the same company. So I think he yeeted himself out of courtroom testimony for quite a while. Holy shit. I am still kind of baffled as to how we're here. And the thing that really remains baffling to me is that, well, Emily, you need an Exhibit E. I do. This is the company we're talking about. Okay. This has not been a good day for Aperture, the accident reconstructionist, whose company motto that is on the front page of their website is, "We exist to shine a light on the truth." A national portfolio of premier forensic services companies, Aperture uses proven science and accepted industry standards to deliver accurate and efficient expert analysis. Well, I mean, I guess shine bright like a diamond, because the light is being shown on the experts at the moment. So, all of you are asking, what is the price list? I have no idea. I am not going down the rabbit hole anymore, because I want to see what is presented by attorney Alessi tomorrow. We did take a bit of a gallop into all of the LinkedIn of it all, and I'm just wondering if any of that changes between now and tomorrow. So we're going to see what happens between now and tomorrow. I'm sure this isn't the end of what we will hear from this. I don't think we are even near the end of Alessi's cross-examination. And, not everyone gets a moment in court. In fact, I don't know if many lawyers have had a moment in court that seemed like they were straight written out of a movie. But this is one of those cross-examinations. It is methodical, it is well planned, it is prepared, and it is just question, 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 question. And there's times that Alessi was truly surprised. You could hear it in his voice with this witness's answers. To this witness's credit, he did not fight with Alessi. He did not back down from any of his answers. And he was just like, some of the answers, the audacity was fucking wild. But yeah, no. His tone never changed. I don't know how. I don't know how. I mean, if somebody, if that was any of you in the chat on the stand and it's like, so you lied on your CV about like a pretty significant thing about your education. And just to sit there and be like, it's a misunderstanding. Sir, really? Like, really? You're real comfortable just being like, yeah, that's what was on my LinkedIn. Like, how the fuck are you that comfortable? Yeah. That's what it says. Somebody typed that up. Oh, yeah, that says my degree was between 2016 and 2018. That says my degree was 2022. It's outdated. Lauren, I'm with you. Lauren in the chat said, I think he genuinely believes it's all okay. Yeah. Seemed like it. Like, what's the big deal, everybody? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? Yeah, what's the big deal? I mean, and it wasn't just that. What's the big deal? Bits and bytes, like the whole foundational premise of why you should be billing to do work was wrong. And then your letter to Attorney Brennan indicated that he asked you for it, but that was just like a copy and paste job. So that was like, yeah. Well, I think too much is going to be too much for most jurors, which is why there are 12. Because if one person's like, I mean, I don't really care if they have a degree or not, there's probably going to be 11 other people being like, yeah, but it's not the degree that's really the issue, though. That's not the issue. So for this very first Mendacity Monday, we're out. I am by flabbergasted is where I am at the end of day 18. Leonard, you've been great. I don't even know. I'm with all of you. Like, what the fuck? Lovely in the chat said, who's paying for this expert? Oh, the taxpayers of the state of Massachusetts. Yeah. Your tax dollars hard at work. Yeah. So if everyone is just like, I know. And for all of you who are like, I didn't even want to use descriptive language in my resume because it felt like it was maybe too much. All of you are too hard on yourselves because this, it's so outrageous. I have to ask you, chat, just one question. I know there was lots and lots of frustration about Judge Canoni not granting a voir dire of this expert. And I get it. They voir dired Dr. Russell twice. Can you imagine? They voir dired Dr. Russell twice. They voir dired the ARCA experts like 3 times. It was lots of voir dires. However, do you maybe feel a little differently about it now? Is it like, you know what? Now, do I think the judge knew that it was going to go boom goes the dynamite? No, I think the judge was like, these reports aren't that different. It's fine. I don't think the judge was trying to do anybody a solid other than saying we don't need a voir dire on this. But are we mad about how it played out? Because I think that over the weekend, Alessi was just like, let's get curious. And then boom goes the dynamite. Now, they might have left this out of a voir dire. They might not have. But I don't think that you can put the shit back in the horse with this witness. I just don't. Don't lose credibility with the jury. Especially if you have a jury full of people who are like, who even does that? Like, what? And for all of you in the chat that I've seen saying, me sitting here paying off my student loans is fucking furious. Yeah. It's the kind of stuff that not only like offends a sense of justice, but it just offends because so many people are like, I would never. I would never. Right. And the jurors are going to be with you. Because you would never. Like, who's okay with that? No one. Oh boy. I think letting it play out in front of the jury was a tremendous thing to do. And for those of you asking, what is one of my favorite and I think the most needed skills in an attorney of any type? Curiosity. Don't assume anyone's correct. And be curious. It's why I think there are so many great lawyers with ADHD. Be curious. Just be like, I wonder. And then just go snooping around. Are you nosy as fuck? Great. Lawyering might be for you. You want to know everybody's business? Great. Lawyering with a high emphasis on digital things. Yeah, you nosy? Lawyering. Paralegaling. Forensic evaluation. Someone on the defense team got real curious. And then they went, oh shit. You've got to be fucking joking. Because I think Alessi said the last 48 or 72 hours. So this is since the end of last week. That somebody from the defense team was looking at LinkedIn. And I don't remember if he said 72 or 40 or 48. But yeah, Rachel's like, want the tea? Yeah, want to get into everybody's tea? Mm-hmm. James asked in the chat, can I take the bar exam if I never went to law school? James, you have opened a whole can of worms and I'm going to answer. It depends on the state. And in some states like California, yes, you can, but chat saying 72, perfect. Yes, you can take the bar exam without going to law school in the state of California, but there are requirements. You have to do an apprenticeship. I don't even know if it matters. We haven't even got to talk about California having to deal with their bar exam because some of the questions were written by AI and they had to go back and curve the bar exam because the questions were so bad they couldn't be answered. We'll get to that another day. We'll get to that another day. We're not there yet. But in a profession where it's like, be cautious of AI, the firm, the California Bar, hired to help write the bar exam, used AI to the impact of recalibrating over 10,000 exams. Way to go, California. We'll get there. Don't worry. We'll get there, chat. We'll get there. We'll get there. I had no idea. Judge Abby told me over the weekend. I was like, you've got to be fucking joking me. Mm-hmm. They did. They sure did. Don't worry. We'll get to it in another podcast. I didn't have time. And then this weekend, we got all of the things going on with the family. So it's going to be a minute, but yeah. Mm-hmm. But yes, can you take the bar exam without going to law school? Yes, in some states you can. So did it also happen? Beautiful Missy Bell said, and Vermont? I'll have to look and see if it happened in Vermont. I knew about California just because I was told. It's wild. We're going to be talking more about AI and the law in good ways and not so good ways. But for today, Law Nerds, I'm going to say goodbye. I'm going to let Team Baker. It's been a long stream. We got a lot to do tomorrow. Team Baker's got it. Team Baker's like, bitch, we got to do the case briefs. Let's go. We can't do it until you're done. I know. Law Nerds, it was great spending today with you. Happy Monday. And I will see you in court tomorrow for resuming this cross-examination. Boy. Oh, boy. I'll see you in the morning, guys. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.